Chapter 7. Captain Verigin stumbled into the headquarters dugout, a sheepskin coat wide open. His hat is kept on his head only by an honest word. He is wearing white chesonki with lapels, under a fur coat a tightly girded sweatshirt, the gun is tucked right into the belt. The felt boots are worn, with traces of galoshes, the backs are hemmed with leather, but they sit well on the leg, the tops are tight, elastically wrinkle at the folds. Of course, felt boots are not boots, but still, and in felt boots, Captain Verigin is like a god of war, in every movement, strength, dried by frost, caught in powder smoke, the face casts with blued steel, the upper lip trembles and rises, exposing white, tightly fitted teeth. And his eyes are icy, as if Captain Verigin is looking, trying hard, but he sees nothing. No, he sees. Mentally sees Colonel Krutoy. And wants to ask. He will ask. He kicked the stool aside and called. Grishka, drag. Grishka, Captain Verigin's new contact, was a skinny lad of about 17, with an unsmiling face and an incredulous look. He came with reinforcements just before the ice drift. He was brought to the battalion headquarters, placed in front of Verigin. He asked. Who are you? The fighter stood thin, awkward, in large, not tall, boots, in a wide overcoat. He pulled it together with a canvas belt, took it in wide folds, which made it seem empty in the middle. Why was it sent? They would have left them on the left bank. And again he asked. Who are you? The boy stepped from yoga to his foot. Fighter. Captain Verigin even recoiled. Ha! The boy bent his head, as if a big hat was pulling down, looked from under his brows. Ha! Repeated Verigin. What kind of fighter are you? And what? Like everyone else, so am I. You are not a fighter, but an amateur. If you see a German, what will happen to you? The boy's mouth was like a cramp. Captain Verigin was burned, a fit. It seemed to him that now this clumsy, broken-down young fighter would convulse. But he said calmly. I saw the Germans. He paused, then added, 3 paces away. And he looked at Captain Verigin simply, directly, as if he wanted to take over, catch the commander's gaze in order to decide whether it was worth telling or not. Grishka did not tell anyone, not a single person, about what and how happened to him. He wanted to convey safe and sound to his brother Fedka. If together, they will show. And for the father, and for the mother they will get even. I didn't know yet that Fedka's brother was also dead. He was killed almost at the same time as his father and mother. Only 2 days earlier. Fedka was killed on the Don, and his mother and father were killed on the Volga, in their farmstead. On that day they were repairing smooth nets, at night they were going to try. Father, as far as Grishka remembered, was never afraid to put dishes on a flail. That is why, although the nets were torn, the fish were taken well. And what to repair, it does not happen without it. With catchers, it's always like this, tear and patch. And how careful, they come empty. The only bad thing is that you can't swim during the day, the misters fly in like kites. What are the nights like in August? They will make 2 swims, and the end. My father returned from the Civil War with 1 leg, walked on a piece of wood, but he never regretted it. Under the hop he was cheerful, noisy, loved to dance. On other days, 2 boats pulled together, bald-headed Semka Zaranov, nicknamed the Svistin, dropped his drunken head, tore the Saratov, with bells, accordion, poured a rollicking dance, and Grishkin's father nursed the tray-pack, thumped into the slant with a bound piece of wood, waved his arms, hooted robbery, NOUS. The boats floated slowly. Grishka steered the stern oar. People on the shore laughed, shouted to the fishermen, urged. Rash, guys. Rip the traces. Let them know the Rhinovs. Grishkin's father shouted back. Live eat. Only when he drank too much did he start crying, stroking an old piece of wood, threatening someone with a big fist. I'll show you. On that day, Grishka and his father were mending the nets. They cut out, snatched out tattered pieces, parted, you can't see with the eye, with a needle. At the moment they increased new glasses, whole panels. Sometimes they stopped, listened to the distant sound of aircraft, death-heavy explosions. The war was getting closer. Then Grishka thought that maybe he wouldn't have to swim at night. As if his heart felt it. They managed to plant and prepare a new net when the mother came running. Her eyes were terrible. Germans! She called. German tanks. Father stood in the middle of the yard, putting aside a piece of wood. The Kosovaratka is unbuttoned, thick, tufted eyebrows decisively converged at the bridge of the nose. From the steppe the rumble of motors piled up, now more often, now less often shells burst. Mother was poking stupidly from corner to corner, dogs were babbling excitedly in the yards, someone was shouting in a broken voice. Oars! Lively, carry the oars! Father stood and listened to the roar of engines approaching. Grishka! He ordered loudly. Give me the axe. Fast! Grishka did not know why his father suddenly needed an axe, but it seemed very important to bring it. He found the axe in the hallway under the bed, grabbed it, and ran out onto the porch. My father lay with his arms outstretched, covered in blood. The earth did not have time to absorb it, the blood was bright, it seemed to Grishka, fiery hot. And the mother lay dead. Only there was no blood. Stood, buzzed someone else's tank. He broke through the wooden fence and stopped. A long cannon with a thickened end looked like a black eye at the Volga. Grishka heard non-Russian words. I didn't get scared, I didn't run. In the hallway I sat down on the bed and waited. What he was waiting for, he did not know. The village was quiet, even the dogs did not lie. Only the noise and crackling of the fire could be heard, the log granary was busy. I noticed that it was twilight in the hut, the reflection of the fire was staggering on the whitewashed wall. It's on fire, Grishka thought indifferently. And I thought, I'm going to. Roared, earned the motor. The caterpillars screeched. Farther and deeper. The tank crawled away. The window square on the wall faded and soon disappeared altogether. It became dark and quiet. Grishka went out into the yard. It was smoky, stuffy, down the Volga, at Stalingrad, the red sky rippled. There was a muffled rumbling, as if stone mountains were collapsing. Rockets flew close and far. Grishka heard the non-Russian words again. Germans. I knelt beside my father and mother, as if he wanted to make sure whether the dead were real. He found a shovel with his feel, in a samanushka, where the nets had recently been repaired, he dug a shallow grave, buried his parents. And that's when he got scared. Not thinking what and how will happen next, Grishka ran down the path to the banks of the Volga, threw off his shirt and pants, silently, without splashing, entered the water. Dipped, swam. Grishka swam like a fish. He knew that, holding on a little to the current, he would land on the white buoy that stands in the mouth of Oktuba, swim for half an hour. You can't see the buoy ahead, they didn't light it that evening. But Grishka sailed, as he had hoped, straight to the buoy, and went out onto the shallows. They called out from the tails. Hey, who are you? Another voice warned. We'll shoot, Grishka replied. We are fishermen. Rinovsky. Soldiers surrounded him, threw on an overcoat, gave him vodka and hot porridge. By the voice, the commander asked what and how it was in the market. Grishka was dressed in red army clothes and the next morning, when it was not yet dawn, together with 5 Rhinov peasants they were taken to the village of Zaplovnoy. They asked again. Grishka added a year to himself, he was enrolled in a reserve rifle regiment. And in early November, just before the holidays, they were transferred to Stalingrad. It was then that they put him before Captain Verigin. You are not a fighter, but amateur performance, said Verigin, looking around Grishka. What can you do? We are fishermen, Grishka answered. I can do everything. Captain Verigin left Grishka connected. Not because I liked it, there was no one to choose from. Grishka really knew how to do everything, wash, cook, and patch. Once an ear was brought to the front line. After porridge and rubbing, the ear is a marvel. On this occasion, a gala dinner was held in Captain Verigin's dugout, and vodka was distributed. And Grishka took a sip from the pot and said that it was not an ear, but a pork talker. They began to scold him. Grishka was offended. The next day he disappeared for a long time. The battalion headquarters became worried. They began to call the companies and the shore. Grishka unexpectedly showed up, dragging a load of fish. Captain Verigin asked. "Where?" Grishka replied. "I went fishing." Captain Verigin tossed his head. Wow. He already knew. He was told that Grishka had climbed naked into the icy water, swimming to pick up jammed fish. Captain Verigin was surprised not by this. And not words. Grishkin was surprised by his independent, almost arrogant tone. To everyone who was at the battalion headquarters, Grishka announced. "At 1800 there will be an ear. Berlatsky. Direct dinner party. Who believed and who did not believe." But exactly at 18 o'clock Grishka began to call, invite. Fortunately, it was quiet, there were no shots from either side. And Captain Verigin was in a good mood. He looked into the dugout where Grishka was conjuring, pulled his nose, could not resist, grunted. "Wow, from one spirit you will swallow your tongue." On a clean board, the entire length of the table, a fish is laid out, and steam from the pots. The aroma is knocking you off your feet. And the circles are arranged. Is it vodka? After all, there is no vodka. Separately, for the battalion commander Verigin, a faceted glass, also no one knows where taken. A mound of black bread. Cut into neat slices. Well, comrade battalion commander, call me, it'll get cold, Grishka said jealously. I couldn't hide my joy, my eyes sparkled. Then they noisily sat down at the table, sniffed the fishy scent and laughed. Grishka said. "Fish first. How is that?" That evening everything was outlandish, the new food, the cheerful faces, and the silence. "Brothers," someone said, "and the Fritz, by God, they smelled it. You see, they are silent, sniffing the air." Grishka stood silent and solemn. It seemed to him that for the first time in his life he had done the right thing. Of course, the main thing is when he gets to the very front line and shoots. There he will meet his brother Fedka. Let not tomorrow, not soon, but meet. Together, they will get to Hitler himself. With instructions to the companies, Grishka went willingly, sometimes he asked for it himself. And almost everyone with whom I had to talk, I asked. Did you know Fedka, from the village of Rheinach, by any chance? Did not met? My brother. Semen Fedka. Nobody knew Fedka. But Grishka believed, he would definitely find it. Maybe in another battalion. Or in another regiment. But he had no doubts that Fedka should be here, in Stalingrad. Only Captain Verigin remembered. And guessed. He didn't know his last name, but he remembered Fedka well. Also from the village of Rheinach. He was in the machine gun platoon of Grekhoff Mishka. Just say it, how? Let him come to his senses, get used to death, then. So I decided. And a warm, living thing stirred in my soul, I wanted to save the boy. He knew how much the war was ahead, that he was not free over life and death, that's why he was afraid of his feelings for days, was afraid to give himself away, was emphatically strict with Grishka. And then he called to himself, invited. Sit down, we'll have dinner together. Grishka frightenedly stretched himself in front of him and looked around, as if he was afraid that someone had heard Captain Verigin, answered quietly. Now I will. Sit down yourself. Grishka took a step back and looked around again. I ate in the company, and because he refused, he was even more frightened, he added barely audibly, sorry, comrade battalion commander. Captain Verigin kicked a stool out of the way, called loudly. Grishka. It was as if he were blind, he looked in front of him and saw nothing, neither the messenger, who stood with his arms outstretched at his sides and his pointed chin lifted, nor the person at the table. Grishka. He shook his shoulders, trying to throw off his sheepskin coat, stretched his arms back, bring it. The messenger grabbed and pulled by the sleeve. Captain Verigin saw a frightened face and eyes, to the side, as if Grishka was afraid of losing the sooty flame that was about to come off the shell case. I saw Colonel Krutoy. He sat at the table, staring over the fire with unblinking eyes. Fire flared in each eye. It seems that Captain Verigin saw only the eyes. The gaze was fixed and calm. But the same uncompromising, firm, as then, for the first time. March 30th. Then the regimental commander was also sitting at the table. But no, it was not a table, just a plywood box. And the smokehouse burned the same. No, stearin burned in a cardboard bowl. German bowl, March 30th. It was as if a bullet had clicked right next to the ear. Is it really all in 1 year? Well, it's been 8 months. Grishka tugged at his sleeves. Captain Verigin threw off his sheepskin coat. Anger, when I wanted to see the regiment commander, shout in his face, disappeared. All that remained was an iron spasm in the cheekbones and heaviness, readiness poured fists. And already, he didn't want to, out of habit, according to the charter, he threw up his hand under the visor. Comrade Guards Colonel. The battalion is following your orders. The battalion is losing. Colonel Steep did not move. And he didn't blink. Said. Sit down, Andrew. Unaccustomed splashed into the heated chest. He suddenly remembered that his name was Andrei and that he was 22 years old. Is it a lot or a little, 22 years? Verigin is only a surname. But the surname also sounded strange, forgotten. It is necessary to add a title to it. Then everything becomes clear and everything is right. For a long time, for a whole 1,000 years, he is not Andrei and not even Verigin. He is Captain Verigin. And Colonel Krutoy called him by name. He just stroked his head. And Verigin felt how inhumanly tired, how it hurt, the old wound on his chest hurt, how tightly the belt was tightened. Sit down, Steep repeated. Captain Verigin took off his hat, felt a hasty trickle running down his back. He was all sweaty, hot, blonde hair stuck together, caked. He saw fresh blood on his arm. Grishka hurriedly picked up the stool, slipped it in, then backed away towards the door. Andrei sat down, mechanically reaching into his pocket for tobacco. Colonel Krutoy moved his cigarette case to him and asked. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov's group, what? With rough, unruly fingers, Captain Verigin tore out a cigarette from his cigarette case and reached out to light a cigarette. However, he did not light it, straightened up on a stool. Agarkov? What about Agarkov? They are sitting. God proposes, but the devil disposes, comrade of the guard colonel, they did not break through. We are from here, they are from there. They did not break through. I drove myself. I lost 4, that ended. He looked at Colonel Krutoy across the table, his lips trembled, a mournful fold was cut through, a mournful fold appeared. I think it's bad. Let's kill people, comrade colonel. Captain Verigin's shoulders slumped, he stooped, as if he had become shorter, as if the last night, the last hours, had bent down, crushed him. Captain Verigin managed to see and experience a lot, but now it was somehow especially difficult for him. Right now, when the 6th Army is surrounded, when the Germans are on the defensive and calmed down, it is unbearably painful to lose people. Agarkov, Likarev, Koblov. We're losing in vain, comrade colonel, and Captain Verigin noisily drew in air, as if he decided to stop himself. However, he didn't stop. He hurried up, breathed hot and exhausted. Why? The Germans are not fools to take seriously. They know our strengths and capabilities. So why? Objections never entered the head of Captain Verigin. Everything that he did, no matter what orders he carried out, he perceived the possibility of his own and other people's death as inevitable, as a necessity. He accustomed himself to the idea that without him, Andrei Verigin, there would be no victory for death. That is why he rose to the dagger fire of machine guns without unnecessary thoughts, without regret and fear. That is why he did not mourn the death of his soldiers. And now everything has turned upside down in him. Why? I understood that they were doing the right thing tactically. If it didn't work out, it didn't work out. They didn't overcome the defense. Why bother with a fool? Put people, that's all. Colonel Krutoy looked at his battalion commander. I knew what this guy was right and what was wrong. A frightened, sick man pricked, as if he himself had found himself in Veregin's place. Everything would be fine without them. Zerdin's army did its job. Now. Indeed, why lose now? After all, families, kids. What is it? Let others lose. In another army, on another front. I understood Verigin, I understood myself. In 1 minute, anger and annoyance arose in my soul. Of course, in a battalion, in this dugout, tactics boil down to grabbing your own death by the breasts. The position of a battalion commander is not much different from that of a company or platoon commander. Like them, Verigin must first of all take care of people and not feel sorry for himself. And now, when they consider that the deed is done, it seems senseless and even criminal to climb into fortified positions. Finished, others will finish. The Don Front, the Southwestern Front, that's who decides the fate of the operation, or maybe the whole stage of the war. Colonel Krutoy understands Captain Verigin. And how can you not understand? The battalion is not someone else's. He has only 3 such battalions. And people. Everyone counts. But Kuhl knows more. He knows something that Captain Verigin does not know. That is why he looks directly and sternly at the battalion commander, breaks, crumples Verigin's hard look. Attack after dark. All battalions. Verigin got up and moved to the table. I won't attack. Agarkov did not succeed, we must return him back. Be silent. The regiment commander did not shout, did not raise his voice, but Captain Verigin staggered. Because I heard this word for the first time. No one ever threw that word in his face. But I'm not used to giving up. And he was not afraid of anyone. Comrade Guards Colonel, shut up, Steep repeated. And he stood up, slow, stern. He is also not used to giving up. A raincoat moved on the doorway, and Grishka rushed there. From behind the door flew his alarmed voice. Where? Where? Verigin neither saw nor heard. Colonel Krutoy tossed his head. What is this? Comrade Battalion Commander. Verigin turned sharply. Anisimov stood before him, a thin, pointed face, a crumpled cap. Only a short fur coat is new, kind, tightly belted. The eyes look guiltily and affectionately. Comrade Battalion Commander, allow me to apply. Hesitantly, he shifted from foot to foot, reaching for his cap. Comrade Battalion Commander. In the soul of Captain Verigin, joy and fear intertwined, Anisimov. In person. What did you complain about? We, then, such a thing, Comrade Battalion Commander. Verigin pointed with his head. Here is the commander of the regiment. Could not hide his joy, looked over his shoulder at Krutoy, from the other side. Anisimov took half a step forward. Comrade Colonel, Kuhl said. Report to the battalion commander. It was as if he was offering the battalion commander a peace treaty. Anisimov quickly turned to his commander. I just thought, are they playing, bosses? Verigin craned his neck. Well, for sure everything is in order, Comrade Battalion Commander. The Germans piled, horror. Look scary. It means something like this. Don't pull, so that's what I'm saying. It means that such a thing. Farther. Lost for sure 3, Comrade Battalion Commander. It, then, is such a thing, there are few cartridges, but the position, to say. Well, what is the position there? SOSO. It would be nothing, of course, if the cartridges, ugh, spat in the hearts of Captain Verigin. The first person I will send home, if we are alive, is you, Anisimov. And so that further than the village, further than the collective farm, nowhere. Anisimov's face became at first frightened, then wary, and suddenly lit up, broke into a wide, trusting smile. Thank you, Comrade Battalion Commander. I'll tell you for sure what a good commander we have. And everything about the collective farm is for sure. Where am I without a collective farm? Ugh. Captain Verigin spat again. I wanted to swear, but joy prevented. What about Agarkov? So they ordered us to pull communication through this very tunnel. Well, and cartridges so that. And as for the prisoners, there are 2 left, Comrade Battalion Commander. What are the prisoners? Asked Colonel Cool. Actually, they took 6. And he brought 2. The rest, then, is such a thing. Anisimov hesitated, snorted, smiled guiltily. The rest stayed there for sure. Because it is inconvenient to drag everyone here. And 2 can be, they are in front, and I am behind. If anything, you can, then, push. Anisimov looked at Verigin, again at the regiment commander, as if determining whether all this was good or bad, whether he had done something wrong, pointed to the door. There they are for sure. One is savvy in Russian. Not so much, but you can understand everything. The 2 squeezed through the door, took a step forward. Both are tall and broad at the shoulders. Both of them have non-commissioned officers' epaulets with a silver border, and their overcoats are long, to the heels. They looked alike, as if they were all the same person. And equally dirty. But the greatest similarity was in the trained, memorized movements, in every gesture and even in the look. The Germans took a step forward. Heels clicked at once, simultaneously, and as if this metal blow reached the chin, the heads jerked up. And they froze. And my hands were frozen at the seams. But no, not so that at the seams. The Germans did not lower their hands to the end, because the elbows remained protruding. But the bearing was not lost. They stopped so clearly and harmoniously that Colonel Krutoy, who did not tolerate drill, but loved a good drill, suddenly thought that these were not soldiers, but disguised circus actors. I drove away the ridiculous thought, but it returned and stuck. The non-commissioned officers stood motionless, as if boasting of their soldierly skills, as if by this they wanted to prove that they were much higher than their opponent, that captivity was just a small setback. A performance, Colonel Krutoy thought angrily. But I didn't think about those 2. He thought of Hitler, of Germany. I understood that this word, the concept contained in it, does not fit in any way with a terrible, bloody war, but the word stuck and did not want to leave. And then it will begin to visit Colonel Krutoy more and more often. And the more terrible it will be in the cauldron, the more horror and torment the Germans will accept, resisting to the last bullet, the more insistently this word will be asked. Probably, it will come to Colonel Krutoy because he will begin to understand the true meaning of what Hitler and his entourage decided to achieve, dooming more than 300,000 Germans to death. At the end of November, there was still hope in Berlin. But later, when Hitler and the High Command lose this hope, they will succeed. They will make you believe in the need for an unparalleled sacrifice all of Germany. Dooming the army to death, they will rouse the entire people to a total war, dooming them to a terrible catastrophe. If everything that happens in Stalingrad in December-January is reduced to theatrical limits, the soldiers of the 6th Army can be likened to actors. But the soldiers did not play, they really died, and the German people were that stunned and dumbfounded spectator who accepted the Stalingrad tragedy as an inevitability that could be corrected only at the cost of their own lives. If at the end of November Hitler still hoped and believed, then in a month and a half he would become the director of that gigantic bloody performance, to which the highest strategic goals were attributed and which only Hitler himself needed. He will direct and support events on the Volga, not in the interests of Germany, not in the interests of the outcome of the war, but only in order to maintain his prestige at least for a year, at least for a month, to delay his own death. At the end of November and even at the beginning of December, no one knew this. The Russians were just guessing, as Colonel Surovtsev supposed. But they could act as military calculations dictated. Colonel Krutoy just had a thought. Because the bearing of the captured non-commissioned officers looked ridiculous. However, between this bearing, between what happened and what will happen, there was a direct connection. The soldiers were prepared to follow any order. They will not think, they must be forced. And Captain Verigin, of course, must understand this. Non-commissioned officers stood at attention. This did not mean respect for the Russian commanders. They just showed themselves as they were. Captain Verigin said. "Well, you bastards. Didn't mean to offend." He was surprised. And Colonel Krutoy agreed. NNDA. The Germans pushed on. "Which of you speaks Russian?" he asked, and with a jerky movement of his hand he ordered Captain Verigin, "Sit down." Colonel Krutoy did not at all expect that these two would now report the news. He almost unmistakably guessed exactly what words these two would say here or in the intelligence department. But let Captain Verigin hear. And he will understand that it is impossible to start up slack. Verigin sat down. Colonel Krutoy repeated. "Which of you speaks Russian?" One stepped forward. "Unterofficer Alvars, Colonel." Captain Verigin was surprised again. He understands the insignia, "You son of a bitch." Non-commissioned officer Alvars participated in the battles east of Kharkov. Captain Verigin raised his eyebrows. Look how Fyodor Fedorovich talked. Kharkiv. Alvars shifted from foot to foot, lost his stance. But then he straightened up. "Oh, yes. That was. How is it?" "Great fight. How do you rate today?" Non-commissioned officer Alvars dragged on. He wanted to show the Russian officers that captivity would not make him bad. "Your soldiers, how is it? Penetrated into our rear. Unpleasant Och. How is it? Episode. Me and my comrade Ochen were not so lucky. Do you know that the 6th Army is surrounded?" "No, Colonel. We only have a rumor that a Russian panzer was seen west of the Don. Yesterday, a captured chief corporal testified that your units urgently carried out an accounting of fuel, ammunition and food." "This is true." "That is so. What caused it?" The non-commissioned officer was silent. Maybe just thinking about it now. As if asking for help, he looked at his friend. "What caused it?" "Ordnung." "That is order, Colonel. A great war demands a ganz Ordnung." He uttered the last words with pleasure. His face suddenly perked up, as if he had found a foothold, remembered that he would certainly help him and others. "Me and my comrade, just a small failure." "Yes, of course," said Steep and waved his hand, "take me away." The non-commissioned officers turned over their left shoulders as if on cue. Clearly tapped with forged heels. When the prisoners were taken away, he lit a cigarette. And he was silent for a minute. I looked at the fire. Upstairs, behind the log rolls, it was quiet, the light in the shell glass burned evenly. Krutoy threw his hand with the cigarette far to the side, leaned on the edge of the table. "Do you get it now? They haven't flinched yet. They see everything as a small episode. At the headquarters, of course, they understand. However, they hope. And the soldiers hold firm, you see. So you can't let them rest. You understand?" Captain Verigin silently bowed his head. "That means it is," and Colonel Krutoy got up. "Everyone in the first trench. And his liaison. Understood? Every single one. Telephone connection with Agarkov. Immediately. Fire of all kinds. Do not stop even for an hour." "I obey," said Verigin. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, looked at the regiment commander with a long, questioning look. "Fyodor Fedorovich, don't judge. I want to know how it is at the front. After all, what is before our eyes is ours. Would like to see more." Krutoy frowned. He was not used to explaining. "Yes, and cannot explain everything." He looked at Captain Verigin and realized from his eyes how painfully he wanted to know. To justify themselves and others. In the soul of Colonel Krutoy, it flared up, caught fire. Here he is, the Soviet commander. He took it, moved the shell case to the edge of the table, nodded. "Do you have a large-scale map? Come here." Chapter 8. In the vast expanse from the Don to the Kalmyk steppes and from the Volga to the Chur, it calmed down. The snow is chewed up by tank tracks, crushed by wheels, trampled by soldiers' boots. It looked like thousands of people, cars and horses were rushing across the snow-covered plain, not knowing, not understanding where to go, where to seek salvation. On the black thawed patches, on the bare, frozen ground, the burnt skeletons of machines stuck out crookedly, obliquely. Others did not burn down, but they also stood lifeless, cold, useless to anyone. Snowdrifts were piled up near them, and people were sitting in the cabins, 2 by 2, 3 by 2. The lifeless were sitting, frozen. The steppe lay from horizon to horizon lifeless, cold. On the roads, on the roadsides, carts covered with snow, the corpses of soldiers and horses could be seen. Until recently, just a few days ago, cars, horses, people were driving somewhere, running, striving. But the Russian tanks caught up, scattered in one direction, in the other. To Stalingrad and Chur. A small river, a tributary of the Don, suddenly became famous. It was mentioned, it was talked about in Berlin and Moscow. Frozen ground was dug along the banks of the Chur. Frostbitten, hungry Germans and Romanians rushed there, wandered, combat-ready units were hastily driven there from other sectors of the front, brought food and ammunition. Along the Chur River, the Nazi command was in a hurry to create a new front. And everything that remained in Stalingrad, on the Volga, was now called the boiler. This pocket was so huge, the Sixth Army remained so strong that it was very difficult to keep it in the blockade. However, both Paulus and the commander of the newly created Army Group Don, Field Marshal von Manstein, and the German High Command understood that the situation would become more complicated every day. Urgent measures were needed to eliminate the crisis. The commander of the Sixth Army smoked cigarette after cigarette, poured ashes on the map with the operational situation. The biggest responsibility lay with him. Of course, there is the commander of the Army Group, the General Staff. There is the Chancellor and the Supreme Commander. But he commands the army, Lieutenant General Paulus. Is he in command? But how? Of course he is in command. So it all depends on his decision. But Hitler does not give freedom of action. He ordered to fly into the boiler, indicated the location of the army headquarters. There is a heavy closeness in the spacious bunker. Firewood is not spared, the damp pine floor is steamed, turpentine dope rushes to the head. But the commander does not notice. He smokes cigarette after cigarette, the smoke hanging in a steep layer, the light of the electric bulb barely breaking through. Is he, Paulus, in command? On a separate table, under a napkin, dinner has been getting cold for a long time. Cigarette butts fall over the edge of the ashtray. Time after midnight. But Paulus does not notice anything. He looks at the operational map, the situation on the 19th of November. Golubinskaya Station. Here it is, the station. I remembered the Cossack hut, 4 rooms, a spacious corridor. The house is a wonderful marvel, magnificent pine plates, not a single knot. Not a gap, not a crack. The smell of a pine forest came from the walls, the coolness of the river blew through the open windows. It was a wonderful time. Now there are already Russians in the village of Golubinskaya. And he, Paulus, is sitting in an earthen bunker in the nursery. Around the deserted bare steppe. Why is this place called nursery? Paulus raised his head, saw twilight, flannelette blankets on the walls. On earthen walls. I saw dinner covered with a napkin. It seemed strange that someone could and wants to eat. He lit a new cigarette, leaned lower. The front from Verkhnkrivska Yagodny went strictly south along the Kriva River. From the village of Bukovskaya it went along the Chur to the very mouth, to the village of Nizhny-Churskaya. To the south, along the Don, to the village of Nogaevskaya, a gap gaped, like a gigantic gate wide open. The Russians did not have time to create a solid front, there was a real chance. We must use it, withdraw the army in a southwestern direction. The gates seem to have been abandoned. Especially for this. It is necessary today, immediately. Tomorrow will be too late. Paulus glanced at his watch. If the army group and Berlin were imbued with the consciousness of a mortal threat. After all, it is impossible not to see and understand the obvious. There is no time left. And if they understand, but do not want to admit it, then the army will perish. Yes, no, no. Can't be. The authority of Field Marshal von Manstein. General Zeitzler. Hitler is responsible for the fate of Germany. There can be no two solutions, the order will come soon. He, Paulus, is obliged only to clearly fulfill. I saw an electric light bulb, frost in the upper corner, as if a handful of mothballs had been thrown there, flannelette blankets, hit in the head. Ears filled with ringing. Worst of all is this ringing, nothing can be heard behind it. Only the expectation that now in my head will burst, will break. Maybe the silence is to blame. Yes, yes. This silence presses and rings. For the second day, as he sent a radiogram to Hitler. There should be an answer by the hour. That's why he didn't go to bed. The decision, the order can be the only one. A short knock on the door sent back pain. Lieutenant Zimmermann entered. What did you bring, Mr. General? The voice is clear, impassive. It's impossible to guess, a radiogram from Berlin, Mr. General. Only now Paulus saw a piece of paper in his hand, noticed how unsteady his hand was. And even though Zimmermann stepped to the table impeccably, in a drill, he decided that it would be bad. However, why? After all, Zimmermann brought the order. The Sixth Army is temporarily surrounded. Words, lines instantly became huge, black, terrible. First they fade and shrink, as if a sheet of paper is seized by fire, then again they are vehemently striking. Paulus put the order on the table, carefully straightened the already smooth sheet. With his hands, dry and hot, he clasped his cold, damp forehead. The Sixth Army is temporarily surrounded by Soviet troops. I intend to concentrate the army in the area, Stalingrad Nord, Kotleben, height 137, height 35, Marinovka, Tsebenko, Stalingrad South. The army can be convinced that I will do everything in order to properly provide it and release it in a timely manner. I know the brave Sixth Army and its commander, and I am sure that they will do their duty. Lieutenant Colonel Adolf Hitler. Paulus put down, hesitantly pushed the radiogram away. End. The deblockade, according to Hitler, is to break through the corridor, to establish supplies. By all means, stay in the city. I looked at the map with the operational situation, Krasnoyarovka, Artemonovsky, Gusinka, Nizhny-Cherskaya. The outer front was getting farther, the encirclement was getting tighter. There is still a possibility, a breakthrough to the southwest. But there is an order, hold on and wait. He, Paulus, must obey. However, the commander of the army group, Field Marshal von Manstein, who fully understands the position of the Sixth Army, promised to help. And hope flared up again. He remembered his adjutant, who stood in a respectful pose, saw cigarette butts and tobacco ash on the table. Said. Take paper and ink. I will dictate. Zimmermann shook it out of the ashtray and swept it off the table with a clean handkerchief. Paulus looked at the operational map, as if he was afraid to overlook an important detail. Without raising his head, as if reminding himself of his responsibility, he said. Commander of the Sixth Army, and, without pausing, without stopping or hesitation, began to dictate in an even voice, as if reading a ready-made text, hand over to the Commander and Chief of Staff. Gumrak Railway Station, November 26, 1942. Written under dictation by an officer, Paulus raised his head, but immediately lowered it. It seems, he was afraid of losing the thread, to Field Marshal von Manstein, commander of Army Group Don. He reached for a cigarette. But he didn't take it, he didn't light it. Dear Field Marshal, I humbly thank you for the radiogram of the 24th of November and the promised help. To assess my position, I will allow myself to report the following. When on the 19th of November massive blows were delivered to the right and left neighbors of the army by the Russians, in 2 days both flanks of the army turned out to be open, and the enemy's mobile units quickly rushed into the breakthrough. Moving west across the Don River, our motorized formations, the 14th Tank Corps, west of the Don River ran into superior enemy forces with their vanguards and found themselves in a difficult situation, besides, their material was very hampered by a lack of fuel. At the same time, the enemy entered the rear of the 11th Army Corps, which, according to the order, in full strength held its positions with the front to the north. Since it was not possible to remove any forces from the line of defense to repel this threat, there was nothing left but to turn the left wing of the 11th Army Corps with the front to the south and, in the course of further fighting, initially withdraw the corps to the bridgehead west of the Don River in order to prevent so that the units located west of the Don River are cut off from the main forces. Paulus paused, chewed his faded lips. Without raising his head, he continued, in the process of implementing these measures, an order from the Führer was received, requiring the forces of the 14th Tank Corps to advance with the left wing on Dobrynskaya. The course of events preceded this order. Therefore, I could not fulfill it. How to turn the left wing of the 11th Army Corps with the front to the south and, in the course of further battles, initially withdraw the corps to the bridgehead west of the Don River in order to prevent the units located west of the Don River from being cut off from the main forces. Paulus paused, chewed his faded lips. Without raising his head, he continued, in the process of implementing these measures, an order from the Führer was received, requiring the forces of the 14th Tank Corps to advance with the left wing on Dobrynskaya. The course of events preceded this order. Therefore, I could not fulfill it. How to turn the left wing of the 11th Army Corps with the front to the south and, in the course of further battles, initially withdraw the corps to the bridgehead west of the Don River in order to prevent the units located west of the Don River from being cut off from the main forces. Paulus paused, chewed his faded lips. Without raising his head, he continued, in the process of implementing these measures, an order from the Führer was received, requiring the forces of the 14th Tank Corps to advance with the left wing on Dobrynskaya. The course of events preceded this order. Therefore, I could not fulfill it. Without raising his head, he continued, in the process of implementing these measures, an order from the Führer was received, requiring the forces of the 14th Tank Corps to advance with the left wing on Dobrynskaya. The course of events preceded this order. Therefore, I could not fulfill it. Without raising his head, he continued, in the process of implementing these measures, an order from the Führer was received, requiring the forces of the 14th Tank Corps to advance with the left wing on Dobrynskaya. The course of events preceded this order. Therefore, I could not fulfill it. Paulus sat upright, dictated monotonously, colorlessly, without emphasizing a single word or a single phrase, as if thereby proving the justice of his report. Buzanovka, Marinovka, Peskovatka. The 4th Tank Army, the 4th Army Corps, the loss of the bridge across the Don. He didn't hide or hush up anything. He hoped that at the top they would finally be imbued with a sense of mortal danger, a sense of responsibility that Manstein, and after him and Hitler will take the most decisive measures to liquidate the crisis. It's time. It's time. Precious hours are gone. I have not received any orders or information from the higher command in the last 36 hours. In a few hours, I may be faced with such a situation, either hold the front in the west and north and watch how in the shortest possible time the army will be attacked from the rear, formally obeying, however, at the same time the order given to me to hold on, or take the only possible in such decision position, with all available forces, turn to face the enemy, who has the intention of stabbing the army in the back with a dagger. It goes without saying that with such a decision it is impossible to continue to hold the front in the east and north, and in the future there is only a question of a breakthrough to the southwest. Paulus fell silent, listened. There was grave silence. It smelled of damp earth and tobacco smoke. He took a new cigarette from the box, lit it, hurried to say. Being in such a difficult situation, I sent a radiogram to the Führer asking him to give me freedom of action to take such an extreme decision if it becomes necessary. Paulus suddenly stopped. He coughed and asked, "Am I making it clear?" Oberleutnant Zimmermann knew well the difficult, crisis situation of the army. He had a leave certificate in his pocket, and most of all he was afraid not to see his relatives and friends. He understood the commander better than others and now straightened up at the table. "That's right, Mr. General," and perhaps for the first time in his service he allowed to utter hazing words. "I think, Mr. General, firm expressions will be useful now. Paulus nodded silently and continued. In giving me such authority, I was looking for a guarantee that the only order possible in such a situation would not be given by me too late. I have no opportunity to prove that I would give such an order only in case of emergency and not prematurely, and therefore I can only convincingly ask for confidence. I did not receive any direct response to my radiogram. And again, figures, facts, evidence. The situation at the front, insufficient supply of the army by air, the morale of soldiers and officers. With a neat, almost graceful gesture, he tossed the ashes from his cigarette, smoothing his already perfect parting. Drummed his fingers. Zimmerman looked up. He realized that the report was coming to an end. Let me tell you, Mr. Field Marshal, that in your command I see a guarantee that everything possible will be done to help the 6th Army. Yours, Mr. Field Marshal, obedient servant. Paulus. Please excuse the circumstances that the document was not written in the form and by hand. Paulus dropped his cigarette butt and threw back his head. The chief lieutenant looked at the commander intently and devotedly. Without opening his eyes, the commander asked. What is it? Is it still early? For some reason, Zimmerman glanced around, bowed in half. I think it's dawn, Mr. General. He looked at his watch and confirmed, it's dawning. Let's get out. Send the report by the first plane. Above the even blue snows, a burning northeast pulled, crawling, wriggling, weaving patterns of drifting snow. The sky above was cloudy, and in the east, from where the icy wind was waving, the horizon was outlined, beaten off by a crimson stripe. It expanded, as if furious, filled with blood and drove, kept driving the rustling snow, swept, licked the roads and traces. The commander looked at the blue snows. He saw a frosty, unbearably burning dawn, a lone tree stuck knee-deep. The paths cleared by the soldiers were snowed over at night, snow lay on trucks and wagons, it leveled the mounds of dugouts and dugouts. The antennas of the army radio station and the telephone wires were overgrown with hand-thick frost. Even the sentry, who froze at the sight of the commander, was covered with snow. In the whole wide world only wind and severe frost. And Russians. Russians all around. The iron ring of encirclement is shrinking slowly and inevitably. 30 kilometers to certain death. And how much time will it take? If General von Seydlitz is right, Paulus doesn't want to think about von Seydlitz's memo. Because the note is built on iron logic. And on facts. Doesn't want to think because Seydlitz is right. So why does he, Paulus, reject? Von Wittersheim was right. But instead of agreeing, he removed him from command of the corps. Now he understands von Seydlitz. In his heart he agrees, but he rejected the general's arguments. Because they don't want to take responsibility. What is this? Cowardice. The sky in the east darkened, it was covered with a gray haze, and it was no longer possible to see, to distinguish the edge of the earth. Tailed drifting snow, as if stretched, knitted white basts, chalk on the hardened crust. She wrapped the commander's boots with white onyx. The wind grabbed a snowball, squealed, laughed, threw the general in the face. Take care, Aeneas. Maybe really cowardice. Strangely, before that, thoughts of cowardice had not come to him. Behind this word, he always saw only a soldier. But apply it to yourself. Probably, because he did not allow this word, because there were no situations where courage was required. Because before that, the whole war went well. But Seydlitz behaves differently. Frost knits his face and hands, the cold gets under the fur lining, his knees get cold. Yes, Seydlitz banged his fist. He is not shy and not afraid. He stated his view in the document. As if in reality, Paulus saw yesterday's meeting, faces, eyes, orders, stripes. He heard the firm voice of von Seydlitz. There are only two ways for the army, a breakthrough to Kotelnikovo or death. Air supply is a vile lie. We need 1,000 tons per day. 500 planes must land in the cauldron every day. Where are these planes? I ask, where? The main front is not stable and is moving further and further. We will simply rest from hunger. I do not believe the promises from Berlin. Lie. Lie. And another voice. Stop. Two generals stood close to each other, each of them could command an army. You dare not oppose the order of the high command. Paulus still sees General Geitz's furious eyes and a thick vein on his forehead, which is about to burst. And he sees General Sedlitz, an angry, twisted face and a small fist. The order of the high command dooms us to death. We have to think, ringing in Paulus's ears. Either the wind is ringing and laughing, or the blood is pounding and pounding. The wind swooped in, hit hard and hard, like a gasp from a wide frozen throat. I'll shoot you. For disobedience to Hitler, I will shoot. Paulus stepped over, felt with his boots hard. No, General Sedlitz did not give up. Although no one supported him, he did not back a single step, in a look, in every gesture, conviction and determination, the consciousness of one's rightness, one's responsibility. Now, standing in the cold, in the wind, Paulus suddenly doubted and suspected, isn't it Frondism? How would he behave in the place of the commander? But I did not want to test myself with the possible actions of General von Sedlitz. And it wasn't about selfishness. It's just that von Sedlitz did not seem to be the person with whom one should check one's decisions and actions. But someone was. He is, very close. Paulus is in a hurry, And at the same time afraid to find, yes, General Zerdin. It was incredibly difficult for him near Kharkov. And then in the bend of the Don. Defensive battles in the city, behind the Volga. What did General Zerdin feel and experience during difficult, critical days? Did he rely on God or on Stalin? The wind ran in from the side, hit with a swing, as if it wanted to knock down and knock down. Paulus saw the same cloudy sky. Sometimes the pewter sun peeped through the running grey pillowcase. What would Zerdin do? Oberleutnant Zimmermann cautiously reminded. Mr. General. Yes, yes. It's time to go back. Once again he looked to the east, turned, went. Hunched over, he walked through the deep snow. General Zerdin, it seems, never felt oppressed and helpless, he was never deprived of freedom of action. They hoped for him, they trusted him. But you can't learn. It became light all around, the soldiers cleared the paths, warmed up, started the engines, and the signalmen, bogged down in the snow, pulled the red thread of the telephone wire. They were in light overcoats, caps up to their ears, with bandaged faces. He was working, the engine of a camping power plant was humming, two Minders were standing nearby, breaking what must have been frozen bread. The commander was not seen. The main thing was to divide the bread. Chapter 9. Hoffmann and Heinz Yupitz were sitting in the snow hole, huddled close to each other. They were silent. They listened to the wind pulling over their heads, the Russian cannons beating measuredly, rarely and heavily. The shells were bursting far, in the depths of the defense. But what depth and what defense? The soldiers don't know. The day is over, thank God. Now a shift will come, they will give me bread and coffee. The soldiers sit closely, with their legs tucked under them. It's scary to move, you'll get cold. And if you don't move, you'll freeze. From above it sweeps, a small snowball powders into the pit, settles on overcoats, on tin boxes with machine gun belts, on trampled, crushed straw. Hoffmann tries not to think about anything. If you start thinking, you will definitely see your wife and children. Rather change. Hoffmann looked up, the sky was cloudy. The machine gun stood on the parapet, looking at the sunset. The pit is shallow, the snow parapet has hardened. When they occupied the defense, they tried to deepen it. But they abandoned it, there is no way. The earth managed to freeze that your flint. They brought straw, made a bed. And straw per kilometer. Yes, now that straw is no longer there, the soldiers took everything to their burrows. And for how long, litter? Snow attacked, they trampled it down, crushed it, and it was no longer straw, ice. They took off the overcoat from the dead man, threw it on. Also for one day. It's all about how long they will stay in the boiler. The boy Heinz Yupitz thinks that the whole of Germany has already risen to the rescue of the Sixth Army. Non-commissioned officer Stoll, the platoon commander, only swears, shit and shit. But what is it to him? He is in the dugout. True, it does not look like a dugout, a quarter of the earth is above your head. However, there is a stove. It's the only place where you can warm up. If you manage to grab a seat. Everyone who wants to warm himself must bring firewood. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, they went to the Russian cemetery for firewood, tore out, broke off crosses. But today they said that there are no more crosses. Non-commissioned officer Stoll himself said. Hoffman tries to discard thoughts about the house, about the children. He tries to think about how he will warm up and what will happen tomorrow. There must be half an hour before the shift. We must hurry to squeeze into the dugout, take a place closer to the stove. And he also wants to listen to the terrible speeches of Franz Obermeier. He stretches out his red hands to the fire, jerks his neck paralytically, laughs, wheezes with a cold throat. Keep your head up, comrades, history is looking at you. Ha! They push him. Shut up, don't be silly, I'm serious. Why did we come to the Volga? For history. Is not it? So, let's die here, for the sake of history. Franz, if someone else hears you, they will arrest you and shoot you. Obermeier rubs his bony hands and coughs hoarsely. Quite possibly. Quite. So, I, too, will become history. Soon we will all become historical corpses. Imagine, 300,000 dead people in one heap. Isn't that the most interesting material for history? We stretch our legs from a Russian bullet, shoot our own or die of hunger and frost, all the same, the Führer will call us heroes. Do you understand? You are already heroes. In the spring, when the snows begin to melt, the Russians will hurry to gather us. You know, so we don't stink. They will gut everyone and stuff them with straw, put them instead of milestones along the road to Germany. Do you understand? We will become pointers, Stalingrad, and we will become a historical milestone. So keep your head up, comrades. Ha! Obermeier moved his chilled hands over the stove, wheezed and twitched, they looked at him with fear, as if he were reading a sentence. Someone asked melancholy. Shut up. And Franz Obermeier, as if wanting to finish off, Kakal, showed smoky yellow teeth. The Führer said that in the cauldron we must fulfill our duty. What kind of duty is that? We were just ordered to die. What for? Only the Führer knows about this, comrades. We must unreservedly believe that we were handed over to perish with the best of intentions. Ha! Listening to Obermeier was creepy. But he was treated with respect, he was listened to. They knew that Obermeier was awarded 2 Iron Crosses, the division commander himself shook hands with him. Obermeier was the kind of person who was believed. Firewood was burning in a cast-iron stove, the soldiers were sitting closely. And the Russians were very close by. Only Obermeier could teach and advise. Non-commissioned officer Stoll himself listened to him. Obermeier looked into the fiery creation, a hot reflection staggered on his thin face. Without looking at anyone, he said. We are like a stone. They threw a stone up, it flies, flies. It stops for a moment. Looking up, you won't even notice this stop. Then the stone will fall, he moved the hot coals with a stick, he took a new log with a feel. We are like this stone. Stop now. Everyone was scared. And Franz Obermeier laughed his devilish laugh. The march to the underworld will soon begin. Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz sit shoulder to shoulder in the snow pit, their faces wrapped in rags. In the platoon, everyone was given such a rag, now the soldiers are no different from each other. Motionless, powdered with snow that falls into the pit from above, Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz look like the dead. The dead are found every day, at the post, in combat guards, on communication lines. But Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz are still alive, sitting side by side. It is very important to find a position in which less heat is lost. For 2 weeks now, Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz have been serving in the same platoon. They are machine gunners. Just think, 2 weeks. Hoffman again recalled the morning, the day when the iron hull broke through the oak rolls and fell like a mortal weight. He then felt his unspoiled teeth, hard, like hooves, legs, an old wound received even near Warsaw, a fresh callus on his palm and strong, freshly repaired, boots for 2 footcloths. Yes, 4 2-foot-cloths. The second footcloth is thick, warm, from a flannelette blanket. He was so happy about these boots, almost new, spacious. He put on his boots and decided that the main thing was that his feet were warm. That morning, at that moment, I saw my small clean village, my wife Elsa and an important father with a newspaper in his hands. He saw the huge headlines, the tear-stained face of his mother and the solemnly raised finger of the butcher Otto Lang. But now he was already standing in front of the Sergeant Major Schultz at the recruiting station. He was given brand new linen, which smelled like a weaving factory, and boots. Those were the very first soldiers' boots. In a short moment I saw myself in a marching column on the blue Parisian streets, among the burning ruins of Warsaw, in the depopulated, unconquered Brest. I heard boastful, bravura music. I realized that this is the end. Choking, breaking his nails, he began to get out from under the rubble. Then he fled to no one knows where, if only further from death. Nearby was this one, Heinz Yupitz. It was a terrible morning on the 19th of November. A great number of people and cars, horse-drawn wagons, artillery teams moved along the roads and off-road, in a panic rush rushed further from the front. Someone's order was passed from mouth to go to Pronin, but after half an hour it was ordered to go to Manoilen. It is not known who gave the orders, no one was going to carry them out. None of those retreating that day knew the situation. It was only known that the defense was broken through, Russian tanks and motorized infantry entered the breakthrough. We must be saved. Stalingrad seemed the most reliable place. But how? City, people, trucks, horses made their way through snowdrifts, straightened somewhere, looked for a new road. Everything was moving south, and then some unknown force turned to the side, to the east, as if with a terrible slander it was pulling towards the Russians. To Stalingrad. The city seemed like a place of salvation. And no one would believe anyone that there is no city, and there is no salvation. The next day we reached the crossing over the Don. Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz crossed the ice, Stalingrad was within easy reach. But they were stopped and taken to the assembly point. There, the fugitives were beaten in squads, platoons, forced to hollow the ground, to dig trenches. Now, this snow pit. The soldiers gathered from different parts, no one knew each other, the newly created units looked like rags, hastily acquired with white threads. Hoffman only knew the platoon commander, non-commissioned officer Stoll, Franz Obermeier, and 2 or 3 others. Heinz Yupitz, this one is always there. The boy still dreams of accomplishing a feat in the Hitler Youth. He was inspired that a soldier must certainly accomplish a feat. He believes that a snow pit called a machine gun nest, 200 grams of bread and boiled horse meat are the first steps toward soldier's glory. And Hoffman senses that it's rubbish. If they release it, it would be necessary in the first days after the encirclement. Now how? Neither Hoffman nor others know how big the Stalingrad cauldron is, how far the front has retreated. They don't know anything. It is only known that they are part of the 8th Army Corps, defending the front to the west. And they also know that the army is supplied by air. And how long can you supply the army by air? And what is this supply? If they don't kill them, they'll die of hunger. Obermeier is correct. Now there will be a shift, they will come to the dugout, fire up the stove, Obermeier will begin to speak. It begins to seem to Hoffman that the more terrible he speaks, the sooner everything will end. The worse the better. Probably, such thoughts come from the fact that faith dries up. Even Heinz is silent today. Before that, everyone was talking and talking. Every day he told how they marched into the Hitler Youth, how he prepared himself for the war, how he longed for a feat. His cherished dream was to receive an award from the hands of the Führer. But today it is silent. It begins to seem to Hoffmann that he is thinking over his speeches, over his own words. Or maybe stiff. They've been sitting like this for a long time. Hoffmann pushes him with his shoulder. Do not sleep. Now the shift will come, warm up and rest. I'm not sleeping, said Heinz Yupitz. I don't have to warm up. I was assigned to the funeral team. How? Hoffmann was surprised. You already went to the funeral team. Third day. I don't know, I was assigned to the funeral team again. Suddenly, everything in the world seemed to Hoffmann absurd and improbable, as on a village theater stage, torchlight processions, and cries of "Hoch," and the parade march of infantry columns. Then cities and villages burned, it seemed that bombers dived right into the fire. What for? Couldn't Germany have lived without it? The messages approached along a shallow course, two crawled up. One reached into his pocket, probably for a cigarette, the other said. Any news? Heinz Yupitz jumped up quickly. What, an order? Franz is gone, Obermeier. How did you disappear? And so he disappeared. We lit one cigarette, shook hands. Gone, repeated the soldier. Non-commissioned officer Stoll believes that he defected to the Russians. For some reason, Hoffmann felt scared. Heinz Yupitz rolled his eyes in confusion. Can't be. The same soldier, burning himself with a cigarette but, coughed. Probably during an artillery raid. The rifle is in place, but Franz is not. They were silent. Hoffmann said. They don't take prisoners. One of the shifters got up and began to look in the direction of the Russians. Maybe they don't, or maybe they do. But the norm of horse meat was again reduced. Now they will give only 100 grams. Early twilight descended on the snow, on the frozen trenches and dugouts. Hoffmann got up, looked, saw torn clouds, a bloody windy sunset. To Germany almost 3,000 kilometers, and to the Russian positions 100 steps. What will happen? Rather, in warmth, doze off, forget. They crowded into the dugout, smelled of kerosene soot and coffee. On the plywood box, which served as a table for non-commissioned officer Stoll, a skinny light staggered, absurd shadows swayed on the frosty walls. Hoffmann squeezed forward, rose on his toes, saw a crumpled sheet of paper in the non-commissioned officer's hand. Someone breathed a tobacco stench into Hoffmann's face, repeating the same thing. Damn it. Damn it again. The sheet of paper sank closer to the fire. Hoffmann was afraid that now the paper would catch fire and he would not be given a ration of bread. The soldiers pressed forward, non-commissioned officer Stoll spoke angrily. Vorsicht. Carefully. He leaned over the sheet, called out the names. Lothar Fisch. Bruno Becker. The box was moved, the light rushed and went out. You are not soldiers, a herd of cattle. Stoll yelled. Get the hell out of here. They lit the oil lamp again, and again the non-commissioned officer began to call by surnames. Jeffrey Guba. Where is Jeffrey Guba? Hoffmann said. Mr. Non-commissioned officer, Heinz Yupitz should work in the funeral team. Yupitz. Where is Yupitz? Heinz held out the mug. Mr. Non-commissioned officer. I have to go. He was splashed with hot coffee, given a piece of bread. Oskar Schubert. Heinz Yupitz drank his coffee, but hesitated to leave, and Hoffmann realized how much the guy did not want to go into the cold, drag the dead. And why is this? You should just fold. To one place. Shabanilo, pushed in the nose, he saw how he, Hoffmann, was being dragged on a cape. Heard the muttering of the pastor, Lord, give rest to your murdered son. I woke up from an instant oblivion, shook my head, damn it. No, he did not feel afraid, better an end without torment than torment without end. But hope pushed into my head, maybe it's a lie that the Russians don't take prisoners. Non-commissioned officer Stoll shouted. Yupitz, do you want me to carry the dead? The soldier put the bread in his bosom and decided, I'll eat it when I get back. He walked, plowed the powdery snow with his feet, felt an unyielding crust under him, but suddenly he fell through knee-deep, dragged out his legs and fell through again. He walked on level ground, off-road, descended, slid into trenches, made his way through trench transitions. Suddenly he found himself in a dead end. A cold, frozen voice called out. "Stop! Who is it?" Heinz Yupitz saw a wrapped soldier, a bayonet sticking out from behind his shoulder. "Who are you?" the sentry asked. Heinz Yupitz suddenly thought that this soldier would stab him in the stomach. And there will be no demand response. They'll take it out, throw it out of the trench, so that the funeral crew will bury it. Are you deaf? Or maybe crazy? The guard pulled his rifle from his shoulder. Heinz saw how reluctantly he was doing this, and decided that the irritated soldier would now take a step forward, thrust a bayonet into him. Only because he cannot leave his post. "I'm from the burial team," Heinz explained. "I'm going to the location of the 1st Battalion." The sentry burst into a long curse, waved his hand. 100 steps. Do not please only the Russians. And he laughed, croaked, barked, "Damn it," and again, "Damn it. Last night my old comrade mixed up. One left our company during the day," said Heinz Yupitz. 2 iron crosses for heroism. Someone, and his Soviet commissars will slap. The guard laughed again. "Snot. You are a complete jerk." Heinz did not answer, began to climb up. The sentry held him by his overcoat and asked. "Do you have any bread?" Heinz pulled out the half of his overcoat. "Behind, in the trench," the soldier said. "You, boy, don't miss yours." In the funeral team, people are well fed and warmly dressed. Every dead person has something. The dead are still ransacked in the trenches, lukewarm. The guard agreed. "That's right," and he reminded me again, 100 steps. Burned truck. One of your team is already waiting there. The sky above was frosty and starry. And these are not stars at all. Someone walked from end to end, and like a plowman from a sack throws grain on arable land, so an invisible big man scattered a great many jewels across the dark sky. They sparkle, radiate with a cold brilliance, attract to them with a lifeless deceitful smile, they promise and are not given. Heinz Yupitz mentally reached up, he wanted to break away, get away from the earth, from snow and frost, from his machine gun and from the dead. It suddenly seemed most terrible that today, very soon, he would hear the Prussian Gloria. He was at the front for only a month, but during this period he was already used to death. She did not worry or touch him, but the sounds of the funeral hymn chilled his insides. He wanted to plug his ears and run away. Just not to hear. Last time, when the dead were thrown into the pit, the pastor read a prayer, and the brass band pulled, led, spread a mournful melody over the black snow. Why is this? Heinz Yupitz hit a stitch, but it was still uncomfortable to walk, because the boots were wrapped in rags and even ropes. However, the stitch is more fun. There is a burned-out truck, and there is a soldier who is waiting. And 2 more. Just do not need Gloria. All around it was quiet, only at the edge of the earth the sky kept getting brighter, rising and setting again, falling into an embrace with the horizon. From there came an incessant rumble. Artillery was working there. But it is very far away, perhaps 20 kilometers. If only there was no Gloria. Hey, pig snout. We've been waiting for you for an hour. Yupitz came up and asked. A lot of? 12. One is quite warm, he is wearing a woolen jacket. Paul Schwartz, from my platoon. I know for a fact that he's wearing a pure wool sweater. Take it off if you want. You will help? Yupitz asked. He was surprised and delighted that the proposal did not frighten, did not offend. Well, the Führer's soldiers must not be naughty. This was taught in the Hitler Youth. Not taking a wool sweater is just stupid. You will help? He asked. Would you like a cigarette? Dame, said Yupitz. And let's not waste time. The dead man lay on his back without boots. And there were no gloves. The soldier lifted the dead man by the head, and Heinz Yupitz began to pull off his overcoat. How to take off his jacket, Heinz did not know, the corpse was numb. Wrap your hands, the soldier advised. Make him a Hyundai Hawk. The jacket was taken off, Heinz put it in his bosom. Remembered. Should I put on my overcoat again? Soldier swore. Why? He does not care. The family doesn't know either. Paul and I are from the same village. We went to school together, were drafted together. In the 40th year. I have 3 wounds, and it was as if they were talking about him. Well, just like they were talking. No scratches, no contusions. And today, once. The case is ready. The soldier spread out his cape and blew his nose loudly. Let's carry him first. Raised, put on a cape. On the last journey, said the soldier. He has a wife and 2 children. 2 girls. Such lovely girls. And the wife likes to look over her shoulder. What is it like? Heinz did not understand. And so, as soon as the husband turns away, she winks at the other. In July I was on vacation. She met me on the street, invites me, come, there will be no one at home. You know I didn't go. After all, they were friends, they went to school together, we serve in the same platoon, and demanded, give me a cigarette. The distant cannonade thickened. In those moments when flashes of fire beat off the horizon, illuminated the sky, here, near the dead, it seemed to become even darker. The Russians are tearing up our defenses, the soldier said. God have mercy. Maybe ours are coming. Heinz Yupitz asked timidly. They promised the girl to marry, the soldier spat. Take it. It wasn't hard to haul. And close. Near the pit, the dead were piled in a row, trampled, warmed themselves, reached for one cigarette. There is no pastor. The pastor must come. But the pastor didn't come. Heinz Yupitz was delighted, he decided that the musicians would not come either. So there will be no Gloria. But the musicians came, there were 5 of them. They stopped at some distance, got together closely, as if they decided to consult, to whisper. Go ahead, go ahead. Heinz Yupitz was waiting. And yet he shuddered. It seemed to him that this sound, inanimate, lingering, mournful, originated in the depths of the grave, came out, floated up and spilled over the black snow and broken dugouts, over the dead and the living. But suddenly he got stronger, hurricane rushed upwards, to the timid, quivering stars. However, he did not master it, did not get it, drooped and sank down with a quiet plaintive groan, as if he had decided to bury himself. Someone ordered. Started. Fast. Heinz Yupitz took the dead man by the icy legs, dragged him. He shouted. Help. Someone angrily repeated the same words. Head to one side. Head. And the sounds of the funeral melody, sometimes mournful, low, sometimes loud, weeping uncontrollably, asked for something, begged, yearned. The dead were hurriedly thrown into the pit, they fell, as if huge logs were piled on top of each other. Head to one side. Hey you idiot, can't you see where the head is, where are the legs? Another said indifferently. God himself will arrange it as it should. Gloria groaned at the last sound, she wanted to enter the soul and prove that dying is better than living. Heinz Yupitz recoiled. It suddenly seemed to him that the mournful melody was pulling him into the grave, he was no longer able to resist, he would now take a step. And there would be no more Heinz Yupitz. And others will take the jacket. And take off his boots. He has good, strong boots, and it is warm in the dugout of non-commissioned officer Stoll. We must quickly get away from the grave. Leave and live. He is only 19 years old, he was the best in the ranks with a detachment of the Hitler Youth, he knows many patriotic songs, he has a healthy body. Heinz Yupitz went. And the melody broke off behind, as if it had lost faith in suggesting. He adjusted the rifle on his shoulder, felt the woolen sweater in his bosom. And the ration of bread was intact. Now he will come to a warm dugout, put on a jacket and eat bread. And there, a day or two. Maybe the environment was allowed for reasons of higher strategy. The Russians will be surrounded by another ring. Someone said it would be like a layer cake. The Russians will be given a magnificent kaput, and Heinz Yupitz will stand under the regimental standard, the Führer himself will pin him an order. The Führer will shake hands and say, "Here is a brave German soldier. Heinz Yupitz. It was he who won the great battle for Stalingrad. It is to him that Germany owes its victory," and thousands of throats burst out enthusiastically. Yes. Heinz will stand under the regimental standard. But no, he is no longer a soldier, he is a lieutenant. His chest is hung with orders and medals. His father and mother, Sister Elsa, a great many people look at him. All Germany. And banners. Banners all around. Only for some reason they are half-mast. And bordered with a black ribbon. Ho! Ho! But the banners are going down. Heinz wants to step forward to hug his relatives, father and mother. He, Heinz Yupitz, won the Great War. He has the right. Oh sure. He is entitled to everything. But he cannot approach his relatives, the people who greet him, they are separated by a deep pit. Well, yes, a mass grave. On the edge, the dead lie in a row. Others are barefoot. Because the boots are off. And the music groans and cries, cradles the dead and the living. There is snow all around, the dead are everywhere. Gloria mourns and yearns because the dead are not interred. Now they are just piled up. There is no need to bury. Heinz Yupitz can go to a warm dugout. He walks wearily, heavily, he is sorry that he did not hug his father and mother. Recalls mourning banners. What would it be for? Frost crawls under the overcoat, into the boots. The snow crunches underfoot. It's time to get to the trench. They called him. Hey, gravedigger. Showering snow, he slid into the trench. He decided, General Paulus can do anything. But Paulus could only wait. The army must resist to the last bullet. He agreed that it was necessary to hold positions. The only question is, for how long? This period should be sufficient to help the armies in the Caucasus, it cannot be tightened, so as not to perish themselves. Von Manstein was ordered to release the army. Excellent. Paulus must go forward. This is clear to any sane person. Not only he thinks so, not only the staff officers, but also the soldiers. However, requests to the army group and headquarters remain unanswered. This means that the 6th Army must not leave its positions under any circumstances. Even if the Debrecen group breaks through to Stalingrad. They want to build a new Trientenema. Is this a strategic move that is difficult to grasp with the mind, behind which lies untapped opportunities in the depths of Germany, or ordinary stupidity? A means to prolong the demise. Paulus was afraid of his own thoughts. From the old one, he lit a new cigarette, paced the earthen bunker, and sat down at the table again, leaning on the edge, crunching his fingers brittly. He looked at the map with the operational situation, saw the fragile, unsteady front line, mentally imagined a punched corridor. I saw a giant umbilical cord. Even if Manstein breaks through the corridor, the Russians will easily intercept him. Cut off like an axe. The only point is to leave. Rush towards the unblocking group and leave. In the interests of higher strategy, in the interests of the whole war. These actions must be coordinated with the actions of the armies in the North Caucasus. But to delay, to miss this deadline is like death. Paulus got up from the table, paced from corner to corner, sat down again and got up again. He was given documents to sign, and he signed them without reading, almost without looking. Reports and reports were brought to him, he heard Schmidt's firm voice, followed the pencil of the head of the operations department, talked with the quartermaster, with the adjutant of the army, and thought about his own. He alone has the moral right to make the decision. Objecting to von Seydlitz, the corps and division commanders are waiting for the word of their commander. And if he takes responsibility, sympathy and support will be on his side. He sat down at the table, sipped the strongest coffee, scary. It was disgusting, humiliating to feel fear, but he knew that he could not break himself. Isn't it the highest courage to remain true to the order? Lie. Lie. Field Marshal von Manstein. Why doesn't he order? After all, the 6th Army is the main corps of the army group. Fears. Yes, yes. Manstein is also afraid of Hitler. And what leads Hitler? No, General Paulus did not consider the 6th Army's resistance pointless. But where, how to cross the line that separates necessity from nonsense? And where is this line, this line? A sedative came, the actions of the Deblicking group would be drawn, this line would be marked. We must hold on and wait. And the Russians? Where will the front go? I met Schmidt, pointed to a chair. I beg. The Chief of Staff did not change in anything, he was strict, clear-cut, active. There was iron in his voice, his orders became merciless. For days it seemed that the plight of the army pleased Schmidt and inspired him. Paulus saw in his eyes determination mixed with delight. Is this a fantastic belief in victory, in a successful outcome of the Stalingrad tragedy, or does Schmidt simply believe that nothing will happen to him personally? That's right, the army will fulfill its duty, the commander and chief of staff will not be allowed to die. Just don't oppose the high command. Not a line, not a word. Schmidt reported in detail and clearly, the northern sector, the western, the southern. The Russians are attacking continuously. They want to quickly eliminate the cauldron in order to free their armies. The most reliable sector of defense is within the city, along the Volga. But even here they attack day and night. General von Seydlitz reports, in some areas, the Russians have penetrated the defenses. General Seydlitz does not allow the threat of a breakthrough, but the enemy will undoubtedly develop the slightest success. From this it follows, it is dangerous to remove parts from the urban area. The Chief of Staff reported. General Paulus sat motionless, dejectedly, looking at the map. Over the past 24 hours, planes have delivered only a quarter of the necessary cargo. There is no fuel. Paulus raised his head. How, at all? The stock of fuel is taken on strict account. In the event of a breakthrough, if we go towards the Deblicking group, it will be enough for 30 kilometers. Paulus shook his head, mournful folds at his mouth pulled down. I wanted to utter a word. But I did not utter it. Schmidt understood what he wanted to ask and did not ask the commander. He took out a paper from the folder, with some special accuracy, almost cautiously, put it on the table. Moved it. Paulus saw the signature and screwed up his eyes. For the 3rd day now, he has been waiting for an answer to his request to break through the ring from the inside, to meet Manstein. A breakthrough from the boiler is ruled out. Air supply secured. Under the command of General Hoth, a new army is being concentrated to break through the cauldron from the outside. All divisions operating on the Volga and northern sectors of the front are placed under the command of General von Seydlitz. Adolf Hitler. Can't be. General Paulus's face is thin, yellow, as if ruffled, exhausted by a fever, the eyes are dim, as if faded from the electric light, as if they are looking and see nothing. What does all of this mean? Hitler left the general leadership behind him. But still, half of the army will now be commanded by Seydlitz. Schmidt said. Curious. There was nothing like this in the history of the German armed forces. Indeed. How will Seydlitz behave after this? It flared up, singed to chest pain, Hitler wants them to disobey. Hoping for Seydlitz, Schmidt angrily concluded. Hitler wants to calm the old man down, calm down. Or maybe, on the contrary, he hopes Seydlitz will be eager to carry out his own plan. Then, they left the Volga contrary to the order of the main command. Von Seydlitz will be the scapegoat. Paulus dragged on his cigarette, greedily took a sip of tobacco smoke. Well, let's see how von Seydlitz behaves. Schmidt smiled thinly and caustically. Much will depend on how the Russians behave. Chapter 10. The Russians went crazy, they attacked day and night. It's amazing, do they sleep or not? General von Seydlitz was loudly indignant. Asians. We should be glad to have a break. No, just look what they are doing. Just look. The general pointed out on the map the places where the Russians were wedged, shouted vulgar oaths like the last Hamburg cab driver, jumped up, ran from corner to corner, kicked a chair with his boots. They intend to keep me like a dog on a chain. You understand? They deprived me of the opportunity to maneuver. I can only bark. The 51st Army Corps did not leave the battlefield. Reinforcing unreliable sectors, plugging numerous holes in the defense, General Seleznev had already used up all his reserves, could not maneuver units and subunits without fear that the Russians would not break through precisely in the sector that he had weakened. The Russians knitted him hand and foot. Mr. Zerdin is mistaken, von Seleznev shouted and waved his fists. Yes, yes. I know how expensive it is to keep me on my toes. He will run out faster than me. General Seleznev wanted just that, for the Russians to run out of steam first. He was nervous and fussed because every day of delay brought the 6th Army to hell. As bad as it is now, it will get worse every day. General von Seleznev tossed about in his hideout. For a moment he forgot about the Russians, about General Zerdin. He saw Paulus, von Manstein. Pathetic cowards. They tremble for their own skin. They lack the courage to take responsibility. Cowards, cowards. Having accurately remembered the main thing, he stopped, tossed his head, caught the roar of guns with his ear. Asked. How many degrees today? The general was reassured. The Russians are attacking with the 78th Division. Before freezing, you cannot be afraid. Do not be afraid. Shouted von Seleznev. I know the Russians, and I know the commander of the 78th Division. Calculating, brave general. It was corrected. Colonel. Who cares? I appreciate the head. We Germans have ceased to value the head, we strive to exchange brains for boots. For us, the main thing was, good boots. Colonel Dobrynin threatens to break our defenses. We are standing on the edge of the abyss and humbly waiting for people who have only new boots to order or allow us to act decisively. We can't. He sat down at the table, breathing angrily and hard, surrounded near Kharkov, in defensive battles on the western bank of the Don. Did General Zerdin always follow the letter of the order? And Colonel Dobrynin? The courage of the Russians was amazing. General von Seleznev remembered the captured artillery captain, whom he personally interrogated, tall, powerful, with a direct, uncompromising look. The captain was embittered by his failure, stood with his leg freely in a huge tarpaulin boot, holding his wounded hand. Don't bother, General. It remains for me to die well, and I will be able to do it. General von Seleznev then said. We will still try to force you. We promise. The captain stepped forward. I am a commander of the Red Army and a communist. I don't care about your threats and promises. He saw the commander of the 78th Division as strong and uncompromising. General von Seleznev is standing in front of him, arms outstretched at his sides. And others. Thunder and lightning. Someone, but he, General von Seleznev, will not give the Russians this pleasure. And under the spoon, in the very middle, a sore vein broke. As if he sensed, he saw a month and a half ahead. Then, together with other generals, he will stand under Russian machine guns, unarmed, helpless, miserable. By that time, there will be nothing left in him, neither firmness nor faith. It will retain the desire to look at Colonel Dobrynin. And he will see him. But it will happen a month and a half later, and now General Seleznev did not know any of this. It just gave me a bad feeling. Colonel Dobrynin imagined surprisingly accurately. I was not even mistaken with what tension he was following the course of the battle. Ivan Stepanovich bent heavily over the phone. I command you to attack. Colonel Cool, can you hear me well? Forward. Comrade Division Commander, I understand the task that you set at 1800. We need the help of Army sappers. You agreed. The voice of Colonel Krutoy is unperturbed. Calm, as if intent on throwing off the spirit of cruel determination from the division commander. Do what you want. But they must connect with the group of Senior Lieutenant Agarkov. Can you hear me? By 7, the regiment should reach a new frontier. And the regiment commander, feeling that Dobrynin's categoricalness was apparently caused by Zerdan's order, coughed. "Yes, comrade divisional commander." He uttered these words without undue haste, accepting the order as the most urgent necessity. It seems that the need has arisen not to feel sorry for one's stomach. And before that, they didn't leave close combat, but now, at least die. For 3 days now there has been no connection with Agarkov. A heavy projectile destroyed the tunnel. You can understand from the shooting that people are alive. Many, few, but there are living ones. Nauseous thoughts about the son of Ivan Stepanovich come into my head. Colonel Krutoy catches himself thinking that he is ready to lead the assault group himself. He estimates in his mind whether the sappers will have time to bring a trench and lay explosives, bends his fingers, counts people. Colonel Dobrynin stoops his broad back, props up his big head with his fist. The hat is on the floor. He had just returned from the commander and now he still hears Zerdan's voice. "I will not tolerate honest Martinet. I want your son to live. But it's not about him. If you can't understand, I'll put you in command of a company." Pointed to the map with the operational situation, the red pencil stopped at Kotelnikovo. The trains are unloading. Here is the intelligence. It is from there that the enemy is going to deliver a debilitating blow. There is reason to believe that the 6th Army will go forward. You have to be complete idiots not to strike back. You understand? We must break the defense and thereby prevent. Mikhail Grigorievich, I'll give you the commandant's company, the sailors from the armored boats, and in general everyone else you can find. Colonel Krutoy did not hear this conversation, but he understands that the order was caused by extreme necessity. It's not Agarkov anymore, it's completely different. Captain Verigin does not know what and how Agarkov has. But he understands. Misha hopes for him. As for himself. But he can't do anything. The Nazis are sitting as if in a fortress, the walls are a meter thick, the floors are reinforced concrete. To get it, you need to put a ton bomb right in the house. The pilots promised, and then, they must have forgotten. Captain Verigin throws thunder and lightning from impotence. There is nothing to break the Fritz. He himself went ashore, asked the head of the Army Engineering Service for help, threatened with a pistol. They know Captain Verigin, thank God, he got away. Now Army sappers are pulling a trench under the Germans, promising to blow it up. Verigin does not know that breaking through the enemy defenses in the sector of his battalion has become the goal of the entire division. Andrei climbs, squeezes into a narrow trench, asks. "Can you do it?" Sappers are hammering, picking the ground. Must be on time. Behind pull for a short fur coat. Comrade Battalion Commander, Comrade Battalion Commander. Grishka. What else? Comrade Battalion Commander, the commander of the regiment of the guard, Colonel Krutoy, is demanding you by the phone. To immediately. They said look where you want. Grishka calls all the commanders with their full rank, without missing anything. He thinks there is no other way. Today he will go along with the attackers. He will know how people get awards and stripes. Comrade Battalion Commander. What the hell? Captain Verigin snaps, and he is already turning around. Colonel Krutoy will not search in vain. In the dugout, he looks at the clock, exactly midnight. Will the sappers succeed or not? And if the charge is weak? The loose automatic chatter flies into the dugout, penetrates, machine guns fire confidently, reliably. It calms down. A minute passes, then another. Captain Verigin knows, in another 2 minutes he will hear explosions of hand grenades and rare shots. The attackers will come into contact. Every night they come into contact. But now the night battle is just a cover so that the sappers can plant explosives. Can they or can't they? The voice on the phone seems unfamiliar for some reason. Verigin, how are you doing there? What about me? Captain Verigin answers, trying to hide his annoyance and irritation. It is known, we hustle in place. Pain, annoyance, anger are ready to break out, but Verigin restrains himself and waits for something. Because the voice. The regiment commander has some kind of voice that is not like that. Not like always. It's like he's about to deliver the good news. You're like that. Are the sappers working? Well, they work, Verigin answers warily, lost in conjectures and getting more and more annoyed. Will they succeed? We must have time, and he exploded, yelling, Comrade Guards Colonel. Sappers are sappers, but I have 1 or 2 people. I'll take the last ones. That's what, Verigin. Don't yell. Not enough for you to yell at me. Be back soon. Understood, he will come now. Well, pleased, Captain Verigin was angry. And the anxiety in my heart remained. He was close to rejoicing, but, superstitiously frightened, lest he make a mistake, he suppressed and hid the surging feeling in himself. And why rejoice? Voice, intonation, you see, in the very middle of it, a vein tensed, painfully pulled, some kind of vein, which, with the arrival of Colonel Krutoy, would either break or shoot. He did not know why Colonel Krutoy was coming and what he would say, how this night, this battle would turn out, but suddenly he decided, they would break through the defenses. Captain Verigin could not explain what was the reason for the emerging confidence, but he decided firmly and irrevocably, he would either rescue him that night or die. And again, as if he stumbled, hurt himself painfully, are you alive? 3 days without food, without ammunition. Captain Verigin felt a tight spasm run down his back. It spread over her arms and legs, her cheekbones tied into a hard knot. Moved, adjusted the holster. And for some reason I looked back. In the corner, a fighter was sleeping on his haunches. Who is this, Grishka? No, Grishka has been in the company since the evening. Captain Verigin did not guess, did not remember, but for some reason decided that this one should remain, right here, in the corner. And I must sleep, let him sleep, decided for no reason. Maybe subconsciously wanted someone to stay alive. Looked back once more. He took down a canvas bag with grenades from the wall. The machine was on the table. Captain Verigin took it and threw it behind his back. If only they were alive. He stepped out of the dugout and closed the door with his foot. Resolutely closed, tightly. Like it won't come back. His face burned with severe frost, he heard loose shots, the hurried run of a machine gun. If only they were alive. Now Captain Verigin was sure that they would break through. Again I felt a spasm. I saw the starry sky and a green flare. He grabbed a handful of dry snow and began to rub his face fiercely. Next they said. Comrade Battalion Commander, let me report. The voice is rough, strong, abrupt. Who is Koblov? Oh yes, Semyon Koblov together with Agarkov. And again. Allow me to report. A tall, broad-shouldered soldier blocked the entire passage. It stands to its full height. I would bend over. Well. Verigin hurried. Come right under the wall, Comrade Battalion Commander. Ah. Verigin burst out. Well done. If you blow it up well, Magarik. The sapper shifted from foot to foot. It would be nice. Especially now. People are tired, Comrade Battalion Commander. And another voice from behind. Verigin, is that you, Colonel Cool? Well, yes, Cool. He turned around heavily, his hand under the visor. Comrade Guards Colonel. Okay. What reports? I know everything myself. Vaughn, take it. Verigin saw people behind the regiment commander, heard restrained conversation and chuckles. The whole trench is packed. What's this? Take it. 60 Marines and 82 more. Company. But there will be demand. What are sappers? In the dugout, Colonel Krutoy pointed to the plan, to the painted sheet. Rip the house and, forward. Hold the flanks, put your own. By dawn, so that's where. You understand, that's it. Dobrynin and Zabalin will come now. Are you clear? I see, Verigin nodded. They paused, looked at each other, did not say another word. But they thought, it seems, of one thing, are the Agarkovites alive or not alive? Anisimov, Likarev, Semyon Koblov. In battle, each is worth 5. Kiev, Kharkov, the Zadonsky bridgehead. There are few of these left in the regiment, in the division. They don't stop talking about everyone, about every fighter from the group of Mikhail Agarkov in the battalion. But to remember Dobrynin, about the son of the division commander, no. Like they're afraid. It really is, your son is dying 200 paces away, and nothing can be done. To talk about it, the tongue dries up. Captain Verygin understands that he was given the last army reserve. The battalion must break through the enemy defenses, provide flanks, and gain a foothold on a new line. They leave the dugout at the same time. Colonel Krutoy supports Andrei by the arm. The starry sky seems close. They shoot not thickly, but not to say lazily. From one side and the other, tracer bullets flash, stretch and go out. No, no, yes, it will chirp nearby, near the ear, Uik. Zvik, zvik. You must keep your head lower. Manage, says Krutoy, time is running out. Captain Verygin himself knows, just barely enough. He gives the order, calls the company and platoon commanders, immediately to the battalion command post. Comrade battalion commander. All the same sapper. Oh yes. I promised. Captain Verygin comes to his senses, goes to the dugout, brings 2 flasks. Here, clean. To return the empty ones. It's clear. The sapper puts his hand under the visor. Comrade battalion commander. Come on, come on. If you blow it up well, it won't disappear after me. Here is the commander of the regiment, a witness. Colonel Krutoy was angry, he found a witness. Thank you, comrade battalion. After the explosion, let us immediately come to you. Because it's ordered. Let go, said Steep, they have enough things to do. The trench seemed to become more spacious, the conversation subsided. And the shooting thinned out. As if everyone was alert and listening. And someone's hasty, breathy voice. Here, here, comrade divisional commander. Captain Verygin felt with his shoulder how the regimental commander straightened up. He coughed carefully. Well, yes, Commander Dobrynin. Captain Verygin's head flashed, the sun, after all. 3 people came up and stopped. It became cramped and uncomfortable. Colonel Krutoy began to report in a slow voice. And Captain Verygin tried and for some reason could not make out the words. Or rather, the usual words of the report seemed superfluous to him, completely unnecessary. Because the main thing will be in an hour. No, it must be in half an hour. Combat Verygin where? Dobrynin asks. The voice is sharp. Following such a voice, you expect a shot. Captain Verygin. Andrei takes a step forward, habitually takes it under the visor. But the words do not go, there are no words. They got stuck, forgotten, gone. There are no words, because, the sun. People need to be alive. That's what you need. Not words. Colonel Dobrynin says something. Andrei knows, the division commander will not say a word about his son. Captain Verygin takes another half step. Comrade division commander, I'll drive myself. Allow. And Dobrynin's voice. Come on, comrade. It turns out that Dobrynin has a normal voice. As always. Only with a wheeze. It is necessary to secure the flanks, reach the line and gain a foothold. That's what's important. Or what else is there? Oh yes, if the guys were alive. Chapter 11. In the dark, cold basement, only 7 remained alive. That first day, when they went behind enemy lines through the tunnel and took up all-round defense, retreated, moved far away, days and nights dragged on unbearably long, from cigarette to cigarette, from cracker to cracker, from one attack to another. They were not just behind enemy lines, but in a tight ring. They were surrounded by 100 meters in a circle. In the early days, the Germans tried to take it unceremoniously. By the way they drove their soldiers into the attack, it was noticeable that the German commanders were alarmed, as if here, in this sector, the fate of the Sixth Army would be decided. And Captain Verigin shouted on the phone. Well done. Every night, Mikhail Agarkov made his way into the box, which was defended by Shorin, Likharev and Anisimov, to listen, to scold Captain Verigin. In a deep stone pit, which was turned into a pillbox, they smoked a cigarette, breathed in their palms, and pushed for warmth. A little more, Mikhail assured after a conversation with the battalion commander. The Germans transferred new units to the site of our regiment. It's clear. Here we are. Shorin sullenly complained. Eat hunting. Anisimov shoved him a cracker. Here, chew. Shorin turned away. Likharev finished smoking, burned his lips, assured. We are not in a hurry, comrade senior lieutenant. For me, no matter where to fight, just to fight. Anisimov looked at him frightened, waving his hand, as if fighting back. It will be for you, it will be. He got up, stuck his head out, looked in the direction of the enemy. Although the pit is in a box, the view is good, 2 walls have collapsed, the fire is almost in a circle. Good hole, do not say anything. But sitting in it for days is not enough joy. In the basement, where the whole group is defending, there is also no stove, no feather beds, the wind is walking and the snow is waving, but there you can at least stretch yourself, run from corner to corner. Therefore, and most likely to be in public, either Shorin or Anisimov crawl into the basement. And then Likharev. This one is more and more silent, found, silent, lost, silent. An amazing person, Anisimov throws up his hands. No fear in him, no sadness, no joy. And now, my brothers, I saw Likharev laughing. The Germans got up, and Likharev was right behind the machine gun. And deftly Ziganal so. One, another. Exactly oblique on the legs. I looked at Likharev, and he laughed. As if watching a fun dance. Believe me, my brothers, I became afraid. Likharev came to warm himself, to trample. Smoked, listened, was silent. Semyon Koblov asked. Do we live? Nothing, answered Likharev reluctantly. There are crackers, there are cartridges, you can live. In one of these parishes they lit a cigarette from one pouch, Semyon Koblov asked. Who is at home with you? Mikhail Agarkov came up and pushed him in the shoulder. Hello, Likharev. Others approached, also reached for the pouch. Semyon Koblov asked not for a new position, for an old friendship in the trenches. It turned out like this, they fought shoulder to shoulder, drank from the same pot, washed themselves in the same sweat, but knew each other little. Silent Likharev, silent and Koblov. He asked again insistently. Who is at home with you? Likharev always savored his cigarette, slapping his lips in a particularly delicious way, as if he were tasting sweet molasses. And now he spat out a cigarette but, said. Nobody. I don't even have a home. How so, no? Koblov was surprised. I never said, I guessed that I had touched on a secret, he breathed guilty. We fight for how long, like a pair of bulls in one team, we walk, but there was no conversation. Likharev didn't say anything to that, he hurried to roll a new cigarette. The basement smelled of burnt stone and gunpowder smoke, the soldiers stood close around Likharev, and everyone seemed to be embarrassed, as if each of them was guilty before him. Everyone was silent, hastily smoking, hiding from themselves behind a cigarette. No one yet knew how and what Likharev had, but they asked, dug in his soul, and felt, answering the guy is not easy, it hurts. They immediately shriveled, everyone became ill. It was dark, only the light of a cigarette puffed out, throwing an unfamiliar reddish light on a thin, unshaven face, and again, at least gouge out an eye. You can hear how they hit a stone wall with a crowbar, how iron tinkles. Yes, shooting will spring up along the front. Rare gun shots, close and distant, stall, as if stuck in the basement darkness. Seemingly weighed down by the silence, Likharev spoke. There was a family. Wife, children, sister. Own house. There were friends and comrades. On Sundays, they met for a glass, and for tea, and just to talk about life. So it was. Shut up. But then he jumped up and hurried. We lived like people. Family, kids. We lived in the regional center. Ignatiev was talking about the Grachi farm, and this farm is from our region. Well, that means. There was a wife and 2 children. Masha and Grisha. Twins. Someone asked. Likarev, how old are you? Likarev became confused and fell silent. Then he nodded, remembering exactly. By the start of the war, I was 27. The kids are 3 years old. Well. And my wife was younger. Well. Lived, then. I worked as a mechanic at MTS, she worked as a dressmaker. My sister lived with us. Since childhood, she was lame, she rarely showed herself to people, she tried more and more around the house and read books. Well. We lived in abundance, people envied us. And they rejoiced looking at us. I know for sure, they were happy. Likarev put it firmly. And I was well taken to the war. Other wives cried, waved. And my 40 kilometers walked along the side of the column, to the very transit point. Likarev paused, finished, that's how it is. He rolled a new cigarette, lit a cigarette at Semyon Kovlov's, and asked. Do you remember Rooks well? Instead, Mikhail Agarkov responded. Not that the farm, you will not forget a single path, how they retreated to those places. From Rooks to us exactly 10 kilometers. I didn't tell anyone then, I didn't ask. Tormented all night. Well, let them go. Consider that you fell behind. And to catch up, you know yourself. I did not ask. In order not to tear the soul and heart. And he didn't say a word to anyone. And when they approached the dawn, they met refugees. Maybe you remember. And wow, guessed among them a neighbor. He left from under the Germans. You could say it's a miracle. So he told me, Likarev pulled, swallowed tobacco smoke, drank, he could not get drunk. He told me. A direct hit on the house. There is only one funnel left. And, as if exhausted, completely exhausted, fell silent. Immediately he spoke again, muffled, indifferent, as if these words had nothing to do with him. Since that story, I have become not myself. For me, fascists are not even people. Likarev staggered and started walking. He stopped, threw a tongue twister, if there are prisoners, I will not take them. For you to know. There God judge me and a military tribunal. From the Russian side, a heavy gun thumped, a German machine gun rattled gropingly, awake. And again everything calmed down. Only the wind groaned in the holes in the walls, and some soldier swore sadly, stubbornly repeating the same words. Ignatiev said. We will remain alive, we will punish our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, do not overlook the fascist. Those that fell to our lot, we will finish off. If only there weren't new ones. Everyone already knew about Ignatiev. On the first day when he heard the surname, Koblov was even frightened. And I didn't believe it, are there many namesakes? However, the feeling that now, in a minute, he would meet his old comrade, with whom he shared death itself, did not pass, did not leave. And when he looked, saw, rushed towards Ignatiev, he stopped, backed off. He asked in astonishment, quietly, as if to himself. Semyon. They walked towards each other and hugged. They believed and did not believe. And again they looked at each other, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. Semyon. I didn't think about it, I didn't look forward to it, said Koblov. And I, Ignatiev nodded. He hugged again, hugged his comrade. And suddenly he began to cry, quietly, offended, timidly, like an unjustly punished child cries. He wept and did not hesitate, wetting Semyon's cheek with mean tears, hugging him, squeezing his shoulders, and speaking in a sobbing whisper, how many times have I seen you in my dreams? I'm running to you, running. And you keep moving backwards. And I can't catch up with you in any way. And now, here it is. They sat close and closely, looked at each other intently, greedily, as if the meeting was not a meeting, an amazing vision, and now everything will melt and disappear, only disappointment will remain. Came, sat down others. But Ignatiev and Koblov did not notice anyone, did not see anyone. Ignatiev, repeated Semyon Koblov again and again. He leaned forward and hugged again. He laughed quietly, calmly, as if to himself. As if he understood, he was finally convinced that this was not a dream, not a mistake, that this was really Ignatiev. The same Ignatiev, with whom they shared the last piece, which helped him stay alive. Ignatiev was still the same as then, in April, only his eyes became dull, faded. Before crossing here, to Stalingrad, I saw in a dream Divisional Commander Dobrynin. It's like we're carrying it. You and me. Well, remember how then? And he beckoned me with his hand and stroked my head. Well, then, said Koblov, Dobrynin will find out, he will be delighted. How? Ignatiev did not understand. Koblov guessed, Ignatiev knows nothing at all, neither the unit number, nor the names of the commanders. The division is ours. You understand? Ours, 78th. And the division commander, Dobrynin. And you know who? Koblov laughed clumsily, hoarsely, and pushed his neighbor on the shoulder. Do you know who is it? My partner, Ignatiev replied. We have worked with him. You don't know, Koblov laughed. This is the son of Divisional Commander Dobrynin. Ignatiev threw up his hands in fright. Yeah. And, as if not believing anyone or anything, as if afraid, not daring to believe, he turned his head, looked around with surprised, happy eyes. He touched Kostia's shoulder. Really? It seemed incredible to him that after Kharkov, after captivity, escape and delusional weeks, when day and night he followed the front, he ended up in his unit, to his commander. And this is Koblov. Semyon Koblov. Lord! And the son of Divisional Commander Dobrynin. Behind a machine gun. Is that how it is? God! What about a battalion? Who is in command of the battalion? Ignatiev asked. The battalion is commanded by Captain Verigin, replied Koblov. Only you don't know him. It's already without you. Afraid to believe his own ears, Ignatiev even got up. Verigin. You stay, stay. Really Verigin, you don't know, repeated Koblov. Already without you. How are you? I remember how they parted us then in different directions, and with the end. Where are you? Koblov saw that Ignatiev suddenly cringed somehow, hid his head in his shoulders. As then, in the bomb crater, when the artillery captain approached them. In the face, in the whole figure, the anxiety that Ignatiev had all the days that they left the encirclement again peeped out. How are you? Koblov asked again. I something. Ignatiev fussed. I, brother, almost leaned against the wall then. But only, nothing. Again sent to atone. What to bathe? Frightened by his guess, Koblov recoiled. You don't know, Ignatiev sighed softly. As if you don't know, he raised, tossed his head, looked into his eyes incredulously and pleadingly. It's written to the people, perhaps. They separated me then, there were about 15 of us, unreliable. They put me on a lorry, took me. That's how it happened, you in one direction, me in the other. The captain must not have liked me. Remember, such a young captain, with a bandaged hand. I must have a suspicious face. Ignatiev turned his head, as if he wanted to make sure they were listening or not. His eyes hardened, he spoke in an even, calm voice, as if about someone else, not about himself, new part, just formed. I will not talk about all the disputes interrogations, for a long time. But how they attacked Kharkov. Wait, said Koblov, is the army ours? Ignatiev waved his hand, does it matter? And he hurried up, chafed unintelligibly, sipped the cool air, pulled it through his teeth, gasped and moaned. From our regiment is left. Consider, nothing is left. But they filled it up. And again they went forward, drowning in the Seversky Donets, as if remembering that they were listening to him, that Semyon Koblov was in front of him. He said in a sober voice, "You know yourself, there was one direction." Koblov nodded. "I know. In those days, I saw so much heroism and death that, no matter how the war goes on, Kharkov will remain in my memory to the end." Koblov agreed. "It will stay." Surrounded, hungry, wounded Red Army soldiers fought to the last breath. The regiment commander, all in bandages, with a banner and a pistol. And around the Germans. And there is no escape. Ignatiev looked around with a detached look. He forgot exactly where he was, who he was talking to. As if he saw himself again near Kharkov, under the regimental banner, as if again, there was no salvation. And me, again. What happened, I don't know. I remember how they went on the attack. And I remember the flag. What happened next, I don't know. I woke up, lead me under the arms. Two guys. And they themselves are covered in blood. What is this? We go in a column, around the Germans with machine guns. What is it, a prisoner? Well, yes. And even though he was wounded. Believe me, my soul turned over. If a neighbor said, "Come on, I'll shoot you," he would answer, "Shoot. Eat for the third time. From the battle to the other side." Ignatiev raised his head, said seriously, "Must be such a fate." It was noticeable that he was worried, tormented, looking for the cause of his failures, looking for excuses from his comrades, from himself. "I ran from a halt," continued Ignatiev. "Security is small, it was not difficult. I lay for a day in a pit, 40 meters from the grader. I heard how they talk, languish on the road. And I'm healthy as a bull, documents in my pocket. This is both happy and scary. You go out to your own, the schoolboy, and he will not believe you." Behind Ignatiev, they coughed. "The schoolboy will not believe, he did not fight." Ignatiev hurried again. "He went east both night and day. I'll tell you the truth, I was not afraid. He walked in uniform, with all the parade. Only German automatic. Well. Consider walking openly. He went into the villages to shave, he wanted to accept death proudly. Whatever you say, I did not hope to stay alive. In this manner I left for Oskol. Once, on the Grachi farm, chance brought me to a girl. Yes. That's how it was, I decided to spend the night. Gardens, corn went to the very outskirts, I look. By this time, I began to guess by scent which courtyard to enter, where to knock. It was in the evening, the dawn was fading. A girl came out onto the porch. Well, what kind of girl? Bride. I look at her, it even became scary, there will be hunters for such and such. Well, I think, girl, how will your fate work out somehow? And the girl looks to the east. Then she began to cross. Do you believe? Turned over in me. It seems that he gave everything, if only her wishes would come true. She says something, says, and tears come from her eyes. Then I made out, Andriashenka, Andrei, she called her brother or dear. I came out of the corn and said, don't be scared, my dear. Mine. I didn't think, I didn't guess, she threw herself on my neck, comrade, comrade. Ignatiev took a breath, looked around at the silent soldiers. Koblov said. We spent the night in Grachi then. I remember that battalion commander Verigin spent the whole night sitting on the porch with the hostess. Exactly, said Ignatiev. He vigorously turned his head, as if calling for witnesses, and suddenly shouted loudly and enthusiastically, waved his big hands, she. By God, she is. She told everything, how you asked for an overnight stay, and how you talked all night with the battalion commander. And some fighter, such a big, hefty one, came up and said, you should fall asleep, comrade battalion commander. I came up, Koblov said quietly. Please tell me. And I said these very words. Everything converges. Here. Ignatiev laughed gleefully. And Verigin, and her name is Andrei, she said. Such a black-haired woman, she looks like a gypsy. That's right, said Koblov. This is Nura. Well, yes. So dark, her voice is like that of a Gulyushka. Right word. Ignatiev fell silent, as if frightened by his delight. But it was quiet. The Germans seemed to take their time, so that only Ignatiev had time to tell. It was in Rooks that I learned that you had come. 78th Division. Ignatiev extended his hand, took a cigarette but from someone, greedily took a sip of tobacco smoke. Believe me, my brothers, I didn't sleep all night. There is no sleep, even if you gouge your eyes. And in the morning, a little light, Nura got together with me. I tell her, are you crazy? I don't even know where I'm going. She doesn't even want to listen, I'm going, that's all. And in the Red Army, he says, it's not the case, not today, tomorrow they will catch. She dressed me in my father's, gave me the documents that were left of him. Everything had to fit. Even the sleeves were on me. Whatever the clothes, the sleeves are short for me. And here, just right, which means they are going on the road. Well, as there is a father and daughter. They invented a folding story, the documents are authentic. I sewed up my military documents in my funeral. No matter how dissuaded to go, in any. Let's get, he says, to our own, I will definitely find Andrew. If I know the division number, I'll find it. After all, this is what it is, the father is at war, 2 brothers, the mother buried, and went to look for a stranger. What is it like? The girls are freaky, someone said. And what, really, about our battalion commander? I don't know, said Ignatiev, only everything fits together. Next, Koblov hurried. Mikhail Agarkov, who was listening to Ignatiev without uttering a word, asked. She is alive. Nura something. Ignatiev laughed widely and joyfully, alive. She is in Krasnaya Sloboda. I think so, my brothers, not a girl, a wonderful marvel. And Koblov laughed. Apparently, he was fine now. Here is my whole story, said Ignatiev. We have been following the front for a whole month. At the village of Kazanskaya, they crossed the Don by swimming. It was at night, they shot at us a little. But God had mercy, nothing. They traveled with her to Kamyshin, from there with a marching company to Dubovka, and there across the Volga. Left bank to Krasnaya Sloboda. Nura, where a step, where a coward from the side of the road. She did not lag behind the place. She took me to the crossing. The girls are crazy, the same voice repeated. But there was no more laughter. She's not crazy, she's true, Ignatiev immediately responded. The letter asked me to hand over her scarf. The one that was on it then. When they met, they met. This is in case I meet Captain Verigin. Well, someone sighed, war is war. Captain Verigin received you on the shore, said Agarkov. How do you? Ignatiev gasped. Yeah. Not today, tomorrow you will tell yourself. On the same day, Anisimov shouted into the telephone receiver. Comrade Battalion Commander. Comrade Battalion. Your wife is in Krasnaya Sloboda. All for sure. Fighter Ignatiev told. Captain Verigin did not know Ignatiev, some kind of absurdity about his wife. He sent Anisimov to his fucking mother, strictly ordered to call only on business. Mikhail Agarkov, when he climbed to the phone with a report, did not say anything. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow they will connect, then. Thought, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But the day has passed. And another day. And one more thing. The Germans destroyed the top floor. Ignatiev and Dobrynin moved to the basement. The dead Germans were carried to one wall, their own began to be piled up to another. The wounded asked for water, there was no water. The Germans attacked from dawn to dusk. They crawled from the nearby ruins, approached. Then they rose to height, poured from machine guns, rushed to the breaches. Ignatiev fired in short bursts. Kostya saw how his shoulders trembled, how his lips moved silently. Ignatiev. It turns out that, together with Koblov, he carried his father in his arms. Koblov, Agarkov, Likarev. In moments of calm, Semyon Koblov crunched spent cartridges with his boots, moved from one to another, repeating the same thing. "Hold on, guys, ours will take." Ignatiev pushed Kostya in the side, held out a pouch. "Smoke." He lit a cigarette, repeated the words of Koblov. "Ours will take." Ignatiev agreed calmly. "We live." He did not complain, did not annoy and did not swear. It seems that he was firmly convinced that the worst was left behind, he survived the worst, stepped over, he ended up in his unit, under the command of his commanders. What else can a soldier want? Are they surrounded by? Ha ha. Is that the environment? There is bread, there are cartridges, they are calling from the battalion. I shot, repulsed the attack, rest on your health. There would you. Ignatiev mentally sent someone back to the terrible, incomprehensible beginning of the war for many, when there was no connection, no cartridges, no bread, when they kept only faith and hope. Yes, 1,000 versts would have gone behind the front. And now, what? Now you can fight. Well, they'll sit in the basement for a week. We live, he said calmly. So you can fight. Ignatiev was really pleased, almost happy. It's no joke, after everything you've experienced, to be back in your battalion, next to Koblov. And the division commander. Then Colonel Dobrynin was shell-shocked, but now he finds out, he will visit, and say a word, and mark, you see, to be honest, such a little thought also came, it will mark. And it will not be ashamed to write home. For a long time, about 3 weeks ago, Ignatiev could write home. But something stopped me, prevented me from reporting myself. Since May, he disappeared, maybe they received a funeral. Now they have cried, they were grieving. And suddenly, here you are, alive and well. It is, of course, a great happiness to his wife and children. Ignatiev knows how good it will be, how they will shout with joy. And he really wants everything to be just like that, so that all this happens sooner. However, he did not write. They will receive a letter at home. On the same day, the neighbors will recognize it, the whole village will recognize it. Here you are, they will say, remembered. Rumors and gossip will begin. Thought about it, didn't tell home. And now, when he returned, he landed in his unit, a thought sunk into his soul. Not ambition, not a desire to excel spoke in him, but a desire to justify himself. It also happens like this. You don't put a sham on your soul, but you have to make excuses. But the worst is left behind. That is why he was calm and confident. Calmly, in cold blood, he shot the attackers, ate his daily ration, waited for a cigarette butt. The basement seemed to him quite reliable, the situation, the most ordinary. Only Kostya disturbed him. After all, this is necessary, the son of the division commander. Grab, something will happen. But how to save it? I knew, I would have blocked it. Yes, just guess that moment. Ignatiev, like everyone else, is waiting, he would rather connect. I would like to look with one eye at the division commander and hand the letter to Captain Verigin. It would be possible, of course, to send a letter with a messenger that every day scurries back and forth through the tunnel, but either it falls into hands or it doesn't fall. It's better to wait a day or two, it will be more likely. Thought it was a day or two. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov crawled to the phone every night to demand and swear. The last time I ran into the regiment commander, returned, do not approach, they ordered to fight, and not to make speeches. At dawn they took a prisoner, a small, skinny corporal. He spoke inconsistently, began to draw with his finger on his own palm. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov guessed to tear out a sheet from the notebook, gave a pencil. Well, what is there? The German drew a squiggle and wrote Wolga. I drew a long bold line. Yep, front line. I quickly drew a few squares, put a cross on one of them. This is the house they are in now, so what? The corporal spoke, murmured quickly, drew another line on the paper, already behind the house with a cross. And what's that? The German kept talking and talking. And through every word, General von Sedlitz, General von Sedlitz. Kostya Dobrynin said. It looks like a second line of defense is being created in this area. So ordered General von Sedlitz. Oh yeah. I understood, the corporal nodded. This is a no-ein chance. Oh yes we are. Mikhail Agarkov laughed happily. Not anywhere else, this area is where they fear the most. And crawled to the phone. But I did not have time to talk, a heavy shell hit, turned the earth and stones, destroyed, filled up the tunnel. And the box, which was defended by Shorin, Anisimov and Likarev, was no longer needed. Mikhail Agarkov ordered to leave the position, move to the basement. Nights and days dragged on endlessly, and there were fewer and fewer fighters left. Now there were 7. It was night. The dark cellar, riddled with icy drafts, became echoing, it seemed abandoned, empty, only a kerosene oil lamp burned in the corner, did not go out, and for some reason Mikhail Agarkov's voice called names. Nobody answered him. In the evening they were divided, each was given 2 grenades and 3 dozen rounds of ammunition. There was 1 tape left for 2 machine guns. Shorin, wounded in the chest, did not regain consciousness for the 3rd day, indistinctly, barely audibly asked for water. There was no water. And there was no bread. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov called out names. 10 or 15 minutes passed. Maybe half an hour. And Agarkov began to call out again. As if the main thing was to inform that he himself was alive. To be heard. They still occupied all-round defense. Just fight back, what? Kostya Dobrynin was also wounded, lying near the wall, under the embrasure. He was chilled. The thigh was burning, as if burned with fire. He was thirsty, but he knew there was not a sip of water. It was because of this very water that they hit him. In the evening, at twilight, I climbed out to collect and push snow into the bowler hat. To melt over a smokehouse. It was then that they caught him. The wound seems to be harmless, in the pulp. Tightened, bandaged. Yes, while he was healing, he lost a lot of blood. Now he was thrown into the heat, then into the cold, his leg hurt from the groin to the foot, he couldn't move it. Weakness, drowsiness overcame, strange visions crowded, the Volga flows fiery, red. And across it is a white bridge. The cold burns the hands and face, the frost squeezes the head tightly, and the Volga still does not become, it flows. And red for some reason, as if poured into her caustic dye. And the bridge across the Volga is not simple, it is icy. This is necessary. Grandfather Stepan is walking along the bridge, in an overcoat, in a grey hat. But no, not Grandfather Stepan. This is the father. Because of the Volga, it's coming. But now there is no bridge, the father is walking on red ice. There are general stripes on the trousers. The ice begins to break and crack with deafening noise, as if there is a war going on. What kind of war? Kostya sees the grey openings of the basement windows, sees the narrow slit of the loophole. Upstairs, to the side, it is torn and broken, you can hear how they are running, machine gun bursts are twisting into an iron ball. The roar makes Kostya ache in his temples. He sees how dazzling flashes burst into the window openings, sees Ignativ's unshaven face. Ours. Ignativ says. Ours. There is hope in his voice. But just what? And yesterday it was like this, and the day before yesterday. Ours. Ignativ repeats. His voice is somehow strange, as if he decided to take the last step. What are you, Ignativ? What are you talking about? Kostya asks. I won't give myself up alive. And how are you? Are you able to? I can shoot, Kostya says and tries to get up. I can. That's it, give me grenades. Keep the parabellum for yourself. Kostya understands. Well, everything is correct. I will now report to the company commander and Koblov. Like, so and so. At night, the Nazis may not go, but at dawn they will. We don't have a chance. So, they say, and so, Dobrynin and I decided. Take the grenades, Kostya says. Outside rumbles and breaks. Something collapses, and machine guns whip non-stop. It was like that yesterday, and the day before yesterday. No, it wasn't like that after all. What is it today? Take it, Kostya repeats. The head is clear and sober, there is neither timidity nor regret. Just to see my father. How long until dawn? An hour, 2. The thought does not come to him that he has an hour or 2 left to live, that he will lie cold, dead. He just does not want that the Nazis will come to the basement, begin to paw, rummage through his pockets. He just doesn't want that. Everything else happens every day. If he could get up, he could still shoot. Nothing, Ignatiev says, cracked, brittle. We will show them. In the end, we are still stumbling. I'll get up, he says. Kostya, as if ordering himself. I'll get up. We just need to report to Agarkov and political instructor Koblov. They came by themselves. It was noticeable, in a hurry. And Anisimov with them. Likarev came up, greedily finished smoking his cigarette. Well, said Semyon Koblov. Let's consult. We have decided, Ignatiev said. Dobrynin and I will not give ourselves up alive. Yes, Koblov agreed. And he repeated, let's consult. Anisimov will go to ours. In vain, said Ignatiev. The battle formations are dense, it will not slip through. And then it will do its job. Likarev touched his bandaged head. I think let him go. Maybe he'll get lucky. At least he'll tell you everything. Yes, breathed Koblov. That's how we are with the company commander. The battle boiled more and more abruptly, spread. From afar, from behind the Volga, a heavy projectile flew in, hit very close. Both yesterday and the day before. Ignatiev, give me the letter, said Anisimov. With God's help, I'll get there. For sure, the battalion commander in his own hands. No, said Ignatiev. You have little chance, let it stay with me. Ordered to hand it over. Well, Anisimov hurried on. All for sure. So, he went, he stopped, finished hastily, if you get some water, give Shorin a drink, he paused, added, he must die. Go, said Agarkov. Tell the battalion commander Verigin, hold on to the end. And immediately there was no one around. Only rumbles, rolls the fight. Only a grenade and a few rounds of ammunition. Fiery flashes illuminate Mikhail Agarkov. At these moments he seems even taller, broader in the shoulders. He imagines that he, Senior Lieutenant Agarkov, props up the basement vaults with his shoulders, does not allow them to collapse, fall. And Koblov. Semyon Koblov is standing nearby. He says something to Agarkov. What is he talking about? Ignatiev thinks, Semyon is a hard man. To put such substitutes for faith. Forever there will be no wear and tear. Kostya called, asked. Pick me up. Why? Ignatiev got scared. He got down on his knees, bent down. Why? You lie down. If you touch a wound, it will bleed. And so it came out of you, horror. Pick it up, repeated Kostya. Let's try and see how it goes. I can or I can't. To know. The battle began to fade away, the floor underfoot no longer staggered, did not tremble, only machine guns gnawed at each other, they could not stop. That's how it was yesterday, Ignatiev said sadly. Pick it up, repeated Kostya. Looks like it's starting to dawn. Ignatiev saw the familiar ruins 100 paces away, corpses swept by snow. He saw how the snow was pulling, climbing a hillock, crumbling into the smallest dust. Understood, dawn. He lightly touched Kostya on the shoulder. Will Anisimov come or won't he? Close, desperate, as if with an iron rod on iron spokes, a machine gun burst cut. And the voice of Mikhail Agarkov rumbled, rolled from end to end in the basement. Get ready. Kostya got up on all fours. In the soul, in the very heart pushed painfully, there is no one to prepare. He no longer thought about himself or his father. He forgot about Anisimov. I just wanted to get to my feet, reach for the machine gun. Get ready. And the voice of Ignatiev. There they are, you bastards. Kostya saw, gray snow and gray people. They run, they get closer. They disappear for a moment, as if falling into the snow, and rise again, closer and closer. In the basement, single shots burst loudly. They seem powerless, orphaned. Kostya takes aim, but something interferes with him, blurs his eyes, treacherously pushes him under the elbow. He is in a hurry, in a hurry. He knows, he must hurry. Shot, another shot. But where does he shoot? He doesn't see who he's shooting at. Kostya pulls the trigger and for some reason does not hear his shot. Again I saw, the Nazis rose, grew close, densely. And the voice of Ignatiev. Let's remember our parents. Hit, Zygonal machine gun. 1, 2, 3, Kostya counted for some reason. Half of the tape. After all, only half of the tape. And you? Why doesn't he shoot himself? I realized that I fell in lies. With a weak hand, he pulled a parabellum out of his pocket. Here you go. There was a heavy explosion. There was a moment, Kostya felt the earthen floor, bitterness in his mouth. The Ignatiev machine gun fell silent. Only machine guns. And screams, clatter. Go ahead. Forward. Someone's boots stomped past, someone stopped, breathing heavily and driven, and it seemed to Kostya that this person would immediately fall next to him, because he also had no strength. What's this? Kostya still did not understand, did not realize, but for some reason he felt light and thoughtless, he just wanted to hear the command again. The clatter, screams, the crackling of automatic weapons and explosions of hand grenades subsided, fell down. Kostya, not believing himself, asked. What is it, ours? The man who was choking nearby, suddenly shouted. Agarkov. Misha, damn you, you parasite. And someone's bossy, stern voice. Hold the flanks, battalion commander. Kostya wants to get up, wants to ask. But he can't. Comrade battalion commander. Comrade battalion. And this is Ignatiev. Ran to catch up. But then he returned, breathing right into his face. Thank God, thank God. Can you hold on to me? Well, come on, he put his hands under his armpits, raised him to his feet, with a hand behind his neck. So, Kostya seemed to have stepped over. For some reason, there is no ground under their feet. Ignatiev pulled his hand towards him, picked it up and carried it. At the exit, on the basement stairs littered with stones, Kostya was picked up by someone else's arms. Ignatiev felt that it became easier to go. He squinted, looked over his shoulder. Koblov? No, some stranger. Soldiers with submachine guns and rifles were running towards them, and they were all passing by. Ignatiev only wanted to leave, take Kostya away. Report and return. The Germans threw mines. They were torn rarely, here and there, as if for warning. Ignatiev carried Kostya bent over, he saw only a stitch. Someone's gray felt boots stopped nearby. Heard a loud, alarming exclamation. Comrade commander. Valenki ran away and returned again. Comrade commander. Someone's strong hands grabbed Kostya. Ignatiev straightened up, saw that people were coming towards them, people were hurrying, and among them was tall, in a hat. God. Shoulders, eyebrows, eyes. Commander Dobrynin, nearby quietly asked. Alive? Dobrynin fell to his son. Kozia. And all around became quiet. So quiet that Ignatiev got scared. As if the inanimate came together, as if the dead. Whoa! The voice rushed desperately, full of fear and hope. Son! Ignatiev saw a bloodless face, a dark fluff on the upper lip and motionless eyes. Colonel Dobrynin embraced and hugged his son. Kozia. Ignatiev fell to his knees. He's alive. I just talked to him. He's alive, alive. Someone lifted Ignatiev, took him aside. He turned his head back, not agreeing and not believing. I wanted to look once more at Kostya's face, but I saw only the black, gray-haired back of Ivan Stepanovich's head. I saw how his shoulders shuddered and moved. No, no. Chapter 12. The headquarters of the German Sixth Army lived in a feverish rush. Messengers, adjutants, messengers and messengers came in and out. The commander personally gave orders and orders. General Goth went to Stalingrad. The Kotelnikovo station was on everyone's lips. Gotha was spoken of as a savior angel. Already halfway through. Another 2 or 3 days. The counter-strike of the Sixth Army will complete the success. The order will arrive from hour to hour. In a radio conversation, Field Marshal von Manstein expressed confidence that the order would not be late. What if, against all odds, there is no order? Paulus drives away doubt, but it stubbornly returns, swells and grows heavier, persistently demands a place. What if? The need for a counter-strike is so obvious that the commander of the army group will not stop and take responsibility. But if you rely on Manstein, wouldn't it be easier on your own? The heat instantly overwhelms, and the legs become cold. Paulus lights up a new cigarette, swallows tobacco smoke, gets up from the table and sits down again. No more doubts. Away. And why doubt? It is clear to everyone, the army must be withdrawn. Necessary. To strengthen and stabilize the front along the Chur and thus enable the armies to withdraw from the Caucasus. Relentless, iron logic for hitting against Goth, leaving Stalingrad. The same logic requires leaving the Caucasus. She dictates to curtail the war. To leave Stalingrad means to come to terms with defeat already now. Paulus catches himself thinking that Hitler, giving the order to leave Stalingrad, must now admit his defeat. He won't give up, he won't order. To avoid hurting yourself. Destroy 300,000, just not to drop. Paulus drove a great doubt. Now, when General Hoth's tanks were 45 kilometers away, he wanted to believe and hope. In large and small staffs, cast iron stoves, temporaries burned hotly, clerks burned documents. The soldiers in the trenches were fitting new footcloths. General von Seydlitz was shaking things out of suitcases that had hitherto been needed, throwing books and linen, letters and souvenirs into a corner. To hell. Nothing extra. He shouted. Nothing. Only food and weapons. You hear? I order. Through the frosty night, horse teams, motor vehicles and field kitchens, tanks and tractors moved along all roads. All to Karpovka, to Karpovka. For a breakthrough. The commander's armored all-terrain vehicle was refueled, the drivers were fed hot stew. The order could come any minute. Only Paulus admitted that in Berlin they would not give the order. Yes, even Colonel Surovtsev. He hunched over the map with the operational situation. Without looking up, he twisted the goat's leg out of the newspaper. In order not to obscure the map, not to interfere with himself, he removed his hands. The fingers did their usual work quickly and deftly. The head with a wax forehead and long bald patches bowed to the shoulder. Do they want to withdraw the army or pour fresh forces into it, restore the previous situation? According to the meager information that reached the army headquarters, the Debrecen Goth grouping consisted of more than 500 tanks and self-propelled guns. Our troops were retreating with battles. It just became known that the 2nd Guards Army, fully equipped and reinforced, was advancing to the breakthrough area. But will he or won't he? Of course, the weakened parts of the Stalingrad front will not be able to resist the steel divisions of Hoth for a long time. The army of General Malinovsky must be in time. Hope only for her. The divisions that are blocking the German Sixth Army by their actions deprive Paulus of freedom of maneuver. They will make it difficult, prevent a counterstrike from the cauldron. But the main role belongs, of course, to the 2nd Guards Army. Will it succeed or won't it? But, oddly enough, Colonel Surovtsev was not only interested in this. He wanted to understand the views, the mood, the way of thinking, in order to predict the further course of the war. Now General Goth is advancing on Stalingrad in order to release. Do they want to withdraw the 6th Army or restore the previous situation? The question seemed ridiculous. That is why he must not be standing in front of the 6th Army Command. In the cauldron they do not think of restoring anything, the task is reduced to breaking out of the encirclement. Berlin probably thinks differently. Either they have enough strength and they hope to restore the situation, or they will make an attempt with unsuitable means, out of habit underestimating the Russian forces. Colonel Surovtsev understood how small his personal role was in the course of the war. Nothing would happen and nothing would happen whether he understood or did not understand. The strategy of war is not determined at the headquarters of the army. Even the General Staff and the headquarters of the Supreme High Command in their decisions often proceed not from the way they think and would like to, but from the way circumstances dictate. However, they can be influenced. Depending on how they influence, they begin to influence directly the course of the war, for good or bad. In order to properly lead, command, one must be able to understand the enemy. And not only the enemy, but also allies. It is necessary to know the position of neutral states, their potentialities, the likes and dislikes of the ruling parties, and much more about which the military men who command and seem to direct the war have not the slightest idea. Surovtsev understood that the correctness or fallacy of his own conclusions would not affect the events near Stalingrad, and even more so, the further course of the war, but out of habit, which became his nature, he sought to understand the enemy, unravel the course of other people's thoughts, and guess the actions of the Germans in the coming period. To make the most correct decision. It was immeasurably more difficult for him than at the top, because he had only army data at hand, he could rely only on his instinct, on his intuition. But perhaps it was precisely this circumstance that made me think especially intensely and sharply, notice details that are usually not seen in the abundance of the most diverse materials and information, but which, if you look closely at them, try by touch, most likely determine the essence of the matter. Colonel Surovtsev smoked goat's leg lazily, forgetfully, tastelessly, screwed up his eyes, tried to understand Hitler. Of course, an outstanding personality, one must have considerable abilities in order to become a chancellor and commander-in-chief. But who just did not get to power? And it ended with a gallows, a chopping block or dark infamy. Hitler understands. It follows from this, he will do everything to delay, postpone death. His actions will cover the name of Germany. Surovtsev snorted with restraint, chuckled at his own thoughts. Has the argument gone too far? By no means. He got up, thin, frail, angry. I went up to a large, almost the entire wall, map. I applied the situation daily and personally. Here it is, the front, stretched bloodily and terribly from the Baltic Sea to Stalingrad, to the foothills of the Caucasus, to the very Black Sea. He, Surovtsev, is where, he indicated to himself. As if he found a foothold and now it remains to turn over, Stalingrad. General Goth is advancing from Kotelnikovo along the railroad. Like this. Are they plotting to restore the situation with Goth's divisions? Don't they see, don't notice Goth, Manstein, Hitler, the threat that is already now being identified on the left flank of the Debrecen group? The Western and Kalinin fronts went on the offensive against the German troops occupying the Rusev salient. The transfer of troops from the Army Group Center to the south, near Stalingrad, is excluded. This day. And what is the date today? 16th. And, as if it were extremely important, as if he had found what he was looking for, he coughed, yeah. Today the troops of the southwestern and Voronezh fronts began the offensive. Undoubtedly, the purpose of the offensive is to defeat the enemy in the region of the Middle Don. If successful, our troops will go to the rear of the Tormesin group. Can't they see, can't they understand? Colonel Surovtsev looked up from the map and retreated. He did not yet know the changes in the operational situation, but the breadth of hostilities spoke of great opportunities. The Hitlerite command needs to create a front along the Seversky Donets. Army Group A must be immediately withdrawn from the Caucasus. Under these conditions, Gotha's Debrecen grouping is only able to break through the corridor and help the 6th Army break out. This is quite logical. Strategically justified. Now the moment has come when the 6th Army must rush to meet them. But why is she slow? Probably waiting for orders. So why is there no such command? Colonel Surovtsev threw his hands behind his back, paced the room from corner to corner with hasty steps, and again stopped in front of the map. He said hurriedly, as if he were urging himself on. They won't give orders. They won't allow it. Subconsciously, he was ready for such a conclusion, and yet the words sounded unexpected, seemed absurd and unnatural. If the Sixth Army began to hold its positions, it would die. However, Hitler will go for it. In order not to drop the political prestige. But not to let the army die is also a prestige. Ha! Is the army expensive? The thought flashed, darted and disappeared. The thought was terrible. I remembered, quickly glanced at my watch, 10:30. In recent days, the commander comes to see him at exactly 11. The door swung open, bending his head low, the commander entered. He straightened up and threw his gloves on the table. Grigory Ilyich. Colonel Surovtsev stood short, gray-haired, stern. The Volga has become Grigory Ilyich. Get dressed. Surovtsev stepped forward. When? Just now. Stands, mother, quiet, meek. They are already testing the ice. We must immediately pull the connection to the left bank. Make arrangements. To wishing fighters. From the locals. Well, let's go, let's go. General Zerdin is still the same impatient, strict, elongated, like a pole. Heard firmament, Colonel Surovtsev thought without any connection. He conveyed the order of the commander and, putting on a short fur coat, asked. Mikhail Grigorievich. Could you be Hitler? For a few minutes. General Zerdin took the gloves from the table, held them, then dropped them again. He shook his head. Didn't you hear right? No, I didn't misheard. Eyebrows slowly crept up. But the face did not become angry. Surovtsev noticed a smile flickering in his eyes. There was kindness in that smile. To be Hitler? Why? Please. Especially for a few minutes, and, thinking either over these words, or about something of his own, he coughed. Do you want to check your thoughts? I want to check it out, Surovtsev said quietly. He buttoned up and, feeling awkward, as if the commander grabbed his hand and caught him, hastily searched in his pockets. According to the logic of things, according to the way the circumstances develop, Paulus should strike towards Gotha. But Paulus hesitates. Probably waiting for orders. Hitler is also slow. So why are you delaying? Why don't you give the order? Let the cat be a fool, General Zerdin chuckled. Let Manstein give this order. He sees a direct need, let him order. Oh, he doesn't order. Then, Paulus. He has a duty to the soldiers, let him take responsibility for himself. General Zerdin suddenly laughed. This is how your humble servant thinks about Hitler. So, the unauthorized person will be judged by a military tribunal. It was he who ordered to leave Stalingrad. Of course, Hitler does not want to lose the army. Better to lose one general. Whatever talented, devoted general, it is better to lose him than the army or your own prestige. They were silent. Surovtsev said. Neither Manstein nor Paulus will fall for this. Zerdin agreed. They don't bite. Because your own skin is more expensive. And when the time comes for the results and political maxims, they will be portrayed as heroes. He straightened his glove, hurried. Let's go, let's go. It is not good to remain Hitler any longer. Yes. Grigory Ilyich, call Dobrynin, call him to the shore. Thank God the son survived. You know, I rejoice as if it were my own happiness. Dobrynin already knew that the Volga had become, he got a call from the 313th. Combat Veregin. Something happened to the first one, talking, hurrying, almost begging. He asks to be allowed to go to the left bank of the messenger. He says that his wife is in Krasnaya Sloboda. Did the battalion commander get mad or something? Dobrynin knows for sure, Veregin is not married. And that one no, the wife. The messenger will hand over the letter, the same day, back. A local guy, from fishermen, he had to walk on the first ice. Here are those times, the battalion commander Verigin has a wife. Well, great. And the Volga became, and Kostya is alive, they made it in time, they poured blood. Kostya spoke. He asks about Ignativ. This is necessary, Ignativ. From Zertin call, hurry. They ask if there is a suitable person to be a conductor, they will pull a telephone across the Volga. So Verejinsky connected by the way. Dobrynin goes ashore along the same stitch as a week and a half ago. And Zabalin with him, as then. Goes behind, almost track to track. Before going down to the shore we stop to smoke. On the slope, as then, fighters with shovels. They must have seen two in hats, they stopped, moved aside, into the snow. Just like then. One said. Now what? Now let's live. Zabalin touched Ivan Stepanovich on the shoulder. Everyone is well, everyone is happy, but I have some kind of dirty thing in my soul. Waiting for something and there seems to be nowhere to wait, nothing, but I'm waiting. It's like I committed a crime on my own, and now I'm waiting for retribution. And you have a drink, Ivan Stepanovich advised innocently. It happens, it helps. I tried, Zabalin admitted with a sigh. Vodka is still not a remedy. And you still have a drink. At different stages, so to speak, vodka acts differently. The main thing, in my opinion, is that you are missing a loved one. You are a good man, you can't say anything, but the commissar is very bookish. Is that how it is? You are very correct. It's only in the books the commissars, without a hitch. At least write icons from them. Ah. Being correct is my main concern, Zabalin said. I don't lie. Only in recent days, the thought has come more and more often that my correctness is not so correct. There is Captain Verigin or Senior Lieutenant Agarkov. They will drink vodka and send it under such a mother. And they rise to meet death first. Alvon Koblov. Do you know why this is? They don't try to be right. It's just that they are. That's right, Zabalin agreed. I am doing my best. Before that, I seem to be succeeding. And now it's bad in my soul, I'm waiting for some kind of peace sentence. From day to day. Honestly. As if judgment is coming. Dobrynin was silent. Then he asked. No news from your wife? I think about her all the time, Zabalin admitted. You understand, do we analyze the situation, do we make a serious decision, do we go to the regiment, to the battalion, to the R company, it is all the time before our eyes. I see in a dream. Like in reality. The thought comes that people get mad like this way. Intellectual, said Dobrynin. The most notorious intellectual. War and that cannot weather out of you. Not that, said Zabalin. We went down, under the Yar. The whole shore stirred, murmured with cheerful voices. A large bonfire was burning under the Kratoyer, someone was rummaging around, searching near him with a pocket torch, someone was offering rage in the voice of a bazaar barker. I'm giving away my underpants for a loaf. And the Volga is clean and white. Quiet and white. It looks like they spread a tablecloth from one bank to another, waved it. From the fast ice they shout in astonishment and joy. Brothers, Kryga. Across the Volga. On a sleigh you can. The fighters jump over the fast ice, diligently stomp, beat with their heels, they try the ice. One planted a pawn. Hey! At least drive a car on it. And the frost leads the cheekbones to the side. Must be over 20. Near the fire, a short, nimble fighter in a sweatshirt, girded with a wide belt, turns his head from side to side. Hey, signalmen, come here. I'm going ahead. The fighter holds the hook across. You see, I had to understand. Probably, this is the Verejinsky liaison. The left bank is repulsed by blackness. Gun flashes instantly draw a broken line of the floodplain forest, raise, throw back the sky, then go out, settle into darkness. The shells fly high, lazily burr indistinct and soulless. There is laughter near the fire, signalmen run to wind up the wire. Two fell off, through the bay of tow lines to the ground, rushed back at a run, apparently, for a new burden. Grishka Semen, who was walking as a guide, was surrounded by a tight group. There they argued loudly, vying with each other. Someone waved their hands. Ordered to go, will go. And if it itches, do not knit. So that. And Grishka's voice. Courage, guys, I'm going ahead. Two fighters through another bay of tow line, to the fast ice itself, 1 by 1, 2 by 2 were in a hurry, carrying undercarriages. And an angry commanding voice shouted. Longevity. To whom it is said, longevity. Colonel Zabalin touched Dobrynin by the sleeve. Why is this? Throw a light bridge. So that, therefore, the ice does not interfere. Understand? Prepare the road. The coast was in a hurry, as if people had decided to do everything, to be in time on that night, at that very hour. 200 guns were beating behind the Volga, upstairs, behind the crest of a steep ridge, then huddled together, then stretched out along the front, and the automatic skirmish thinned out. But no one, it seems not a single person on the shore, paid any attention to this, as if there was no longer an enemy 500 paces away, as if everything was being decided right here, on the shore. Colonel Dobrynin saw a group of people and decided that the commander was there. One of them separated from the group and walked at a quick pace towards Dobrynin. Getting closer. Well, yes, the adjutant of the commander, Major Sobolevsky. Colonel Dobrynin suddenly saw, guessed Zerdin, and Surovtsev, and the head of the rear of the army, Lieutenant Colonel Strumolin. Why is Strumolin on this shore? Well, he's been here for a long time. The commander's adjutant stopped, raised his hand. Comrade Guards Colonel, Dobrynin asked. What is the commander? Adjutants, it seems, are adjutants because they know how to understand their own and someone else's boss from a single intonation, to guess the mood and desire. Major Sobolevsky realized that the division commander today was softer than usual, and that he was in a good mood about the commander, that today, perhaps, they would drink tea and he would tell a fresh anecdote that the chief finance officer had brought from the left bank 2 weeks ago. Major Sobolevsky determined and decided all this at that moment, in that pause that was required to answer Colonel Dobrynin. Seems to be a little overdone. Colonel Dobrynin asked a second time. What is the commander? But the adjutant was not at all to blame. Because the question concerned the commander personally, Sobolevsky had the right to delay his answer. Colonel Dobrynin must understand. Of course he understands. And he hurried, asked again from a good mood, because he feels, the commander is also in a good mood. And the fact that the pause was delayed, Colonel Dobrynin most likely did not notice. Major Sobolevsky saluted again, answered quietly, cheerfully. The commander is joking today, comrade divisional commander. Well, Dobrynin agreed. It's not often that you hear General Zerdin joking. As if calling for witnesses, he took Zabalin by the arm, looked at his feet, looked for a stitch with his eyes. But the snow was trampled all around, no stitches. Major Sobolevsky instantly decided that now he had to walk alongside. Not in front, not behind, just beside. Dobrynin glanced sideways at the adjutant and concluded that the commander was really in a good mood. I thought that today something important and good will certainly happen. And Major Sobolevsky, as if confirming, said hastily and confidentially. You know, I have prepared a magnificent anecdote. Another 2 weeks ago. Do you understand? Not a single person. Well, Ivan Stepanovich agreed approvingly. You see, 3 officers, American, German and ours, Soviet, tell each other what they will do, how they will live after the war. Great! Ivan Stepanovich knew Major Sobolevsky well. He was always cheerful, rosy-cheeked, looked very young, kept good cigarettes, sweets and a fresh anecdote in reserve. For some reason it seemed to Dobrynin that Sobolevsky had been a major all his life and that he was neither older or younger, no, even the most critical situation could affect him, calm down, upset. And today, of course. Today, God himself orders to be loud and cheerful. All of a sudden everything seemed unusual to Colonel Dobrynin, the noisy, joyful shore, and the severe frost, which took his breath away, and Major Sobolevsky, and the commander, who was joking. It seemed to him that today there would be a good conversation, and tea, and something else, about which, probably, you will not guess. He let go of Zablin's hand and walked with a quick, wide step. "Comrade Commander," Jerdon said. "Ivan, listen to me." "No, you just listen. After all, it has become." But instead of listening, everyone who surrounded General Zerdin spoke, hurried up, as if they were delighted with the voice, the tone of their commander. "Birth repeat. Just listen. And tomorrow. Imagine what will happen tomorrow." "Tomorrow there may be fresh divisions," said Dobrynin. "Crazy fellow," Zerdin laughed. "They won't give us a single regiment. But tomorrow there will be cabbage soup. Understand? The soldiers will eat cabbage soup. We forgot, we don't remember, but cabbage soup is meat, potatoes, cabbage, onions, tomatoes, bay leaves. No, you just forgot what cabbage soup is. Well, really, cabbage soup was eaten in the first days of May. Here," Zerdin said. "Letters will be brought to us, tomorrow evening we will have no shortage of ammunition." Dobrynin stubbornly. "But they will give us reinforcements, Comrade Commander." "Because." A steamship whistle flew from afar, deep, powerful, angry. He suddenly broke off and immediately jumped up, cut through the frosty night, frequented, demanded, fearing no one and nothing. "The Volga has stopped, and the ship is buzzing." It was strange, unusual, amazing. And the fires on the shore, and the words of the commander, everything seemed unusual, and most importantly, it did not disappear. The feeling settled firmly that all this was just the beginning, that now every day would be good. That it would become easier, the war would roll back, they believed even near Kharkov. And now we have set foot on the torn road, far, close, the path is right. General Zerdin looked at the quiet, dead Volga, and in those moments it was easy and calm for him, as it had not been for a long time. The army held out, the soldiers did the impossible, and tomorrow or the day after tomorrow they will breathe more freely. And what about Goth or Manstein? There, Colonel Surovtsev is already thinking about something else. They stood, looked at the Volga, believed and did not believe. Hurricane shelling and bombing, alarming, screaming horns, barges engulfed in fire. And people are on fire, in water. Dying people. Then slush, ice drift, rare, as if from another continent, boats that miraculously made their way. Is it all over? Frost intercepted the breath, burned the face, got to the middle. General Zerdin put his gloved hand to one ear, then to the other, and asked. "What time is it today?" Major Sobolevsky, although he was whispering with someone behind him, heard the commander, answered immediately. "At 22:00 it was 30, Comrade Commander." The ground rumbled. Good. Away, at the very fast ice, the soldiers were rallying logs, banging with axes, someone was squatting in a cold, hoarse voice. "Vasyukov, to you and Rasprotak. Where are the big staples?" "I ordered someone to big ones." A line of people stretched out onto the ice. She broke down, straightened up and moved off quickly, taking it in one direction, then in the other. The guide moved forward, stopped, shouted loudly. "Dare! Be brave!" You could see how he leaned on the hook, jumped. Probably, from ice floe to ice floe. Turned around and called. "Dare!" Jerdon said. "Well done." And he asked, "What is the surname?" Major Sobolevsky stepped forward. "Red Army Soldier Semin, Comrade Commander." Colonel Dobrynin was surprised. "Tell me please, he even knows that." He noted that in every movement of Sobolevsky there was liveliness, readiness, and at the same time something of his own showed through. He diligently concealed this peculiarity, but it was still felt, both in words, and in tone, and even in the way Sobolevsky breathed. Semen. How do you know? And Zerdin slipped his own. That's right, said Colonel Dobrynin. Red Army soldier Semen, liaison commander of the battalion commander Verygin. Incidentally, battalion commander Verygin's wife showed up in Krasnaya Sloboda. Whose wife? Captain Verygin's wife, comrade commander, and, anticipating a new question, hurried up, I was a bachelor for 22 years. And then bang, wife. Behind Dobrynin, someone laughed restrainedly. Major Sobolevsky sighed enviously. There are lucky people. General Zerdin, as if he decided that there was nothing more to do on the shore, they looked, that's enough, he raised his hand. I ask everyone to come to me, he turned his head in one direction, in the other, found Sobolevsky, look at me. Unlucky. I'll take it and tell everyone. Only I'm afraid they will ask, how do I keep such an adjutant? These words once again confirmed that General Zerdin was in a good mood, which is why he was joking and invited me to his place. And Sobolevsky was delighted, it seems, more than others. He did not even try to pretend that he was afraid of the words of the commander, he just laughed, quietly and politely. He agreed, unconditionally, resignedly, and thus, of course, deserved indulgence for his weaknesses. He laughed so that everyone might think, Major Sobolevsky deserves not condemnation, but encouragement. And the head of the rear laughed softly, agreed, Major Sobolevsky is a wonderful guy. And the chief of staff, Colonel Surovtsev, did not get angry, did not cough, did not hide his chin, and the commander of the 78th was accommodating today, did not object to anyone and did not demand. Deputy Political Officer Zabalin. Well, this one is always quiet, modest, intelligent. Excuse me, please. Everything is fine. The main thing is that no one even remembers when it was like this, so that easy words and lightness in the soul. Zerdin stopped. And again looked at the Volga. The soldier on the ice is no longer visible. Axes were bailing, clattering, someone was cursing merrily, coherently, a horse was neighing in a boisterous and inviting voice nearby, and the cannons on the left bank were still beating, did not stop, and the shells flew confidently and businesslike in the black heights. Well, they'll cross over, said Zerdin. And he turned to Dobrynin, what do you think? They will definitely pass, Ivan Stepanovich assured. And, as if it had happened, the most important thing was decided, General Zerdin hurried. Go. The commander's spacious dugout still smelled of fresh pine boards, the electricity still burned. But it was easier to breathe, the smell of pine was cheerful and invigorating, and the electric light seemed brighter, the faces were animated, everyone was talking and did not seem to listen to each other very much. Faces were red from the frost, no one sat down, everyone shifted, crowded, looked at Zerdin. So that the order of the commander would not be taken by surprise, Major Sobolevsky managed to look into the next room and give orders. Judging by the fact that the commander did not undress, did not take off his hat, he concluded, they would not stay long. And he ordered, it seems, correctly. But now the main thing was not in it. While we were standing on the shore, something happened that even he, Major Sobolevsky, could not foresee. He just received a radiogram. He read it and put it in his pocket. I was afraid to look at Colonel Surovtsev. How could I do all this? A prepared phrase, a good anecdote flew out of my head, as if there were none. How would it? Zerdin said. All one by one. Sobolevsky spun on his heels. Aha. But how, after all? Yes, he will give it to everyone. And to the commander separately, Lieutenant Andriashenko. The radiogram will be placed under the glass. And what will it look like, what will not he, not Sobolevsky, submit? No, everything will turn out right, Sobolevsky treats guests as a host. Lieutenant Andriashenko, after all, has something to do with the radiogram. Even if it doesn't have. All the same, it will add solemnity. He returned exactly 2 minutes later. With a tray. On it are glasses of vodka and a plate of smoked sausage. Cut into thin slices. Everyone was standing in the same poses as 2 minutes before, crowded, and only Zerdin a little further away, slowly and expectantly, took off his gloves. Sobolevsky looked, understood everything. The commander intended to drink with everyone and let him go. He was suddenly, in a boyish way, delighted that the commander did not know everything. He could be wrong. Today will be different. And it will be now. But suddenly he was afraid that maybe Lieutenant Andriushenko should not be sent, that he should not be served on a separate plate. But it was too late to change it. He said, "I beg." Someone grunted, someone frankly rubbed his palms and laughed. Everyone reached for the tray, took apart the glasses and turned to Zerdin. There were those moments of bewilderment, confusion, even fright, when no one had time to understand yet, but everyone felt that a mistake and trouble had occurred, when the shameful did not break through yet, but came very close, right up, with a burning question: why? The commander did not have enough glass. What's this? And Zerdin still did not understand, did not realize. But he stopped taking off his glove. He twitched his eyebrow. No one has been able to understand yet. It was at this moment that Lieutenant Andriushenko entered. His face was on fire, he held a plate in his outstretched arms. On it is paper and a glass of vodka. Everyone understood that there was no misunderstanding, no oversight. The point was not at all to submit to the commander separately. Lieutenant Andriushenko, clearly pressing his steps, went to Zerdin. And his eyes, filled with fear and delight, squinted to the side, at Colonel Surovtsev. It seemed that he did not care about anyone. There was only one Colonel Surovtsev. Silence reigned. Only the tight step of the lieutenant could be heard. Major Sobolevsky stood neither alive nor dead, and only when the commander took the glass and the radiogram, he seemed to come to his senses. He took a sip of air. He felt the blood rush to his face, instantly filling his legs and arms with heat. "My friends," Zerdin said. After a pause, he repeated more quietly, "My friends." His face was calm, stern as always, and only the paper in his hand was trembling for some reason. Yes, there was added brilliance in the look, as if a light, warm dewdrop had been dropped into the eyes. By the decision of the Council of People's Commissars, Grigory Ilyich Surovtsev was awarded the rank of Major General. A joyful conversation jumped up, everyone reached out to Surovtsev. Someone shouted, "Download the general." Surovtsev stood bewildered, the glass in his hand trembled, the vodka splashed. He did not see, did not notice this, craned his neck, looked at the commander, as if he wanted to make sure. "Grigory Ilyich." Zerdin stepped forward and raised his glass. Everyone clinked glasses, drank in one gulp and spoke loudly, vying with each other, not listening to each other, reached out to the chief of staff. Zerdin pushed someone away, pushed him away. He embraced Surovtsev and held him in his arms for a minute, as if he wanted to feel everything, to the last bone. Finally he let go, pulled away, said, "Thank you, Grigory Ilyich. Sometimes I think that without you I would not be able to work." Surovtsev looked at the commander with tired eyes. "Thank you, Mikhail Grigorievich. We have a common cause, from the supreme to the private." And he asked, "Give me a radiogram." He read it, looked over the heads with a long look, as if he wanted to see through the plank sheathing, far from Stalingrad. Maybe he wanted to see his wife and children, or those who trusted him, promoted to generals. Without changing his posture, facial expression, he quietly repeated, "Thanks to." As if guessing Surovtsev's thoughts and mood, Colonel Dobrynin said, "But in Moscow now they don't sleep either." Zerdin turned the empty glass in his hand and found his adjutant with his eyes. "Schedule dinner." And everyone started talking again, hurried to undress. Removed maps, spread newspapers. Dinner is famous, bread, canned food, sausage. But that evening, that night, everything was unusual, and the bored, disgusted food also seemed unusually tasty. Lieutenant Andriushenko poured and delivered strong tea. This age-old tea was also delicious. "And they don't sleep in Moscow now," repeated Colonel Dobrynin, apparently trying to express some thought. "Ivan," Zerdin asked, "does your heart groan?" "Why?" "Well, how?" Grigory Ilyich was a lieutenant colonel, your chief of staff, and now here is a general. No, Dobrynin shook his heavy head. I am pleased to. More than you, Mikhail Grigorievich. I understood it even near Kharkov. And I understood near Kharkov. Zabalin, hitherto silent, raised his finger. We all understood and near Kharkov. They laughed. Because the worst is behind us. Well, I think that they don't sleep in Moscow either, Dobrynin repeated stubbornly. Ivan, Zerdin interrupted him reproachfully, in Moscow they don't sleep all night. The nature of the work is determined by the scale. We know Stalingrad, our sector of the front. And there, the whole world war. And even what is behind the back of the war. There you have to search and find thousands of unknowns. Major Sobolevsky, who was listening to the commander and most of all was afraid of missing a convenient moment, suddenly leaned forward, looked around at everyone with enthusiastic eyes and opened his mouth, asking for a little attention, apologizing and promising at the same time. He moved his head to the right, to the left, spoke hastily. Soldiers found all the unknowns long ago. And they decided. Just listen, he looked at Zerdin, his eyes became childishly pleading, Comrade Commander, allow me? Zerdin smiled sparingly and waved his hand briefly. Go ahead. I have been noticing for a long time that your tongue has suffered from silence. Go ahead. So, that means, Sobolevsky started up joyfully, 2 weeks ago they brought him from across the Volga. Who, what? Dobrynin asked. He was not allowed to finish his thought about Moscow, he did not like Sobolevsky. Comrade Division Commander, Sobolevsky said in anguish. Just 1 minute. So. The soldiers decided long ago. There is an anecdote going around between them, fearing that they would interrupt him, stop him, he hurried, it means that 3 officers gathered, American, Russian and German. Well, it means that such a case fell out. Gathered, talking, sharing aspirations, suggesting who and what will do after the war. The American said that he would rest, girls, whiskey, cocktails. But what about? War veteran, earned the right to rest. And you? They ask ours. What will you do? Yes, what, he answers, I will work. Everything collapsed, destroyed, it is necessary to work hard. And you, turn to the German. He says, first of all, I will travel around Great Germany. Our shrugged his shoulders, you will have time to go around Great Germany before lunch. And Sobolevsky turned his head, checking the impression. Someone laughed. The head of the rear said. Well, that's good. These are not soldiers, the sleazy journalists came up with it, said Zerdin. Zabalin smiled. Well, if the jokes. That's what one really snarky journalist told me. Gathered for a meeting of the heads of the great powers, Stalin, Roosevelt and Churchill. Once, at the table, Churchill said, Gentlemen, this night I had an amazing dream, as if we had created a great world power. And me, you imagine, gentlemen. I was unanimously elected Prime Minister. Roosevelt even threw up his hands, let me. It's just miracles. I had exactly the same dream. As if, yes, they created a world power. And I, gentlemen, was appointed president. To the surprise of everyone, the political officer Zabalin now spoke without a single stutter, smoothly, smiling, as if all his life he had been doing nothing but telling jokes. Isn't it great, Mr. Churchill and I? Stalin laughed, honestly, I'm afraid I'll start to believe in otherworldly forces. Because I had exactly the same dream. Can't be. Roosevelt exclaimed. Winston, are you listening? Mr. Stalin had exactly the same dream. Absolutely, Stalin assured. You were appointed president, and Mr. Churchill was appointed prime minister. But the whole point, gentlemen, is that I have not confirmed you. Do you understand? Didn't approve. At the table gasped in unison, moved the chairs. The head of the rear laughed the most. Looked at everyone, repeated. Didn't approve. It must be the same, not approved, and that's it. Only Major Sobolevsky was upset. Surely Colonel Zabalin could not tell his anecdote another time. We started talking about the headquarters, about possible foreign policy plans. Well, said Zerdin, there you have to think about how it will be after the war. Surovtsev pushed back his glass and coughed angrily. Not. Now in Moscow they are not thinking about it yet. Chapter 13. Moscow did not think about it. In the General Staff and in the headquarters, in the People's Commissariats and in the Council of People's Commissars, they were occupied only with the war. Only those related to the war. Through channels that few people know, reliable information was received. They showed someone else's concern about the post-war state structure of European countries. But the concern about what and how will develop in Europe after the war was hidden in such a dense wrapper of reservations and conventions that it was difficult to get to the core of the political game of individual figures and states. Most often, the theoretical calculations of the post-war reorganization of Europe were carried out by people who were not burdened by the war, who, in essence, were not threatened by anything. These people, and even entire states, if they participated in the war, then very conditionally, their participation most often came down to diplomatic gymnastics and profitable, legalized trade for centuries. It was these states and figures who were engaged in thoughtful discussions about future politics. The war, which reached its peak, did not frighten them so much as instilled hope. The politicians of the Western powers built far-reaching plans on it, in which they assigned themselves the primary role. There was a homely truth behind the anecdotes, but the Chief of Staff of the Army, General Surovtsev, was right when he said that Moscow did not think about it. In Moscow, as in all of Russia, they only thought about the war. They knew, it is necessary to rely on their own strength, the Allies will help when someone's defeat is clearly indicated. The blockade of the German Sixth Army was only the harbinger of a great change. In Moscow were busy in order to complete the defeat of the Sixth Army at Stalingrad, to turn the war in the opposite direction. On the night of December 17, the situation was reported to Stalin. The same young handsome general stood at a large map with the operational situation, with a slight, almost elegant turn of his head, invited to follow the pointer. He spoke evenly, clearly, calmly and confidently, as if not someone, but he set the entire front in motion, millions of people and thousands of cars. I looked at Stalin. He gently walked along the long green table, looked at his feet and did not seem to listen. This was almost always the case, and the general got used to it, and everyone who was present that evening was also used to it. The general turned to the supreme commander, but at times it seemed as if he didn't care whether Stalin listened or didn't listen, whether he looked or didn't look. It is only necessary not to miss the slightest detail, not to name yesterday's figure, not to confuse the order of words in the intercepted radio code. He kept in his head hundreds of names, railway stations and halts, numbers of military formations, a huge number of numbers behind which stood people, guns, shells and kilometers. He remembered the situation of yesterday and the day before yesterday. He knew how the situation had changed in the last hours. He reported confidently and sternly. It seemed for minutes that he dictated, ordered, and it seemed to him all the same, the Supreme listens or does not listen. But it only seemed so. Stalin followed not only words, but even intonation. He was able to catch, understand what the General Staff either overlooked or considered premature to report. He remembered the situation of yesterday and the day before yesterday. He knew how the situation had changed in the last hours. He reported confidently and sternly. It seemed for minutes that he dictated, ordered, and it seemed to him all the same, the Supreme listens or does not listen. But it only seemed so. Stalin followed not only words, but even intonation. He was able to catch, understand what the General Staff either overlooked or considered premature to report. He remembered the situation of yesterday and the day before yesterday. He knew how the situation had changed in the last hours. He reported confidently and sternly. It seemed for minutes that he dictated, ordered, and it seemed to him all the same, the Supreme listens or does not listen. But it only seemed so. Stalin followed not only words, but even intonation. He was able to catch, understand what the General Staff either overlooked or considered premature to report. The young general spoke freely, and few people thought of what great efforts it cost him to stay like that next to Stalin. Electricity burned steadily, brightly, evenly, clearly the general reported. Stalin walked slowly, heavily, looking down, as if he were listening not to the words of the report, but to his own tread. At the table, the generals sat quietly, either listening to the report, or the steps of the Supreme. Gotha's 57th Panzer Corps continues its advance on Stalingrad. At 22 o'clock it became known that the 17th Panzer Division had joined the deblocking force of Gotha. Parts of our 51st Army and the Cavalry Corps of General Shapkin are suffering heavy losses, retreating to the Mishkova River. The enemy is less than 50 kilometers from Stalingrad. Stalin suddenly stopped. But he didn't raise his head, didn't say a word. He went again, past the table, from wall to wall. The Second Guards Army of General Malinovsky is on the way. Stalin turned abruptly. What does "on the way" mean? He did not tolerate semitones and obscurities, did not tolerate expressions that were suitable for broad information. Of course, it is difficult, almost impossible, to predict the plans and actions of the enemy on the front from the Baltic Sea to the North Caucasus. The most seemingly accurate calculations break down overnight. In a matter of hours, the unbelievable becomes real. And it is necessary to make a new decision in order to prevent, create an advantage, overthrow and destroy. Stalin never demanded the impossible. Perhaps his greatest ability lay precisely in the fact that he was able to accurately determine the boundary that separated the possible and the impossible. He was able to lead people along the edge of trust, to achieve what many seemed incredible. Malinovsky must be in time. The general realized his mistake, caught the anger and annoyance in the quiet voice of the Supreme, straightened his already straight figure, moved his heels. The Second Guards Army under the command of General Malinovsky. I know the commander's name. The general tossed his head as if he had been hit from below in the chin. The forward detachments of the Second Guards Army should come into contact with the enemy tomorrow by noon. He paused, held out for a second, looked directly at the Supreme. We must. The general was not going to approve to please Stalin. He only expressed his confidence. And Stalin accepted these words. Because there is no other way to say it. Otherwise it would be false. He bowed his head in agreement. Continue. Today, the troops of the southwestern and Voronezh fronts went on the offensive in the general direction of Milarovo and Morozovsk with the aim of defeating the enemy in the region of the Middle Don. The move is progressing well. In the first operational echelon, the 24th and 25th Tank Corps and the 1st Guards Mechanized Corps advance. The commander of the southwestern front, General Vatutin, reports. Stalin slowed down. A subtle habitual instinct told the general that the Supreme would stop now, that he would now say something. He cut himself off in mid-sentence, threw his hands at his sides. No, he did not stand at attention, but the posture, look, barely perceptible movement of the lips expressed their readiness to hear and accept, change the course of the report, or get better. Stalin went up to the operational map and, looking at it, wearily, as if it was incredibly difficult for him to do this, waved his hand from top to bottom. He did not indicate, but seemed to make it clear, drew the attention of everyone. With a successful offensive, the troops of the southwestern front will go to the rear of the entire Don Army group. What reserves does Mr. Manstein have? He turned abruptly, walked over to the table, and sat down next to the generals. And he became like everyone else. It was from this that the generals became embarrassed. They wanted to have above them a person who is not like the others. Maybe it is not at all necessary that he knows and knows better. The most important thing is that they believe in him. As if having guessed, realizing that he should not, had no right to be on a par with everyone, Stalin sighed a little audibly and got up. Broke a pause, reminded. Reserves. The general tilted his head slightly. He remembers. Manstein does not have free reserves. First of all, he will be forced to withdraw Gotha's divisions from the Stalingrad direction. Aerial reconnaissance notes that the enemy is unloading in the area of Voroshilovgrad and Starobelsk, Kamensk, Likoy and Zverev. The successful offensive of the southwestern and Stalingrad fronts will undoubtedly force the German High Command to think about a new line of defense. Such a frontier seems to them, most likely, the Seversky Donets. Well, said Stalin, and an ironic smile slipped across his gray tired face, I think they are correct. The general reported in the same even voice, naming figures, settlements, stations and directions. Rzhev, Andriivskoy, Sweets. The joint efforts of the Kalinin and Western fronts are aimed at defeating the Nazi troops of Army Group Center, occupying the Rzhev Ledge. 39th Army, 22nd Army, 41st. But the most important thing is what Stalin will say. Anyone who knew Stalin closely will probably say that everything was ordinary in him. Maybe they will say that if there had been another person in Stalin's place, a lot of things would have turned out more correctly. But millions of people who had never seen him and did not know in essence, believed in him recklessly. How they didn't believe in themselves. Now Stalin was being informed of the operational situation over the past 24 hours. Only here, in this office, did they know the true alignment of forces, only here could one understand the hard, terrible work of the armies and fronts from the Baltic Sea to the Caucasus. A direct threat was created to Army Group Don and enemy troops in the North Caucasus. The advanced formations of the Voronezh and southwestern fronts threatened to reach the Seversky Donets before the Germans created a new line of defense. The war turned to the west. Field Marshal von Manstein already knew how unfavorable the situation was, he understood that Goth's forces were running out, the failure of the operation was close. The counterattack of the 6th Army was the chance that could save at least some of the people. For this, the Germans still had time. However, the time was running out in hours. Manstein understood this. But, no matter how proud or arrogant the field marshal was, he did not dare, he was afraid to disobey Hitler. They were waiting at Manstein's headquarters. And they were sitting at the headquarters of the 6th Army, waiting. And in the headquarters of corps, divisions. And in the trenches. Today or tomorrow. Maybe in a few hours. Soon. Liberation will come soon. A day passed, and another day. On the smoky snow, on the frozen trenches and dugouts, on the commander's bunker, a faint weight slowly tipped over and fell. Kotelnikovo, General Goth, the Mishkov River. The icy drifting wind pulled, dragged the murderous rumor. What is this, the end? The commander of the 6th Army looked with blind eyes at the map, at the thin blue vein. In some places this vein is interrupted, indicated by a dotted line. Mishkov. What a strange name. General Goth is stopped. 13 divisions. In a narrow section of a breakthrough, this is a lot. And everything is stopped. Force, step over. General Goth must make another effort. The Chief of Staff of the Army through thunder and lightning, covered the Supreme Command with the last words. Why aren't they allowed to strike towards you? Disgraceful and criminal. The soldiers are finishing their last horse meat, tomorrow it will be too late. He rushed from wall to wall in front of the commander's table, stopped, came close. Goering is a deceiver and a pig. He promised to provide the army by air. We need 1,000 tons per day. Where are those tons? I ask, where? They are not here. Because the entire 8th Air Corps is not capable of handling this task. Traitors. There are traitors in Berlin. Schmidt left, slammed the door. Subordinates shied away from him, were afraid to catch the eye. He himself turned the handle of the field telephone, swore, promised to judge and shoot someone. Again he returned to Paulus, breathing angrily and hard. Captain Tepk reports from Karpovka, he has everything ready, trucks, tanks. 50 serviceable tanks have fuel for 30 kilometers. Need an order. Today, immediately. Paulus bowed his head in agreement, it would be too late tomorrow. But all the same, the front of the encirclement must be broken through from the outside. Or at least Goth should get close enough that the army breakout group could link up with him in one move. Until that time, he cannot withdraw his units, General Zerdin does not let him out of close combat. Try to move, the Russians will sit on their shoulders. That night, Paulus did not leave the working bunker, he waited, the most important thing was about to happen. Walked, smoked, sat down again. Goth, Manstein, Hitler. He drank cold coffee, squeezed his temples with his palms. It seems that in Berlin they do not exclude the death of the army. The thought was terrible. He tried to throw it away, drive it away, but it came back again and again. Tried to find an excuse for this. And I didn't find it. The conjecture approached, burned. But Paulus was never a politician, he could not believe and accept that the Germans needed the death of the Germans. Memory obligingly placed General Beck before him. Once he said, if a military man, who occupies the highest posts in our turbulent times, approaches the tasks before him from a narrow professional point of view, not realizing his high responsibility to the whole people, then this indicates either cowardice or a paucity of thought. Unusual times present us with unusual challenges. General Beck said this in 1938. Then Paulus thought that unusual times bring unusual people to the political arena. He then thought of Hitler. He believed that Hitler was a great happiness for Germany, he believed in him. And now? Has anything changed now? Hitler is called upon to solve an unusual task, he is responsible to the whole people. Paulus is obliged to understand him, otherwise he is not a commander. But are there still generals in the Wehrmacht? Only responsible executors remained, heading the subordinate departments of the gigantic centralized apparatus. The salary does not allow you to have your own opinion. Does Field Marshal von Manstein or anyone else have a right to their own opinion? All are performers. General Beck said. Is General Beck trying to defend political adventurism? My God! He, Paulus, pronounces to himself the right not to understand. He is a coward, afraid to fulfill the mission that is assigned to him. He sat down at the table, put his fist on his fist, lowered his head. I thought and didn't think. I fell asleep, didn't I? He seems to understand Hitler. But he also understands himself. He sees the sad face of his wife, his daughter and twin grandchildren. The well-being of all depends on him. Army, soldiers. Well, that's what they're soldiers for. The end justifies the means. But what is the goal after all? To conquer the whole world, to establish National Socialism in both hemispheres. Paulus was suddenly frightened that he was returning to the starting point again, that now he would drown out the conclusion already made. Yes, yes. The highest goal justifies any means. Convulsively clutched, squeezed his head. To pain. Just to stop the feverish thoughts. There was a short knock on the door. General Schmidt entered, stopped amazed. The tobacco smoke was so thick and dense that the commander was seen through it as a muddy silhouette. Cigarette butts lay everywhere, papers on the table were covered with black coffee. Mr. Commander, a representative of the Don Army Group flew to us. I sent a duty car for him. Who is it? Major. I don't know the last name. Major? Paulus was surprised. I'm waiting for a man who can make decisions. Why is it Major? And he already understood. And it was not difficult to guess how the conversation would turn out. But he waited impatiently for the Major, even prepared a phrase. Let the commander of the army group not imagine that he, Paulus, will be the first to take a step. He is ready to carry out the order of the high command to the end, and if the army is lost, it will not be lost by anyone, but by Field Marshal von Manstein. Everything turned out as Paulus had foreseen. The Major was young and very clever. He should only inform and return to the army group. On the same day. The haste is due to the difficult situation. The corps of General Hoth was stopped by large enemy forces. In the North Caucasus the Soviet armies went on the offensive, and on other fronts the German defense was also broken through. It is likely that the corps of General Hoth will have to be withdrawn in order to prevent the Russians from entering the rear of the entire Don Army Group. From this it follows that from hour to hour we must wait for an order from Berlin to give the 6th Army freedom of action. Field Marshal von Manstein does not have sufficient prerequisites to give his order, he hopes that the High Command will do it. Well, at least it is clear that the shares of the 6th Army have fallen, so to speak, to the Major. The situation on the fronts is developing in such a way that there is no time to think about the Sixth Army. They intend to sacrifice the army in order to create a new, stable front. Paulus thought about this during the conversation and at the dinner, which he gave in honor of the representative of the headquarters of the army group. He thought about it in the car on the way to the airfield. He volunteered to personally escort the major. General Schmidt had no choice but to accompany the commander. During the conversation, General Schmidt was silent, as if he had decided to stay aside, not to be involved. His stormy, active nature suddenly seemed to be replaced. He bowed his head in agreement, occasionally cast an approving look at the major, did not ask a single question, did not complain, did not get indignant, never once tried to clarify, as if it was not for him to remain in the cauldron, it was not for him to bear responsibility together with the commander. Paulus looked at him, wondering, what happened? Either Schmidt resigned himself to the circumstances and is ready to carry the cross of the Sixth Army to the end, or, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, he decided not to bother himself with excessive worries and save himself. Well, he, Paulus, will remain faithful to Hitler to the end and thereby earn the right to life. Hitler won't let him die. Thoughts cold, frank. And there is no one to be ashamed of, there is nothing. Neither Manstein nor his chief of staff flew into the boiler. They sent a visitor. To make sure and make it clear. In this case, Paulus has the right to take care of himself. Schmidt relies on obedience and obedience. In due time, his behavior will be taken into account. Even General Seydlitz fell silent. Paulus will not be dumber than his subordinates. Even now, escorting this major to the airfield, he shows his loyalty. Over time, everything will be taken into account. It seems that only now, in the car, Paulus finally calmed down. The line of conduct should be straight, like a line on a ruler. The major was silent. And General Schmidt was silent. They were silent because there was no need to talk about anything anymore. The commander looked directly, only at the road. He never turned his head, did not look to the side, so as not to see the snowy burial mounds, from which the barrels of anti-aircraft guns, truck cabs, some beams, wheels, barrels protruded dead. Right by the side of the road lies the charred wreckage of the plane. It must have fallen, burned down quite recently. The black thaw patch has not yet been covered with snow. And another plane, another. Crumpled, mutilated deraillement, pitiful remains of magnificent machines. Transport planes are flying without cover, Schmidt said. He didn't add a word. He might not have said those words at all, because everyone knew about it. And how they go, and how they burn. They also knew that the day was near when not a single plane would arrive. As if confirming this, the major said, "Mr. Commander, there is a cargo at the airfield, addressed to you personally. Field Marshal von Manstein asked me to convey his apologies. Here. It seems that this is the most important thing that the representative of the army group could convey. It would be possible not to inform about anything, at the very beginning to say about it." And although he had long understood the hopelessness of his situation, the last words of the major crossed out all hopes. The major spoke about the cargo personally for the commander in the presence of Schmidt, did not consider it necessary to take care of elementary decency, because a good tone, the usual conventions were no longer needed. This once again confirmed that the army was written off. Major stated. The commandant of the airfield accepted the cargo under his own responsibility. "Oh yes. We must thank you. Tell Mr. Field Marshal that I am sincerely touched by his attention and care. Tell him, I am very sorry that I cannot thank him personally. The major will convey the words to the T. Manstein will understand the reproach." He could not resist adding. "Pass it on. I would very much like to render a worthy service to the Field Marshal. I'm afraid I won't have that opportunity." The major tilted his head slightly. "I'll give it verbatim." Schmidt smiled wickedly. Manstein did not remember about him, about the chief of staff. Let him swallow Paulus' answer. But the play on words, behind which everyone saw only themselves, promised the imminent death of an entire army. Everyone understood this. And everyone played. The army, 300,000 living Germans, became a game on which they made a personal bet. This thought stirred in the soul of the commander and disappeared. He would not kill himself. The commandant of the airfield met with a report. His face was stone. "Mr. Commander." And Paulus suddenly felt that he no longer commands anyone and can do nothing, but to the end he will bear the burden of rank, position and responsibility. Someone needs it, they are interested in it. The commandant was still reporting. Planes, cargoes were received, the wounded and sick were sent. But Paulus was no longer listening. With surprise, with fear, almost with horror, he watched how everything around was blackened with people. They crawled out of shelters, from earthen holes and dugouts, crawled out from everywhere, it seemed, right from under the snow, wrapped in rags, bandaged, hobbled on crutches, on sticks, dragged their broken legs. Some tried to run, fell and got up again. With each minute by minute there were more and more of them, there were terrifyingly many of them, and they were all striving for the runway, for 2 planes. Soldiers of the airfield guard backed away, threatening with machine guns. An officer with a drawn pistol was rushing along the chain, shouting, "Permission of the Generalarsta, 7, show permission." But no one listened to him. The automatic burst cut, the soldiers of the guard closed a tight ring around the planes. There was nowhere for them to go. And the wounded, as if mad, climbed on top of each other. Someone held out a piece of paper, someone beat the guard with crutches. The officers at the ladders waved their pistols. Nazahel. In the name of the Führer, back. But no one was afraid of anything, because the worst thing was not to get on the plane, the worst thing was to stay. And don't give a damn about the Führer. The wounded shouted, trampled each other, climbed onto the ladders. "Comrade! Comrade!" General Paulus heard a soft cry and a voice. "Mommy, mommy!" A very young soldier, almost a boy, crawled along the trampled, crushed snow, barely moving. Tears streamed down his dirty face, he clawed at the snow with his black fingers, pulled up his white, plaster legs, dropped and raised his head again. "Mom, Mom," Paulus said. "Put him down." The commandant took it under his visor. But the face did not move, the eyes were cold and motionless. "Mr. Major can take the place of the gunner radio operator." The commandant did not seem to hear the commander, and Paulus realized that this happens every day, with every aircraft. The commandant is used to it. And he can hardly follow the order. And the soldier dropped his head. And didn't pick it up. The black fingers curled into a fist and froze. The major raised his hand. "Heil Hitler." Chapter 14. General Paulus has locked himself in his hideout. Only the chief of staff and the first adjutant were allowed to see him. Hoth's divisions began to retreat. Army Group A in the North Caucasus was retreating. Paulus looked at the operational map, squeezing his high, narrow forehead with thin, bony fingers. I understood, the entire southern front was falling apart. Surrounded by the 6th Army, like an abandoned island, perished in the Russian rear. There was no question of a breakthrough, of leaving the encirclement, neither fuel nor physical strength. Manstein did not respond to requests for better supplies. Paulus read and reread Hitler's radiogram. The 6th Army on the Volga is carrying out a historic mission. Hold on. He understood that the army was doomed. Hitler was trying to console and hold with words about the historical mission. In November, Hitler still hoped, now he seeks to feed the front with the dead juices of the 6th Army. Justified or not justified? Paulus walked along the cramped smoky bunker, for the 100th, or perhaps the 1000th time, he stopped in front of the map, estimated, compared, assumed. There was no hope. Only surrender. Of course, he could try to persuade the commanders of corps and divisions to this, he could finally order. Surrender was a means of saving the soldiers. But Paulus was thinking about the war, about Hitler and about himself. A soldier is to die. And it doesn't matter where he dies, in Africa, in the Balkans, or in Stalingrad. It is only necessary that his death pay off with victory. The demise of the army will be his own demise. However, why? He, Paulus, symbolizes the 6th Army. But does the death of the army necessarily mean his own demise? On Christmas night, General Paulus spoke quiet, sincere words. Candles were burning, people were sitting at the table dejectedly. It smelled of hot wax and damp earth. Cognac sparkled dully in crystal glasses. Paulus spoke standing up, his face was thin, yellow, and the bald patches on his head lengthened, his sloping forehead became higher. The pose is quiet, humble, and his face is submissive, and all of him, in the flickering light of the candles, looked like an icon painting saint, who for some reason was dressed up in a general's uniform. We are celebrating this Christmas with the thought of Germany. Our family and friends are praying for us at this hour and hope. Schmidt raised his head, looked at the commander inquiringly, wanted to understand what was behind the humble words. We created fortress battalions, turned our defense into a fortress. Schmidt's eyes went round in amazement. What's the matter? The commander never uttered empty and false words. Oh, there. The first adjutant takes shorthand. Posthumous notes about courage and heroism. The Führer ordered us to hold out to the last. On the solemn day of Christmas, I say, God himself ordered this. We will carry out the order. For the interests of Germany are higher than the interests of each of us. The voice was quiet, it could be heard both sadness and firm determination, and most importantly, sincerity. No one could suspect him of a single false word. It seems that he could not even suspect himself. If we do our duty and die, Germany will repay us what we deserve. If we are afraid and retreat, even our loved ones will curse us. Lord, what is this? Maybe Lieutenant General Friedrich Paulus is preparing himself to be a pastor. We celebrate Christmas Day with the thought of God. We promise to remain loyal to the Führer. What about him? Well, yes, the first adjutant is taking shorthand. There was a short knock on the door. Paulus slowly turned his head, his waxy, vacant face suddenly looked guilty. It was as if his words had been heard behind the door. They will definitely misunderstand. And I don't want outsiders, no one should disturb the sad celebration. Who is it there? Oberleutnant Zimmermann left. He immediately returned and said. Regiment Commander from the 8th Army Corps. Has a very important message, Mr. General. Asks for 5 minutes. He says he needs to contact you personally. Paulus felt something was wrong, unkind. There was a moment, everything in him was indignant, protested, but he could not change either his church tone, or his solemnly sad mood. Ask, he said in a pained voice. There was a wary silence around the table, as if thunder would strike, a thunderstorm would break out. Only Schmidt could not stand it. It's unheard of. But he spoke softly, to himself. A lieutenant colonel entered, tall, broad in the shoulders, wearing a Russian soldier's cap and large boots. It was so big, heavy and slow that it seemed to take up half the room. It became cramped and somehow uncomfortable. Schmidt repeated. Unheard of. No one paid attention to him, everyone looked at the newcomer. And the lieutenant colonel looked only at the commander, as if there were no other people in the bunker. He did not raise his hand to salute, did not salute. His face was black, his eyes calm. Someone said. How are you standing? The voice was frightened, timid, as if they were afraid that an unfamiliar lieutenant colonel would hear. Mr. Commander, I have come to you as man to man. But I'm glad I caught you with your subordinates. I want to express my opinion. This is not only my opinion, but the opinion of everyone I know. Me officers, the division commander and even the corps commander are of the same opinion. Soldiers think alike. There is reason to believe that the whole army thinks so. I beg you, sit down, said Paulus. The first adjutant put down his notebook and stood up. Sit down. Thank you, the colonel nodded. I have too little time, I will speak briefly. The best army in the German Wehrmacht is dying. This is your army, Mr. Lieutenant General. You are its commander. Paulus bowed his head in agreement. Slightly noticeable, wary. Of course, the lieutenant colonel did not come to remind who exactly was in command of the army. We've all been betrayed. General Schmidt raised himself in his chair. Lieutenant Colonel. Betrayed, Paulus said calmly. Neither you nor even I know the High Command's plans. Have a Christmas drink with us. The lieutenant colonel stepped forward. Plans? We are decommissioned and buried. We are no longer needed, no one cares about us. Today we received 5 boxes of Christmas presents for my regiment. I opened it myself. You see. Schmidt said loudly. How dare you say, but the lieutenant colonel did not hear, he looked at the commander. I opened the boxes myself. And do you know what was in them? Sunken eyes became large, angry, a tight spasm led his mouth, and his hands moved, as if the lieutenant colonel was looking for something to hit. Mr. Commander, there were condoms in the boxes. It was the first phrase that the lieutenant colonel uttered loudly. He seemed to deafen everyone, no one made a single sound. Glasses of cognac looked like funeral glasses. With a slow movement of a mortally tired man, the lieutenant colonel put his hand into the pocket of his overcoat, pulled out a handful of paper bags. He held out. As if he was waiting for them to be accepted from him, unclenched, straightened his fingers. With a soft rustle, the bags crumbled. The lieutenant colonel suddenly laughed, softly, hoarsely, intermittently. That's the concern. And again no one said a word. Mr. Commander. All hope is only on you. Give the order, lead the army. There are still forces. I could hear the crackle of a candle. I am a soldier, Paulus said quietly. Before Germany and the Führer, we are all soldiers. I have no right to give such an order. The lieutenant colonel stepped back. As if backed away from the silence, from people who can't do anything. You are a traitor too. He said loudly. Coward and traitor. He took out a parabellum from his pocket, put it to his temple. The shot seemed deafening, like an explosion. Everyone got up. But no one moved from the table. Paulus stretched out his arms at his sides, his waxy face was motionless, indifferent, as if he had not heard terrible words, had not heard a shot. As if nothing had happened. Said, exhaled. Buried with military honors. Everyone understood, the suicide of the regiment commander should not be made public. The 6th Army fights and dies heroically. And in the trenches, at the forefront, they celebrated Christmas. In the dugout of non-commissioned officer Stoll, a real candle was burning, there was a small Christmas tree. She was made from paper. And glitter snowflakes stuck. Someone worked on this Christmas tree as if to remind, to show how far it is from Germany, from relatives and friends, that there is no holiday, but there is only a candle, 1 cigarette and a piece of boiled horse meat. There is a frozen dugout, night and Russian snows. Why did they come? The candle burns evenly, the flame leans to the side. Because the fuse burned out. The soldiers sit closely around the box, around the candle, looking at the shaky, fuming light, as if spellbound, as if bewitched. Steep wax drops flow down, slide down, leave bumpy stitches and harden. New ones creep on them, all new ones. The growth takes on a strange, bizarre shape, with each new drop this shape changes, either it resembles the spire of a church, or the barrel of an anti-aircraft gun. Another drop escapes. Non-commissioned officer Stoll sees the nose, lips, chin. Regiment commander. Amazingly accurate profile. A steep forehead and frowning eyebrows. The non-commissioned officer saw the regiment commander only once, but the face was remembered. Maybe it's all about imagination. This morning Stoll met his old colleague, Corporal Hans Thorpe. He is an orderly under the commander of the regiment. We met and smoked a cigarette. We talked. Hans Thorpe said. We've been betrayed. The entire 6th Army was betrayed. They left us the right to die in the cauldron. And he also said. They want to make big politics on our death. Of course, Hans Thorpe speaks someone else's words. Most likely, the commander of the regiment thinks so. And Stoll, unexpectedly for himself, decided that everything was true, the 6th Army was doomed to death. They think they should. In Berlin, they don't give a damn about some Stolls, Hans Thorpe, Hoffmann, or Heinz Juppitz. Non-commissioned officer Stoll watches how the candle floats, how drops of hot wax are crawling and falling. It burns out, the candle goes out. And his soldiers. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. And at home they don't even know. They don't know about the torment and suffering, about this Christmas Eve. Today they gave me a double portion of horse meat and 1 cigarette each. No one will tell his wife or children that the dead are no longer buried. They are simply stripped down to their underwear, lifted up, placed on the parapet. They will write home that they died heroically under a flag with a swastika. The candle melts before your eyes. A new drop rolled down, leaned against a cold, frozen hillock. The forehead is no longer cool. Nose, lips, mustache. Bangs, chin. Hitler. No, he is not delusional, the frozen wax strikingly resembles Hitler's face. Non-commissioned officer Stoll looks, he almost studies, for some reason he wants to find a discrepancy, dissimilarity, but the similarity is amazing, the similarity is striking. It begins to seem that the frozen wax has drawn even a tie, even a lapel of a uniform. Jesus and Mary. It's really Hitler. He knows everything, 100 grams of bread and 100 grams of horse meat. The non-commissioned officer watches the candle burn out. It seems important to him to see again. But neither the regiment commander nor Hitler is already there. Nobody. The stub of the candle has become a shapeless piece. This piece is somewhat reminiscent of a block of granite in his native town, on the church square. Granite was placed in memory of the townspeople who fell in the First World War. An inscription was carved on granite. Non-commissioned officer Stoll is trying to remember the inscription. And it can't. The memory has vanished. He passed by the monument every day, read the inscription on the polished sidewall many times. And now he remembered only the first 2 words, eternal glory, but what kind of glory? They just put a big stone, carved the letters. As a reminder that there was a war. Not a word was said about the people, about the soldiers who died in torment, in lice. Stoll did not remember that at least 1 surname was called, just knew that 200 people did not return to their town from the war. Instead, they put a stone, surrounded by a heavy chain. They did a patriotic job. People pass by without stopping. Is it some kind of visitor? Out of curiosity. And what will they say about them, with the soldiers of the 6th Army? They will say that they fought for the greatness of Germany, they died as heroes. But it's a lie, a vile lie. No man thinks of greatness. He doesn't even remember the word. They shoot, hold positions, because they are mortally afraid of Russian captivity. He doesn't even remember the word. They shoot, hold positions, because they are mortally afraid of Russian captivity. He doesn't even remember the word. They shoot, hold positions, because they are mortally afraid of Russian captivity. Suddenly, a chilling, terrible thing came up under the very throat. Non-commissioned officer Stoll did not yet realize his own thoughts, but he already understood, there is only one way out. Oath, soldier's honor, nothing to do with it. Because they were betrayed. Hitler and the generals, betrayed. Scoundrels. Why should soldiers pay with their lives for their cowardice? The white flag. We must throw away the white flag. To the Russians, captured. The non-commissioned officer shuddered. He raised his head, the soldiers were sitting motionless, crowded, wrapped in rags. As if not people, but big rag scarecrows. But the steam from the breath proves that these are people, they are still alive. Yes, they are still alive. And tomorrow or the day after tomorrow they will be dead. And nothing can be done. Because they were ordered to die. Why die for? Wives will remain widows, children will become orphans. For what? No, we must throw out the white flag. The squelching of a shell was heard, getting closer, closer. Gasped. The candle went out. It smells of burnt wick and wax. But why doesn't anyone say a word? Non-commissioned officer Stoll suddenly thought that dying was not bad at all. There just won't be anything else. You don't just have to turn on the lights. Another shell will fly in. And there will be nothing more, no hunger, no pain, no terrible thoughts. And Franz Obermeier went to the Russians and remained alive. They didn't kill him. Every day he shouts into the microphone from the Russian trenches, says that he eats Russian bread and smokes good tobacco. They didn't even take away his orders. Russians don't give a damn about Hitler's orders. Today he addressed him, non-commissioned officer Stoll. Shouted, God gave man a head to think. Everyone hears Obermeier. Not only non-commissioned officer Stoll should think. I wonder how comrades think. Hoffman, what do you think? It is necessary to light a candle, then it will become clear, it will be possible to find out everything. But in order to light a candle, you need to get a lighter out of your pocket. Maybe someone else will do it. But no one moves, as if everyone is already dead. Feeling an unbearable weight in his hands, he fumbled in his pocket for a lighter. Pulled out, cut out the fire. Someone shouted hysterically, loudly, no need, how so? He wants to see the soldiers, to know what they think. Non-commissioned officer Stoll leaned the light of the lighter against the candle end. There was a moment, it seemed that the candle would not light up. But the fire grabbed the wick, grew, darted from side to side, fat, smoky. Put out the light. Shouted the same voice. I don't want to. Who is this? Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz are sitting nearby. Eyes closed, only steam from the breath. Another shell exploded nearby. Not a single person moved, as if no one had seen or heard anything, as if cold and pain, melancholy and murderous thoughts were tightly chained, shackled everyone. What does Hoffman think? From the beasts. The voice rushed, unexpectedly loud, shrill, as if a man had been stabbed with a knife. Someone stepped up against the wall. Non-commissioned officer Stoll saw the soldier squeezing his way to the exit. What for? The soldier climbed out, waved his raincoat at the narrow hole. At that very moment, a pistol shot rang out. It was like hitting a wooden wall with a stick. And again no one moved. Only Hoffman opened his eyes. He said, Karl Stillerman. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. He did not feel sorry for Steilerman, he was afraid for himself. The end was perceptibly close, he was seen as humiliating and shameful, and Hoffman should neither think nor reason. He only has the right to die. They won't even betray him to the ground, they will throw him on the snow like a log. In the spring, when the snow melts, they will be dragged off, dumped into a pit. Without names and surnames. And no one will care about Steilerman, Hoffman, Heinz Yupitz, non-commissioned officer Stoll. All will be called by one name. In Germany they will be called heroes. But there was no heroism. Only fear. Before his commander, before the Russians, before death. Hunger, severe frost, seething louse and fear. Obermeier was not afraid. In response to the betrayal, he went over to the Russians. And rightly so. Yes, but he still broke his oath. Violated. But the generals who left the army to perish did not violate anything. They betrayed. They are cheating now. Then they will retire with honors, write memoirs. In these books, they themselves will be the main characters, they will not say a word about their betrayal. Nobody will write the truth. It turns out that he, Hoffman, must die, defending betrayal and lies to the end. No, the candle crackled and burned out. Above, along the very ceiling, the earthen walls receded, the hoarfrost melted, and below, where the shadows staggered, it shone silvery, reminiscent of tombstone foil. The soldiers, who buried their heads in each other, sat closely, neither turn around nor move a hand. And they did not want to move, so as not to lose heat. They no longer wanted anything, just to sit, just to doze off and forget, to delay the hour when they had to leave the dugout. Hoffman sat with his eyes shut, he did not look at the fire. As if he knew everything and decided everything. No, he won't follow Steilerman. How about surrendering? Their own, comrades, will be called a deserter and a traitor. God forbid. Of course, the only way out is captivity. But everyone is afraid of the authorities, Russians and their own comrades. They are afraid of him, Hoffman. He is afraid, they are afraid of him. So they will rest in fear. A clear sober thought came, we need a team. But who will issue such a command? Hoffman opened his eyes. Non-commissioned officer Stoll put his head on his shoulders, pulled his cap over his ears. He is no different from others. Only on shoulder straps he has a silver border. This is a great thing, a silver border. Stoll has the right to order. Order, and immediately everything will be right. But will he want to order contrary to the high order? But someone has to dare. Non-commissioned officer Stoll moved his head slightly. It seemed, in the direction of Heinz Uppitz. What is the boy thinking? Heinz Uppitz could not tell what was going on in his soul. There was too much arrogance and delight in him to be frightened, to fully understand all the horror. He, like everyone else, was both hungry and cold. He had frostbite on his cheeks, his knee joints were swollen and hurt. Felt weak. But he still dreamed of orders and a regimental banner. The Führer himself shakes his hand, thanks him for his courage, and congratulates him on the great victory at Stalingrad. Heinz believes that the Führer will not leave them. You just have to hold on. 2 or 3 more days. Someone got up and brushed off his cape. A blue dawn poured into the dugout, a sharp cold seized my legs, and the candle went out. At that very moment, a frightened cry broke out. Russians! The machine gun rumbled, the machine gun fired, the soldiers jumped up, huddled in the aisle, climbed into the frost. And Hoffman disappeared, thoughts flew away, there was no Hitler, no Manstein, no regiment commander. Only the Russians remained. In the blue dawn, across the blue snows, they approached in short dashes. Heinz Uppitz shouted indistinguishable words to Hoffman, then clung to the machine gun. Rifles were fired from right and left. Heinz Uppitz drove an endless line, turned around a dissimilar face, looked at Hoffman with crazy eyes. The Führer is watching us. Hoffman sorted through, gave a machine gun belt, saw the terrible face of his comrade. The Führer is watching us. Uppitz was screaming as if he was afraid to be alone. Hoffman decided so, he was afraid. He suddenly felt sorry for the guy who did not know German songs and German customs, did not know who Goethe was, he just memorized Hitler's marches and statutory military rules. Hoffman suddenly thought that Heinz Uppitz was not even a German, he was just a Hitlerite. But the boy is not to blame for anything, he was stuffed with dope so diligently that he could no longer behave differently. And then the vile thing came up, the bastard. Hoffman suddenly heard that the machine gun was silent. Someone ran down the trench. Do not shoot. The platoon commander ordered, do not shoot. Hoffman did not have time to think or understand. He only accepted the command. He threw a machine gun belt and reached up. He saw the Russians, white sheepskin coats, felt boots, hats. He saw the stings of the bayonets. The Russians stood tall. It was as if they were setting themselves up for gunshots. But no one fired. And Hoffman became terrified. I understood, realized that now exactly what I wanted and what I was afraid of would happen. Hoffman saw his. He went to the Russians. No, he did not go to give up, he raised only one hand. Why did he raise his hand? It was white in the hand. This white was torn in the wind and fluttered. And I also saw. 1, 2, 3. What is it? The soldiers walked, hobbled, hurried, as if their only desire was to reach, to run to the Russians. As if the main thing was to keep up with the front, who walked with a white rag in his hand. There were more and more of them, they huddled together in tight clusters, then dispersed, got bogged down in the snow and huddled again. As if it was easier to walk in cramped quarters. And all without rifles. Hoffman understood. He guessed the front one, with a white rag in his hand, non-commissioned officer Stoll. Well, yes, Stoll. Hurry, hurry. Damn everything. Quicker. But suddenly he saw the crazy eyes of Heinz Uppitz, a twisted mouth. Treason. He shouted again. The machine gun hit, stunned. Hoffman saw the face of Heinz Yupitz, distorted by fear, saw how the barrel of a machine gun was moving, hurrying, licking with a dim cold fire. Maybe a delusion, a nightmare. But Heinz Yupitz, here he is, next to him, narrow boyish shoulders and a wet upper lip. And the machine gun works non-stop, breaks, fire rushes about, and there is no power to stop the killing. Only in the depths of consciousness was in a hurry after the machine gun. Why? The machine gun cut and tore the frosty frost. Hoffman suddenly saw the trampled snow, yesterday's funnel and the dead face of Corporal Kluge. But how could that be? The dead were lifted up and laid face down on the parapet. It was ordered, by all means face down. Corporal Kluge was placed exactly like this. Hoffman remembers well, it all happened yesterday, around Christmas Eve. Kluge was placed to the right of the machine gun nest, and Fritz Schneeberg to the left. Both face down. And now they looked at him with glassy eyes. Let it go. He again saw yesterday's funnel, motionless soldiers in the snow. There he crawls alone, plows the stale snow with a helmet, drags his unreasonably thick legs wrapped in rags. The soldier does not see where he is crawling, he is wounded, a bloody trail remains in the snow. And another crawls. All lie motionless, and two crawl. No, there's more. Where is he going? After all, the Russians are on that side. Well, yes, Russians. They are wearing splendid sheepskin coats. But now the Russians are not visible. And the soldier is coming. Raise your hand, go. Why did he raise his hand? Hoffman seemed to have regained his sight, as if pulled out of a heavy oblivion. Non-commissioned officer Stoll walked with a white handkerchief in his raised hand. To the Russians. Heinz Yupitz firing at his own. He laid everyone down. Only Stoll. Now he will kill him too. Kill even Hoffman. Why didn't you go along with everyone? Better to be dead. Non-commissioned officer Stoll was not afraid. But that brat is about to kill him. He grabbed Yupitz by the head, jerked from a machine gun. Bastard. Fell together. Hoffman leaned forward, twisting Yupitz's hands behind his back. Bastard. Heinz Yupitz fell silent, only sobbed, muttered, repeated one word, traitors, traitors. Mud is smeared over his face, and his eyes are filled with madness. The chin is sharp, the muzzle is thin, fox. Bastard. Puppy. He briefly swung, slapped a slap in the face. One more, one more. He beat Heinz Yupitz with both hands, right and left. Here's to you, here's to you. Heinz's head was tossing from side to side, like a rag, his eyes looked meaninglessly, tears rolled down his cheeks. I'm afraid, Heinz Yupitz wept and groaned. Hoffman, do you hear, I'm afraid. Then Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz lay in an embrace at the bottom of their trench. They were pushed aside, they brought dinner. Unfamiliar soldiers crowded in the dugout, another non-commissioned officer was sitting behind a plywood box, calling out names, cursing, swearing, not addressing anyone. Hoffman came to his senses completely. I understood, the platoon was gone. Only Yupitz and he. The soldiers looked sideways at them with fear, visibly avoided them, as if only these two could kill, shoot. The next day, already at dusk, the major, the battalion commander, squeezed into the dugout. I asked Hoffman and Yupitz. Both were pushed forward. Hoffman saw festering eyes and a mottled gray face. I have come to do a pleasant duty, said the battalion commander. I came to convey to you the gratitude of the division commander. He paused, then added, and my own. The voice was muffled, low, as if a rose underfoot, coming from the earthen floor. Each of you is awarded the Iron Cross by command. For courage and loyalty. Hoffman was looking directly at the battalion commander, looking away, at the soldiers, he was ashamed. For bravery and loyalty, the battalion commander repeated quite dully. Heinz Yupitz asked in a barely audible voice. No need. The battalion commander either did not hear, or did not pay attention. He waited a long time for the soldiers to unbutton their overcoats. Hoffman looked at the major's unwashed hands, saw how they were trembling. He waited painfully for the end. He wanted to quickly button up and sit down. To fall asleep, to forget. And Hoffman was also afraid that the battalion commander would raise his hand and name Hitler. Even screwed up. But the battalion commander did not remember Hitler and did not say another word. When he opened his eyes, the major was no longer there, and he thought that no one needed orders or ranks anymore. I just want to live until a new day. Hope hasn't gone yet. Chapter 15. Above the frozen trenches, across the chilly January snows, it seemed as if a gray drift was drifting all over the earth. On the trucks covered with snow, on the burned out and already seized by rust tanks, on the faces of the soldiers lay the stamp of death. It was not clear how people live and how they hold on. And Hoffman did not understand, and Heinz Yupitz. Hoffman only decided, come what may, he will not return to the company. Hoffman leads the wounded Yupitz. They walk along a snow-covered stitch. Yupitz drags his leg, rose powdery snow, groans, I can't. Hoffman answers him the same thing, shut up, shut up. Heinz has a shrapnel wound, he vomited, cut down a piece of meat on his leg. The wound is scary to look at. Hoffman understands how painful it is, how hard it is for the damned boy to walk, gets angry with him and at the same time regrets, fool, non-commissioned officer Stoll with a white rag in his hand and Yupitz's fear-filled eyes still stand before his eyes. The machine gun is in a hurry, and pain is pounding in the head, as if they are hitting the top of the head with a hammer. Hoffman sees a terrible picture in all the smallest details, as if it all happened an hour ago. However, he is also to blame. Why did he allow to shoot at his own people? Hitler, Paulus, Heinz Yupitz, Hoffman, everyone is to blame, mentally still trying to justify Heinz Yupitz. Maybe to justify himself. They left the front line after dark. Hoffman was allowed to accompany the wounded to the divisional first aid post. But where this point, Hoffman did not know and decided that they would go to the gumrack station. In his pocket is a piece of paper signed by the company commander. If they have gone far, it is because they were not accepted at the divisional medical center. They were sent further, to the infirmary at the gumrack station. Who will make inquiries? Wounded, here he is, a piece of paper with a seal, too. Will bring, arrange and go to the city. There, what will be? Heinz Yupitz hangs on Hoffman's shoulder, groans. I cannot. Hoffman breathes hoarsely, heavily, whistling and wheezing, as if a thin pump is working under his overcoat. Let's rest, Heinz Yupitz asks. Shut up, shut up. We'll be on the road soon. Hand over Heinz Yupitz. In the trenches, on the front line will not return. The road is broken in deep snow, it looks like a corridor. The walls are almost the height of a man. Hoffman and Heinz Yupitz rolled down, slid down, remained sitting motionless and quiet. There was no way to move. At the upper edge, the snow breaks its creeping pace, curls, smokes with white smoke. In the corridor, on the road, the snow falls in humpback transfers. The road is abandoned, dead. Hoffman looks at the snowy wall, sees the traces of a shovel, sees how white dust curls and settles. From the snow, right from the cut, a dead rhizome sticks out. Strange, there is not a single tree in the steppe. And why are the roots sticking out of the snow, a meter from the ground? The roots surprisingly resemble a human hand. And here is the boot sticking out. Jesus and Mary. This is a dead man. It's not a rhizome, it's a dead hand. Hoffman saw a crushed gas mask and a large frozen cake on the road. With its outlines, this cake resembles a calfskin. Or a man with outstretched arms. Really? He suddenly saw and distinguished both boots, and a belt, and buttons. He even saw a ribbon in his buttonhole, for the wound. The man was crushed, rolled into a cake. Maybe they moved the dead one, maybe the living one. But something is visible, sticking out from under the snow transfer. I saw the butt of a rifle, a crushed bowler hat. The road to hell, thought Hoffman. I thought without fear or shudder. Just. Because nothing can be done. He will sit until he freezes. Then they will crush him with wheels, and no one will remember him. Mentally, Hoffman saw a dead cat. She was crushed on the street, on the road, there, in her native village. A long time ago, when I was still a boy. Then he believed that no one dies, everyone just lives. Cats are so good at purring so affectionately, they rub with soft, warm fur, asking to be stroked. Heinrich loved to stroke his cat and watch how she lapped milk from her dishes, followed the red tongue, was surprised at her skill and dexterity. And most of all he loved to watch their cat wash herself. She wiped, fanned her muzzle with her paw. He was frightened, he cried and even got sick when he saw his cat crushed. Hoffman never thought about it, but now, 30 years later, he does. Because it looked like. Only there was a cat lying around, and here, people, soldiers. And no one cares. They will crush him, Hoffman, too. And Heinz Uppitz. And no one will miss them, no one will remember, no one will think. Because to each to himself. Both Hitler and Paulus. And you don't have to get up. Because it doesn't matter. Don't. But why? To please the Führer, please. To die on this road and thereby please. No. Grasping, holding on to the snow wall with his hands, Hoffman got up. Uppitz sat with his head bowed. And he didn't move. He picked up his healthy leg under him, and pulled the wounded one forward. Wrapped in a blanket and tied with a rope, she looked like a log. Heinz, grabbed by the shoulder, began to pull and stagger. Get up. They slowly walked, trudged along, now and then stopping to rest. Leaning against the snowy wall, they listened to the sound of artillery, listened to their own breathing, whether the car was moving. But the road was empty, and neither a lively voice, nor the sound of wheels, nor the hum of an engine could be heard. A rifle with a broken belt was lying around, a helmet pierced, frozen rags pushed into the snow. And there was a dead man wrapped in a blanket, looking like a big doll. The head is not covered, the hair is clogged with snow. This one was dragged to the side of the road, laid along the track. Nearby lies a pointer, a tin with a sharp corner. On it, Stalingrad, 15 kilometers. Hoffman, said Heinz Uppitz, don't leave me. Let's go, Hoffman hurried. The corridor ended, the road split in two, soldiers with machine guns stood at the fork. They, too, were wrapped in rags up to their eyes. And 3 were sitting on the sidelines, right on the snow, indifferent, as if dead. An armed soldier stepped towards Hoffman and asked. Who are you, where are you going? From under the rags that served as a scarf for a soldier, one could see a large breastplate of a Feldgendarme. Yeah. But that's okay, he and Heinz have a piece of paper with a seal. And who are you? Hoffman asked. We are a team to gather heroes, said the field gendarme. Heroes? Hoffman was surprised. What heroes? The gendarme moved his head, pointed to the 3 who were sitting on the sidelines. We are gathering heroes who have lost their part. Heinz Uppitz hoarsely laughed with a strained laugh. Heroes? Ha! Not heroes, but miserable cowards, that's what they are. We are all pathetic cowards. Where are you going? Asked the gendarme. And, as if justifying himself, he added, I must know where you are going. And Heinz Uppitz shouted, broke into a screech. There are no heroes in the 6th Army, only cowards. We are dying from our own cowardice. Hoffman hurried. The guy's leg was shattered. We are going to the Gumrak station, to the infirmary. We were not received at the divisional medical center. The gendarme nodded. So. Gumrak station won't accept you either. He waved his hand, went to his. Already in the twilight, when it made absolutely no difference whether they would reach or not, the water tower became envious. Out! Shouted Hoffman. Look forward. This is Gumrak. But Heinz Uppitz did not hear anything, fell ill, fell on Hoffman and seemed to stop breathing. Heinz. Heinz. He didn't answer. And Hoffman, exhausted, now and then losing consciousness, dragged him. I came to my senses near a wooden wall. At the door, right on the snow, lay the soldiers. The truck was working, humming at idle. Someone was repeating in a hoarse and indifferent voice. Bring in the living. Only the living. The orderlies dragged the wounded through the open doors, dragged the wounded in, swearing and fuss were heard. Someone threatened to complain to the commander himself. From the open doors carried a stuffy stench. Nearby they moaned and asked in an exhausted voice. Take it away, he's already dead. Hoffman took a closer look. A stack of firewood towered nearby. It stretched along the wall, lost in the darkness. Lumberjacks are stacked large, gnarled, they will not take either a saw or an axe. But still, you won't freeze near the firewood, you just need to get into the room. Moved, shook Heinz Yupitz, alive or inanimate. They shouted from the corridor. Don't bring in the dead. They removed the wounded from the car, pulled the wounded, dragged them through the black doors. Here the orderlies set up a stretcher, a pocket torch lit up dimly. A spot of yellowish color groped over the wrapped body, stopped, lingered on the head, and went out. One nurse said. Ready, take it under your head. The first protested. I already took it. Now it's your turn to take over. Muttering curses, the orderlies changed places, lifted the dead man and, tangling his feet, carried him sideways to the stack. Rocked, thrown up. This is not firewood, these are stacked dead. Overcoming apathy and impotence, Hoffman lifted Heinz Yupitz under his armpits and dragged him into the room. It must be a warm place. After all, the infirmary. They sat in the corridor, lay. Someone opened the door. Hoffman saw a light, a spacious room. The wounded and the sick lay side by side. From wall to wall, a bumpy heap. It was warm here, you can't freeze here. Hoffman realized that people were waiting in that room for a dressing, for an operation, waiting for a bed to become free. He put down Heinz and lay down himself, stumbled. He won't leave until the morning, no one will check. If asked, Hoffman would probably not have been able to answer, to explain why he is trying so hard for the guy. They were neither friends nor comrades, just a chance. Fate put them side by side, brought them together at the machine gun. Hoffman did not like Heinz Yupitz, he considered him a fool and a scoundrel. But you go, dragged so many kilometers to not let you die. Hoffman would not have been able to explain. He only vaguely guessed. He came to the firm conviction that the soldiers, the entire Sixth Army, had been betrayed. The only salvation, the only way to express your protest is to go to the Russians. But whether he could do it, he didn't know. Maybe Heinz Yupitz can. Not now, but later, when the war is over. After all, someday the war will end. And then Heinz Yupitz will fuck with his fist. But for this, Heinz Yupitz must survive. In the room, which turned out to be not so big, there was heavy painful snoring. Someone in delirium shouted loudly, commanded, fewer. Fewer. Nearby weeping and moaning quietly. My God, my God. The door slammed, opened and closed, someone was brought in, someone was carried out. They stepped over Hoffman, stepped right on him, but he felt nothing. He lived with delusional visions in a feverish, deep sleep. Together with Heinz Yupitz, they raise a telegraph pole. One end is lowered into the pit, the other is raised. The pillar is huge, heavy, now it will fall and crush. We must keep him at all costs. Heinz! Shouts Hoffman. Hold on, don't quit. It was you who was awarded, this is your cross. Well, yes, this is not a telegraph pole, this is a grave cross. Here it is already standing, big, black, scary. It smells of carbolic acid, a tattered soldier's blanket is rinsing on the crosspiece. A tin marker is lying on the grave mound, Stalingrad, 15 kilometers. Nearby lies the dead Heinz. And they are still lying. A lot, all the way. All around, as far as the eye can see, lie dead soldiers. And out they go. Gradually, importantly, proudly. They go with suitcases. Only they are not soldiers, generals. They walk over the corpses, equal step. Hoffman is terrible. Hoffman is hurt because they step right on him, he feels nails on other people's soles, hears swearing voices. Someone shouts loudly. We don't accept typhoid patients. There was a chill in the open door, a murky blue seeping through. Dawn broke. Heinz Yupitz moaned, muttered incoherently. It is necessary to arrange him on a bed, then he will get to the doctor. Then he'll have a chance. Two people stopped nearby, they were wearing oilcloth aprons. Orderlies. Hoffman got up. I brought a wounded hero. He has just been awarded the Iron Cross. One nurse said. Now everyone is rewarded. This is a real hero. He was awarded by the commander himself. The commander rewards everyone. I have paper, arrange the guy on the bunk. Another orderly waved it off. No vacant tables. Hoffman understood, it is necessary in a different way. Guys, he said, this is all I have. He took off his gold wedding ring from his finger, held it out, take it. I think you can find a free bunk. The orderly took the ring and weighed it in his palm. Another doubted. Maybe it's bronze, Hoffman assured. Purchased in the 32. The attendants disappeared behind the door. There must have been a room there. A minute later they came out with a stretcher, bent, hunched under the weight. And they shouted after them. Where do you take him? He's still alive. The orderly who walked ahead answered. No, he's already dead. Don't you dare. He is alive. Where did you take it? All the same orderly repeated. No, he's already dead. Near Hoffman someone got up and sat down. He watched the orderlies with the stretcher and laughed, wooden, senseless, crazy. Then Heinz Yupitz was put on a stretcher. Hoffman was told. You leave. Every morning the gendarmes come. If healthy people are found, they are handed over to the tribunal. The sentence is carried out on the same day. Heinz Yupitz was carried away. Hoffman went out into the cold. Chapter 16. Paulus sat straight at the table, as if he had actually swallowed a yardstick. In front of him stood General Hube. And on the table, a white sheet, the Soviet ultimatum. The commander's face was mournful, his dull eyes half closed. He doesn't look at the table, but he still sees the lines. They stand before my eyes. In view of your hopeless situation and the futility of further resistance. Yes, yes. Hopeless and pointless. The Supreme High Command of the Red Army proposes to stop the resistance and surrender in an organized manner. Your answer is expected from 15 hours 00 minutes Moscow time, January 9, 1943, in writing through a representative personally appointed by you, who should travel in a car with a white flag along the Horse Junction Road, St. Kotleben. On the chase, Paulus added an asterisk. A week ago, he was promoted to the rank of Colonel General. Now it seems to him that if he were not a Colonel General, he would capitulate. But he was obliged. And he made that commitment. Black letters grow and burst, as if exploding. If you reject surrender, we warn you. Where will all this end? The troops of the Red Army and the Red Air Fleet will be forced to deal with the destruction of the encircled German troops, and you will be responsible for their destruction. Oh sure. But if he capitulates, he will also bear responsibility. Fear of the Russians and of Hitler weighed heavily. Behind the door, the chief of staff shouted, ordered. Fire. Shoot the parliamentarians. Paulus saw General Hube again. Everything will depend on what General Hube says now. He had just returned from Berlin, talking to Hitler. A week ago, Hube flew out of the boiler, he was called to Berlin to present a high award. At the army headquarters, he was entrusted with the mission to report in detail to the Chancellor and the Supreme Commander-in-Chief everything as it is. Hube's return was awaited with great impatience, they hoped for him. Now, here he is. It stands emphatically courteous, all hung with orders. It all depends on what he says. General Paulus did not think, however, that the unexpected would happen. The front is retreating further and further, the initial airfields have moved to Novichokhovsk, Shakhty, and Voroshilovgrad. Surprises, especially good ones, were excluded. Still, accepting or rejecting the Russian ultimatum will depend on what General Hube says. The corps commander understood perfectly well, it was necessary to say only what was intended specifically for Paulus. The commander needs these words to justify himself in the eyes of officers and soldiers. To justify myself in my own eyes. Paulus knows, probably guesses what words Hube will say to him. And yet he waits. Hube understands everything. He will say only those words that Hitler and Paulus need. Leave the rest to yourself. No need to tell with what feeling I flew out of the cauldron, how anti-aircraft shells burst all around, how I tried to suppress nauseating fear. A minute visit to von Manstein, the words of the field marshal about the high mission of the Sixth Army, a handshake, a wish for a happy journey. Manstein made it clear that everything was going well exactly as it should go, as circumstances dictate. Even Hitler will not neglect these circumstances. And you don't have to ask. But when I was driving, I walked the streets of Berlin, when I climbed the granite steps of the Reich Chancellery, I saw heavy columns erected for centuries, tall, motionless sentries under a banner with a swastika. When I stopped in front of the door to Hitler's office, I believed that Germany could. Hube was neither a politician nor a strategist, but it was on this day that he realized that the Sixth Army was over. Hitler met him standing. The head was raised high, the eyes were wide open, filled with black cold. There was nothing in them but watchful expectation. It seemed that Hitler was ready to be frightened, delighted, furious. He was ready to perish and destroy, take away and bestow. He could do everything. Couldn't just win the war. Hube looked at Hitler and understood. But Hitler was the only one who could delay death. If for this you have to sacrifice an army, you should do just that. Because no one wants to die first. I saw how Hitler's face warmed up, perked up, a small bunny darted from eye to eye, jumped, and a barely perceptible smile touched his lips. Either a cramp, or a smile. As if Hitler had finally guessed it, as if fear and apprehension had flown away. Lips moved guiltily. Walls, paintings, a huge globe, familiar and unfamiliar faces. Hitler said. Thanks, Hube. And he dropped it, hid his eyes, as if his conscience jumped up in him, as if he was preparing to take a blow. Thank you, he repeated. Hube did not know, could not understand what exactly Hitler thanked him for, but, it seems, he wanted nothing more at that moment. Just said. My Führer. Didn't add a word. He is ready to do the impossible, he is ready to die. Hitler understands, so he is silent. Others don't understand. And they say. But Hube does not want to hear. He is not interested in what others say. Then Hitler extended a puffy hand to him, touched his chest. Sword stuck to the uniform, to the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. It's like they've been in this place for a long time. And again someone spoke. And Hitler was silent and hid his eyes. Hube remembered the order of the commander. My Führer, General Paulus asked. Hitler tossed his head. The face is motionless, the eyes are blind. Black, blind. There was nothing beyond them, no people, no stone walls, no daylight. Black, crazy eyes obscured everything, the floor tilted and staggered. With an incredible effort, Hube said. My Führer. No need, Hitler said, we'll talk about everything at dinner. Few have been so honored. For such an honor, you will not regret anything. And nobody. Then they drove, then they sat at the dinner table. Hube saw old tapestries on the walls, bronzes and paintings. There was no price for all this. An oppressive weight fell on Hube's shoulders. He suddenly seemed to sober up, he thought that for this luxury, for Hitler to dine at this table, the Sixth Army was dying. Hube was frightened by his own thought, it seemed to him that Hitler would find out, guess. He hurried, said. The commander of the Sixth Army ordered a detailed report, my Führer. Don't, Hube, Hitler said hastily. I know everything. The general suddenly remembered the 23rd of August, the roar of tank engines, a colossal, amazing success, which, it seems, had not happened during the entire war, as if from the side he heard his authoritative voice, his own words. Yes, then he said that evening coffee would be drunk in Stalingrad. Why did he say these words? If you hadn't said these words, you wouldn't have had to report now about the death of the Sixth Army. But is he, Hube, to blame? Hitler lazily chewed some grass and squinted. He was completely absorbed in this occupation, as if there was nothing in the world but this luxurious dining room, expensive outlandish weed, except for taste and momentary sensations. As if there was no war, no Stalingrad. My Führer, Hube said softly and carefully put his fork down. The command of the Sixth Army authorized me to report. You must not know everything. Hitler stopped chewing. He bent low over his plate. He hurried up, tossed his head. Hube, I know absolutely everything. Eyes filled with black water. This water trembles and splashes with cold fury. I know everything. Shouted Hitler. You will talk about starvation rations, about frosts and the senselessness of further resistance. You intend to talk to me about humanity and humanism. Right or wrong? Hube did not have time to answer. You brought a detailed certificate and intend to convince me. General Paulus hopes. You all hope to pity me, because German soldiers are dying in the cauldron. You have saved the words of mercy and humanity. But war does not tolerate these words, Hube. War ends in victory or defeat. In the name of victory, I am ready to sacrifice an army. Do you hear, Hube? I am ready to sacrifice the Sixth Army. Hitler spoke to Hubba, but looked past and did not seem to see him. He did not see anyone and nothing at that moment. I thought that Hitler did not hear himself. The general was frightened. Someone would overhear and pass it on to the army headquarters. They will hear, they will recognize in the trenches. Hitler said unexpectedly calmly. Have you been embarrassed by my confession, Hube? What would you do in my place? And stretched across the table, I'm asking you. Hube was not a timid person. He was a brave man. The moment of confusion passed. I saw a swollen face, wrinkles at the corners of the mouth. How would you do it? Hube said. I'm a soldier. First of all, I think about the soldier's honor. Nonsense. Soldier's honor, for the general public. You are talking about the Sixth Army. And what is an army on the scale of a world war? I know the army is lost. I mourn this, pity every soldier and pray for him. I pray. Hitler dropped his hands. He looked at point-blank range with crazy eyes, as if he was trying to remember something, figure it out, prove it. He breathed often, hard, sweat broke out on his forehead. Hube, you must understand me, he spoke softly and distinctly. There are circumstances that cost more than the army. You say it's cruel. I do not accept this word. Because war is cruel. Every struggle is cruel. Fate has put a heavy burden on my shoulders to be exactly the way I am, ruthless and firm. In the name of a great Germany. And I obey my destiny. He paused, then added, there is no other way. Neither me nor you. Now General Hube stood in front of the commander. On the table is a Russian ultimatum. Paulus is waiting. But will you say, when they said goodbye, Hitler promised. I will need you, Hube. Very soon. There is still a lot of war, I will need you. And looked inquisitively. Hube understood everything. He bowed his head in a half bow. Hitler would grant him life. He, Hube, will remain grateful and faithful. But no one should know about it. Hube looks at Paulus from above, an even parting, a narrow back, the epaulets of a colonel general. Promotion for obedience. Hube even seemed to smile at the thought. And then it became embarrassing, he concealed the truth. As if trying to lift a veil, he said. I think help should be expected no earlier than mid-February. From behind the door came the voice of the Chief of Staff. I order you to shoot. Shoot the Soviet parliamentarians. Paulus looked at Hube, nodded. Yes, of course. And I agreed with Hube, and with Schmidt. Then it was like in a dream, like in a delirium. Paulus sipped the strongest coffee, forgot, did not know whether it was day or night, whether transport planes had arrived or not, whether there was a connection or not. In tobacco smoke, in fumes, in the dim light of electricity, impatiently striding from corner to corner, dictating an appeal. Soldiers of the valiant Sixth Army. In a difficult, unequal struggle, you show miracles of courage and stamina. I know it's hard for you. But the Führer is with us, liberation is near. He sat down at the table, skimmed through, read the reports. There was no bread, the cartridges were running out. Soldiers die from wounds, frostbite and typhus. The only way to save the still living soldiers is immediate surrender. Surrender? For an attempt to go over to the side of the enemy, for unauthorized surrender, to judge. Shoot. At the verdicts of the military tribunal, Paulus sweepingly threw a single word, I approve. He knew that from 1 hour to the next the Russians would begin decisive action, that the fate of the army was predetermined, that no one and nothing would help. I understood very well that resistance no longer makes sense, it only takes thousands of lives. But he didn't even think about putting an end to it. He lived from one phone call to another, he lived one day. The Chief of Staff burst in and shouted. Judge! To judge in absentia. Whom to judge? Major General von Dreber. He capitulated, took his division prisoner. I demand, to judge. Paulus tilted his head, showed a perfect parting, he agreed. The communication service, information, office worked properly, clearly, the links of the huge army mechanism were still working, with dull thoughtlessness they were doing their usual business, although nothing had any influence and could not influence the course of events. At headquarters, reports and orders were written, promoted and demoted, judged, shot and presented for awards, accountants calculated salaries for soldiers and officers, tallied up the total, recounted the columns of numbers, looked for the missing pfennig. And those who were credited with marks and pfennigs were no longer alive. And there was no money in the army. And those who were still alive did not need money. But at the headquarters they went about their usual business, and even when there were absolutely no cases, they tried to create the appearance that they were doing something urgent and important. Everything was done to ensure that the soldiers in the trenches fired and defended themselves. The generals understood that this was pointless, but with threats and promises they forced the soldiers to fight. Some fed this innate arrogance, others did it out of cowardice, out of a desire to please the high authorities. And at the army headquarters, they called, wrote, ordered. And Paulus, and his chief of staff, and the heads of departments, all understood the hopelessness, the senselessness of resistance, but pretended to believe and hope. In fact, everything came down to carrying out Hitler's will to the end. Even the frantic von Seydlitz did not demand surrender, he was only worried that the corps was losing combat effectiveness. At an operational meeting at the army headquarters, he shouted. In order to continue the resistance, we must feed the army. You must do this, sir. Paulus's face did not move, not a single muscle trembled, his cold gaze was fixed over the heads, at one point, and only thin fingers beat soundless time on the table. Without turning his head, without changing his expression, he said in a barely audible voice. My Führer. Everyone looked at the commander expectantly and respectfully, as if the further fate of the army and each of them would depend on what he would say at that moment. My Führer, repeated Paulus. Your orders to supply the army are not obeyed. The voice is quiet. It was hard to believe that he was dictating, he talked, informed Hitler confidentially and frankly. Gumrak airfield from the 15th of January is suitable for landing at night. There is a ground organization, urgent intervention is needed, the greatest danger threatens. There was a pistol shot outside the door. Paulus raised his shoulders. What is this? Well, yes. This has already happened. Before Christmas. And how much is left? General Hube was recalled from the pocket. Because it is needed. You don't need Paulus. They wrote off the entire army. And the commander, for effect. So that the Reich Minister of Propaganda could use. He, Paulus, had only to die. Didn't sleep all night. Smoked, listened to the clock. The ashtray is littered with cigarette butts, cigarettes are scattered. Zimmerman entered. He didn't click his heels, he didn't straighten out. Paulus saw deeply sunken eyes, an unshaven face. For the first time I saw Zimmerman unshaven. What's new? Zimmerman shook his head. Nothing comforting, Sir General. No response to radiogram. There are also no transport planes. Here are the reports, the cry of the perishing. Scary to read. And lowered his head. Sorry, Mr. General. Paulus read one report. Zimmerman saw it, from the first to the last line. He returned to the very beginning. And closed his eyes. Then, almost without reading, he shifted and leafed through all the reports. Without looking at Zimmerman, he said. Right, and, pausing, not seeing, not paying attention to whether the adjutant was ready or not, he began to dictate, based on the reports of the corps and the personal reports of their commanders, with whom communication is still maintained. The army reports the situation. Paulus dictated. The eastern section, the northern, the western. Decomposition phenomena are noted, strong points and shelters are available only in the area of /U200B/U200B city, but not a single division can be removed from there, since the Russians attack incessantly in this sector. There are wedgings that threaten to break through the front. Zimmerman wrote, he was afraid to miss the word, he was surprised at the impassive voice of the commander. 18,000 wounded without the slightest help with dressings and medicines. The 44th, 76th, 100th, 305th, 389th Infantry Divisions have been destroyed. The front has been broken in many places, further defense is meaningless, and suddenly he asked, Are you writing, Zimmerman? That's right, Mr. General, the adjutant replied, rejoicing at something. Right, defeat is inevitable. In order to save the survivors, the army asks for immediate permission to capitulate. He leaned back in his chair, his face pale. He unbuttoned the collar of his uniform, spoke separately and clearly. Capitulating. As if he checked this word by ear. Hitler's answer came immediately. Paulus read, the lines swelled with blood. Surrender is out of the question. The Sixth Army is fulfilling its historic mission, fighting to the last bullet to make it possible to create a new line of defense on the southern wing of the front. Killer, said Paulus. And it made absolutely no difference to him whether they heard him or not. He threw back his head, there was nothing to breathe, itself, then itself. But everything passed quickly. Hitler remained Chancellor and Supreme Commander. Paulus is just a colonel general. He must obey. Corps and division commanders obey him. And the soldiers? They wandered, trudged from city to city, from one end of the cauldron to the other. They were still firing in the trenches. And hoped for something. And Hoffmann hoped. He wanted to get to the city. There he will go to the Russians. He will tell you that the Germans have gone mad. Yes, all the Germans have gone crazy. You just need to rest. It's nothing if you sit down for 1 minute. Hoffmann stepped to the side of the road, only 1 minute. Take a break, gain strength and move on. Saturday. And I didn't have the strength to open my eyes. But why open? If it's so good. If the infirmity has poured out, gone. If there is heat, get some rest and everything will be fine. Now count to 100. And get up and move on. Only up to 100. But I counted to 20, lost my way. Start over. But you can't even count. It is not at all necessary to count. He will rest for 5 or 10 minutes. Then he will come to the Russians and say. He will definitely come, because he feels how strength is being added, how easy and warm he has become. Iridescent overflows float across the snows, across the white plain. Both on the right and on the left. Colors are coming from everywhere, a warm breeze caresses the hands and face. And you don't have to go anywhere. Hoffman sat with his head on his chest, snowflakes fell on his face and did not melt. Chapter 17. Captain Verigin read and reread the letter. Andriashenka, Andrei. I will find you anyway. I will search all my life, but I will find. And if you drive me away, I will stay somewhere nearby, just to see you. The letter was written in pencil, hastily, with errors, and therefore was even nicer and more expensive. He knew it by heart, but reread it every day and even several times. Reading, I saw eyes, hands, an old faded tight-fitting dress, tanned legs. He didn't just read, he listened to Nura. I saw eyes filled with prayer and tears, felt her breath, felt the inexplicable smell of her hair. Andriusha, my dear, in Andrei's chest, it broke and fell. I heard Nura, how on that memorable night, on that only morning, when they sat on the porch, they stood close when they said goodbye. Only the words are different now. Andriusha, I can't live without you. The fighter Ignatiev said that he would definitely find it. If he meets you, he will tell you in words. Ignatiev told, once again. How he met Nura, how they walked along the German rear, how they got food, crossed the Don. Andrew required. Tell me about Nuru. Ignatiev looked at the battalion commander guiltily. So I'm talking about her. How was she dressed, how was her hair done, what words did she say? Ignatiev was perplexed. How combed? Usually. Approached, rescued Koblov. It's amazing, they've arrived. After all, just think, from Oskol to the Don along the German rear. And Nura. I would immediately marry her, that's what, comrade battalion commander. Since Semyon Koblov became the political instructor of the 1st Company, something has changed in him, both the right person and the wrong one. He was still the same unhurried, slow, heavy, but in his large figure there was an increase in stature, as if a dozen years had been thrown off him, and he began to speak more willingly, as if even more fluently, as if Semyon Koblov had been replaced. And the same kind of man, and not the same. I would marry, he repeated. Honestly, Captain Verigin was angry. To teach, to advise, all masters. What is there to do? Koblov insisted. You write letters to her almost every day. Look, the field bag is full. Captain Verigin went cold. How do you know? Koblov smiled slyly. Yes, I know. The fact that the battalion commander Verigin writes letters and does not send them out was known to the entire battalion, but, perhaps, only Semyon Koblov guessed to whom he was writing. Get married, he advised paternally. Nura is right there. Report on command, vacation for a day. Captain Verigin sighed and hid his eyes. He gave. Really. However, Colonel Krutoy does not want to listen. He considers any marriages at the front to be unnatural. Evdokia Pavlovna, his legal wife, he ordered to send her across the Volga. Yes, just not that woman Evdokia Pavlovna, she reached the commander himself. General Zerdin ordered to leave her at the headquarters, she will deal with office work. What kind of office work is this at the headquarters of the regiment? But General Zerdin does not talk much, he ordered, that's it. If there is no office work, there will be. From this they concluded that Colonel Krutoy will soon be promoted. To the report of Captain Verigin, Colonel Krutoy said. Can't wait until the end of the war, wait, we'll finish off Paulus. Andrei tried to explain, but Krutoy did not listen. I won't let you. From hour to hour we are waiting for the order, let's go to the assault. And my battalion commander, you see, left for a date. How is that? And waved his hand, go away, Verigin. Together with Koblov and Agarkov, the battalion commander bypassed the location of the company, where he ran, where he crawled. Heavy cannons were rarely fired from behind the Volga and somehow reluctantly, the shells exploded loudly. The Germans sat quietly, rarely answered the shelling, and only when they were attacked did the front line come to life, exploding with furious fire. The soldiers were surprised. What are they hoping for? The prisoners, the defectors were the same, unshaven, hungry, wrapped in rags. They were no different from each other, everyone scolded Hitler, everyone asked for bread. Captain Varigin's battalion, the entire regiment, the entire 78th Division shredded the enemy defenses, recaptured one position after another. Mikhail Agarkov swore and approached Varigin. I feel sorry for the people. What kind of people are we losing? Leave only barriers. In 2 weeks, the Germans themselves will turn around. In the trenches they judge this way, but the command is different. Colonel Kuhl almost daily comes to the company, watching the actions of the assault groups. It's bad, he says, we're fighting badly. But, as it should be better, does not explain. And the fighters are happy, there is a lot of ammunition, meat borscht, you can't turn it with a spoon. A bathhouse was set up on the shore. Not exactly a bath, but you can wash yourself. And fighting is commonplace. How not to fight? The Nazis, there they are, still alive. And they have already begun to forget how it is without war. There is no end in sight either. Oh well, there will be an end. Over there, across the Volga, on the ice, there is a rolling road, cars are running back and forth, soldiers are walking in single file, and now and then turn off to the side of the road. They gather together, smoke. No fears for you. No shelling, no misters. And what happened, Lord? A young lieutenant, tied with a harness, steps on the same young soldier. How are you standing? Are you a Red Army soldier or a Ryazan woman? Elbow up, elbow up. Soldiers from afar laugh. So him. The lieutenant must not have seen the war yet. He'll sniff it, change his mind. They say without a heart, good-naturedly, and as if even encouragingly, young recruits must be taught. But how? But a good mood is not due to the fact that a young commander scolds a young soldier. The war just took a different turn. A disheveled line of prisoners appeared. They go in fours. But what is this system? Departed, you see, on the legs of the support, on their shoulders, blankets are thrown over their heads, they can barely move, holding on to each other. Pass by, look down. One stepped out of line, stopped. Looks pleadingly, like a dog. Extended his hand. Kuedig, someone said. Anisimov, give it to him. Anisimov had just lit a cigarette. He rolls large, thick cigarettes so that, therefore, he is satisfied. And now, when there is plenty of tobacco, even more. Anisimov turned the cigarette this way and that, as if he were wondering whether it was worth giving. He bit off, spat out the wet tip, handed it to the prisoner. Smoke, the devil is with you. The German took a cigarette and bowed. Spasibo. Look, in Russian, the soldier standing next to him was surprised. Anisimov tore off a strip from the newspaper to roll a new cigarette, laughed softly, politely. And how? We teach. We, brother, whoever you want to teach. Recently he was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. Anisimov looked at him for a long time, then said. In vain. How so, in vain? Senior Lieutenant Agarkov was surprised. Anisimov explained. I wouldn't need it, Shorin. Because it fits in all respects. And wounded again. Agarkov got angry. You, Anisimov, are some kind of blessed. Either you take pity on the Germans, or you would give your order to another. Shorin deserved it. And wounded besides, stubborn Anisimov. And what about the Germans? So they are fools. And fools are always welcomed. In our village, I remember, they do not spare fools, fools. Sick that is. The Nazis have nothing to do with it, Likarev entered into the conversation. These can only be brought to their senses by one means. Of late Likarev has become more talkative. He began to joke, which had never happened to him before, shaved every day, and everyone saw that he was still quite young, handsome, well-built. Likarev sat down next to the machine gunner Ovcharenko, touched him with his shoulder, and asked. Why is your strap always torn off? As far as I know, the strap of the overcoat is always torn off. And you know the bis. Ovcharenko was surprised. I so, and the wine, the infection, is seen again. Likarev seriously explained. You don't know how to wear an overcoat. You are a shepherd. Ha! Ovcharenko happily agreed and broke into a broad, confidential smile. Severno. When I get home, I'll be a shepherd again. You're not good enough, Likarev feigned a sigh. You are crooked, you will lose all the cattle. Ovcharenko laughed amiably, he did not know how to be offended. For him there was no bad food, bad weather, bad people. Only the Nazis were bad. Captain Verigin came to the company and asked. Well, how? Likarev scaled. The war has become boring, comrade battalion commander, uninteresting. Captain Verigin frowned, then tried to smile. In August it was much more interesting. You, brother, do not grieve, there is a lot of fun ahead. Sideways, Anisimov approached quietly, shaking his head reproachfully. Likarev, at least don't get out of the battle for him. If it's quiet, his teeth start to hurt, the right word. And I think so, if the only thing to do in a war is to shoot without a break, you won't run out of ammunition. He caught himself, sighed, pitiful, Shorin is not there. We eat meat cabbage soup, we have sugar. If only Shorin. All his life, a man suffers from food, and here, on you, they were wounded. When not a trace. Where is he now, didn't he give the news, asked Captain Verigin. How? Anisimov threw himself up, delighted that the battalion commander was interested in Shuriak. There was definitely a note from him. Here he is, not far away. Looks like it's getting better. Shorin returned to the company on a quiet sunny morning. Not a single shot was heard, there was a cozy smell of wood smoke, an axe was bailing somewhere at home, and an airplane floated high, heading down the Volga. He flew slowly, fearlessly, as it happened a long time ago, even before the war. Shorin walked slowly along the trodden stitch, looked around in surprise, almost frightened, guessing and not guessing. There's a box, there's more. The same holes, the same baby crib hanging on the battered wall. Even then, in September, they were surprised how it hung. And a sign with the name of the tram stop. Shorin, as if not trusting himself, read aloud, Spartak. Only the rails are not visible, covered with snow. Well, yes, everything is as it is. A deadly line passed along these very rails. Shorin stopped, began to look around, to search. And, there it is, the roof is broken, the walls are sooty, the window failures resemble eyes filled with horror. In the hospital, all they talk about is this house. As if the whole war was only in this house. And they write in the papers. Almost every newspaper. And from conversations, and from newspapers, it somehow miraculously comes out, as if only heroes were sitting in this house. Shorin listened, read, could not understand, they were lying, whether they were telling the truth. They held on for 2 months, they didn't give it away, the true truth. But in the newspapers all sorts of conversations are written down, and speeches, just like before the war, on the 1st of May. Some Semyonov wrote about Grekhov Mishka, what important words he said when he was dying. And Junior Lieutenant Grekhov did not say anything before his death. And really, what were they talking about then? Shorin struggles to remember and cannot. About what? They scolded Captain Verigin. They argued when they shared the shag. They remembered about the house, about the family, how they lived, what they ate and drank. But to important speeches, no. But they write smoothly, even the desire to believe that it was so. Once he was even angry that his name was nowhere to be found. About Junior Lieutenant Grekhov, for sure, it is written. And about Senior Lieutenant Agarkov. And Anisimov. They just called him Anisin for some reason. But this is nothing, who knows, guess. How many people are there, how can you not confuse them? He moved his broad shoulders, blew into his mitten, touched his ears, the frost was strong. Shorin is still the same, only his face is emaciated, as if it has become transparent. Weakness in the legs. But that's okay, it would be cooler grub. Adjusted the duffel bag on his shoulder, hurried. And why does someone dream about a hospital? Don't give, don't bring. The hospital spirit is heavy, and semolina porridge is soulless. The stitch was slightly sprinkled, powdered with snow. Some fresh footprints are visible. No shots, no people. They're staring, or something. Shorin is perplexed. Beyond the Volga, there are only speeches about Stalingrad, but here you see something. Shorin's stomach is empty, he hasn't eaten since yesterday. What was given out on the road, I ate at the same time. He picks up his pace, turns his head, looks around, here and there a thin smoke rises from the ruins. One is a fighter. And one more. Behind the stone wall they gathered together, lighting up, clapping their mittens, striving to reach the shoulder blades. Shorin came up and said hello. Asked. The 313th Regiment, where? The young soldier grinned. And you, uncle, who will you be? We have here, you know, strictly. I see. Shorin took out a clean handkerchief, dried himself, no hours. So I ask. 313th. He is. What about the 1st Battalion? They are. People new, unfamiliar, Shorin believed and did not believe. And the 1st Company of Senior Lieutenant Agarkov? Someone ran, waving his arms, shouting. Shorin. Oh, motherfucking so. Shorin. Then he was led along a shallow trench, through some kind of basement passages, and finally pushed into the dwelling. A wick oil lamp was burning, there were beds, on the table, a loaf of bread, bowlers, mugs. Someone was sleeping on one of the beds, covering his head with a sheepskin coat and putting his feet in huge grey felt boots on a stool. Someone said in amazement. Guys, look, Shorin. Everyone got up at once, jumped up, and Shorin was surprised to see how many people were there. And all of their own, Likarev, Ovcharenko, Anisimov, Dolgov. They surrounded, piled on, they all started talking at once, loudly and stupidly. Anisimov clasped his hands, for some reason ran from one wall to another, repeating in a voice thin with excitement. Shorin. Certainly Shorin. Ran up, pushed everyone, hugged. He looked into the brother-in-law's face from one side, from the other, and, having convinced himself, having finally believed, said. Well, yes, Shorin, and he hurried with his usual patter, something very soon, huh? Or did not heal, huh? Al ran away, and concluded, he definitely ran away. Shorin was undressed together, seated at the table, sent to notify Senior Lieutenant Agarkov and political instructor Koblov. Ovcharenko said. Take away some of the pieces. And he himself with a huge hand pushed the bowlers, mugs, pieces of bread to the far end of the table. Shorin got worried. Why the bread? Leave the bread rolls, and as if realizing that he was afraid in vain, as if trying to justify himself, he spoke. There is not enough honey in the rear, brothers. This is one conversation. Why in the hospital? Sheets there, bandages, young sisters. Everyone, how do you feel? How will you feel if you are hungry? Breakfast is semolina. Yes, there would be porridge, otherwise they will smear it on a plate, but there is nothing to eat. A piece of butter the size of a fingernail, 2 slices of bread. Yes, there would be chunks. For lunch, cabbage soup. Splash half a plate. Yes, we know you. No, guys, the right word. No medicines will help if you keep a person starving. At first I did this and that. Well, they added it once, then another. And then such a pockmarked one forestalled me. With us, he says, dear comrade, is the norm. If not enough, you need to dive. But she grins herself, he turned to Anisimov, asked, bring some bread, don't be hungry. And again everyone started talking, running around, fussing. They opened cans of canned food, cut bread. Ovcharenko tried everything and could not spread a blank newspaper. Yes, you wait. He repeated. Required, Shab according to all the rules. So that by all the rules, you run to the foreman, said Likarev. Understood. Agarkov and Koblov came. With the arrival of you. The company commander greeted and lowered a huge, heavy hand, like a sledgehammer, on Shorin's shoulder. Happy. Anisimov at first was all killed for you. But you see, nothing. You are strong man, Shorin agreed. It's in me. Koblov hugged Shorin, hugged him. He kissed him rudely like a man, as if even with a challenge, and said. Well. Now we are all together again. And there was so much memory and soul in these words that for a moment everyone was silent. Indeed, how many have passed, experienced, and now, together again. Probably, at that moment no one thought how much was left for everyone to fight and live, how and what will happen tomorrow. Ovcharenko did not know that he would return home without a leg on the eve of the victory. The armor-piercer Likarev did not know that he would return from the war as a hero of the Soviet Union. Nobody knew anything. This morning, this minute, everyone was only glad. Everyone was extremely good. The table was filled with food. Shorin looked around in surprise, a little frightened, as if he wanted to and did not dare to believe that such wealth was given for his sake, given to him. He was happy and surprised not only at food, but at voices, faces, strong friendly slaps, a cheerful, confident mood, which he had not seen since the war started. That's why I talked. It is, of course, and there the guys get used to it. This most pockmarked cook called me. Say, one lives, in abundance. She buried her husband even before the war. I, Grit, live nearby, around the corner. Come, Grit, I'm hot for love. Likarev snapped. And not old. Shorin, looking around the table, trying to figure out where to start, smiled angrily. If a woman is in years, she is angrier at love. Koblov, too, laughed, mischievously, in a youthful way. 30 years, just right. Shorin pushed a can of stew towards him, nodded in agreement. She ate me for 3 days. Prepared, so, ai. Ovcharenko sighed, as if choked. Say Dillo. For my Pivter rock I live a woman and Blizko not Beshiv. By God. Vina Vinoi, and my wives every day dream of a draw. By God. Well, yes, of course. And the washerwoman Oleana on the shore. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov laughed. Do you think we don't know? No, Ovcharenko shook his head. Only conversations. Here is a man. Likarev hastened Shorin. You go on, and then, nothing. She stopped feeding, and that's it. Pass by, will not turn his head, laughing around. And rightly so. Why feed you? I can't, Shorin said. I'm not good for such things. One of the newcomers shook his head. I don't believe in life. That's how you want to refuse. Baba herself asks, but he does not. I don't believe in life. Shorin looked at the soldier slyly, did not say a word. But Anisimov hurried out quickly. He can't, that's for sure. Because his wife is worth 100. Straight queen. Here I am, for example, I didn't know a single woman, besides my wife, and I don't want to know. It's for sure. And Shorin. Someone sighed sadly. Stop it, to hell with you. What are you really? And Shorin looked at Anisimov with shy gratitude. He said, nodding at his brother-in-law. And he has a good wife. Only I have a whitish, fair-haired, and Anisimov has a black-haired one. At a glance, you would never think that they are sisters. Right word. So after all, Anisimov. He sat hushed, as if timid, a happy smile wandered across his face. And all of a sudden it became embarrassing for their good-natured scoffing. Because other people do not need to offer clumsy words, in a conversation with them, you do not need to fornicate even in your thoughts. Everyone must have thought at that moment about their wives and children. Everyone wanted to have it firmly, like Shorin's, like Anisimov's. Even Likarev, who most often used foul language against women, sat quiet, meek, looking at his hands, as if he were examining his own soul. The wooden door swung open, and through the threshold, crouching low, stepped Captain Verigin, his helmet on one side, a machine gun on his chest. And behind him. Everyone stood up at once. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov boomed. "Comrade Battalion Commander." "I know," said Captain Verigin. "At ease. Sit down, sit down." But no one sat down. They just trampled, freeing, giving way. Behind Captain Verigin squeezed Grishka Semin, a messenger, and a company foreman with flasks in their hands. Bosses are bosses, and everyone saw the flasks. "Do not say anything, well done foreman." Captain Verigin put down his machine gun and held out his hand. "Well, hello, Shorin." He took the battalion commander's hand cautiously, but forgot himself, could not resist, shook it firmly. "Hey, damn it," gasped Captain Verigin. He shook his crushed hand and laughed. I didn't want to shake hands with you." "Well, okay, I will not scold. With the arrival of you and with the reward." Shorin stood in front of the battalion commander, bewildered. "With arrival and with a reward," Captain Verigin repeated. He put his hand in his pocket and reached out to Shorin. "For the last fights." On behalf of the commander of the regiment of the guard, Colonel Krutoy, he unbuttoned the button on Shorin's tunic, said, "Pierce a hole." Fast. Shorin felt the touch of a cold hand, sharp goosebumps ran down his back, and his wide chest felt tight. Someone else's hands reached out to him, screwing the Order of the Red Star to the faded tunic. "Thanks, Shorin." There was a moment, Shorin could not utter a word. He took a breath, answered in the authorized way. "I serve the Soviet Union." He looked around, as if he were calling for witnesses. He added harshly, "We will fight." They poured alcohol into mugs. "We will fight." And as if somewhere they were waiting for these words, an obscure sound was born. It was not like the course of aircraft, like a cannonade. Either it penetrated the basement through the stone thickness, then it disappeared, as if it were not there. And it grew again, obscuring everything in the world. The soldiers became silent, alert, because there was something new in this sound, as if in the middle of winter, at the end of January, a thunderstorm was setting in, as if gigantic millstones were turning over, crushing and crushing far, far away. "What's this?" And Captain Verigin, and Mikhail Agarkov, and Semyon Koblov, commanders and soldiers, all stood and listened, caught, for some reason they were afraid to miss a new peal. Nobody knew, but everyone guessed. And when the heavy door swung open, when the iron rumble from afar pushed and occupied the shelter, when the messenger from the regimental headquarters, pushing the machine gun behind his back, squeezed into the dugout, everyone understood. Andrew stepped forward. "What?" Without waiting for an answer, he reached for his machine gun. "Well," the messenger straightened up. "Comrade Battalion Commander. Ordered to immediately report to the headquarters of the regiment." And cast a sly glance around. Agarkov asked. "What happened?" "Secret, right?" The messenger only looked in his direction. And again he stared at Captain Verigin. "The division commander, Colonel Dobrynin, is with us." And the commander just called. The messenger didn't seem to say anything, but everyone understood and held their breath. And it was as if they reached up to look outside, to hear more clearly how the winter storm was setting in, how it was approaching. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov noisily sucked in air, tightened his belt. He looked at the battalion commander with desperate eyes. Captain Verigin suddenly felt a cold lightness, ringing in his ears. At some point, I saw Anisimov's worried face and fussy hands, the ferocious eyes of the armor-piercer Likarev. I realized that the soldiers were ready. The distant, steep rumbles seemed to buckle the ceiling. Rokossovsky. Who said this? Koblov, Agarkov. Comrade Battalion Commander, the messenger reminded. Captain Verigin saw familiar, almost familiar faces, and suddenly the thought struck through that without these people he would not have been able to fight. I understood in my heart and soul, I would have fought anyway. But so much was connected with each of them that just now I thought that without them I would not have been able to and would not have succeeded. "Comrade Battalion Commander," Verigin said. "Spill it." When they drank, swallowed fiery alcohol, no one reached for a snack, everyone looked at the battalion commander, waiting for a word. He said, "Well, guys." And he looked at Mikhail Agarkov. "Look." Captain Verigin did not yet know what would be at the headquarters of the regiment, what they would order and demand, but he assumed for sure. "Look, Misha," he repeated. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov also did not know what task he would be assigned. "But whatever it is, he is ready. The decisive one was coming close." Everyone knew how much, how long before the end of the war and how many times this word, decisive, would be repeated, but in these days a whole stage of the war was coming to an end. It began a long time ago, at dawn on the 22nd of June, somewhere very far away, at the end of the world. Since then, a whole life has passed, exhausting and bloody, and it was amazing, incredible that they backed up to Stalingrad, remained alive, did not lose faith. But now, the distant artillery thunder pushed back, into the past, almost 20 months of the war. This thunder heralded that a new stage had begun. One more, last, effort had to be made to put an end to the Sixth Army. Captain Verigin went out and slammed the door behind him. But no, Grishka slammed the door. He followed his gaze, the turn of his head, every movement of his battalion commander, he was afraid to miss, overlook. Everything depended on whether he oversaw or oversaw. The 78th Division is the Guards, and the 313th Regiment is the best in the division. Grishka heard about this regiment back in October, on the left bank. And the 1st Battalion in the regiment, wow. Fritz and they know what kind of battalion it is. One prisoner told me. And the head of everything is Battalion Commander Verigin. But what about Battalion Commander Verigin without Grishka? He was quite accustomed to the war, became like everyone else. And the overcoat no longer hung on him, and the boots were on the leg. Only the face remained childish, although weather-beaten, stiff, stern. Grishka added 1 year to himself, he did not grow older. 16 years were visible in a pointed chin, in emphasized diligence, in dislike for the orderly officer Lenachka Belova. In a dream, he often saw his father and mother. When I woke up, I tried to remember what they had said. But for some reason they didn't say anything. But I never saw my brother Fedka. Well, nothing, now, probably, we will meet soon. Vaughn, another front for a breakthrough is coming. Outside the city, far away, where the cold sun fell in the evenings, muffled and gurgled. They stopped in a narrow trench passage, Captain Verigin asked. "Do you hear? They're coming." And he laughed triumphantly, gutturally, as if threatening ruthless retribution. He guessed why he was being called to the headquarters of the regiment, he was overwhelmed with delight, which he had never experienced, it seems, and at the same time anxiety stirred. He could not understand the reasons for this anxiety, because joy, delight were restless, as if near, very close, an imminent misfortune awaited him. He was in a hurry to find a reason to discard the painful feeling, and did not find it. For some minutes it seemed that now he would grab the thread, find out, understand. Here, already in his hand. However, a close, almost tangible find eluded, remained incomprehensibility and longing. But the joy that not today or tomorrow the Germans in Stalingrad would be finished off was stronger, and he, accustomed to not being afraid of anything or anyone in particular, snorted at himself, "Well, you fool." Grishka looked at him with boyish, devoted eyes, trying not to miss a word or a gesture. And Captain Verigin was watching. "Tell me, please," Grishka saw Nura. Even talked. And suddenly, as if slapped on the head, he understood, guessed, "Nura, that's the point. That's why my heart is restless because Nura is here, next to me. And death is near." It seems that for the first time he thought that he was walking near death on the edge, one floorboard at a time, and it takes very little not to meet, not to see each other. But Grishka saw her. And even talked. Quite, very recently. He brought a note, Andriashenka, you are my dear. Captain Verigin looked around and ordered. Tell me about Nura again. Only faster. Grishka, like Ignatiev, talked about the meeting, about the conversation with Nura every day and twice a day. He took a deep breath, hurried. Well, that means. We crossed, that means. Nothing. I bathed alone a little. And so, nothing. Go on, go on. Well, signalmen, then, their own business. Of course. Then they looked for the chief financial officer, handed over the package. He cut himself off in mid-sentence, as if he remembered that it was not necessary to talk about this, and sighed again. So, as I looked, I immediately realized that this is your wife. Because it's very beautiful. Embarrassed, he lowered his eyes. And Captain Verigin wanted Grishka to tell in more detail right here, in this place. He wanted to see both eyes, and lips, and tears. But the accursed Grishka began to talk about something else, and Captain Verigin pushed him on the shoulder. Not about that. But when Captain Verigin left or when Grishka came with an assignment to the company, he would tell excitedly, with some crazy enthusiasm. This, my brothers, is the wife of Captain Verigin. She looked at me, I even felt unwell, whirling before my eyes went, so beautiful. Eyes, in. Grishka made a circle with his fingers, showing how big Nura's eyes are, and her eyelashes are long, very long. He says, asks about the battalion commander Verigin, and the woman herself is all cowardly. How? And she cries, she laughs, and she even hugged me once. Such, my brothers, cannot be said in a fairy tale, nor described with a pen. Rare, I would say. What time? Grishka got great eloquence from somewhere, but he did not yet have his own words about female beauty. He used those that he heard from the soldiers every day. Nura looked like those same beauties who wandered from one story to another. In these stories, all the girls were extraordinary beauties, and he, the author of a love story composed in a smoke break, was free to make anyone happy or ruin him. Grishka told everything about Nura as it is. Only in other words. It came out great. But for some reason he was embarrassed to tell the battalion commander Verigin in the same words. He could not, therefore he spoke briefly, sparingly. And Captain Verigin was angry. But now, before the fight, he asked again. Tell. Grishka repeated his story like a poem. Captain Verigin just waved his hand, stupid. And, catching the roar of the impending cannonade with a watchful ear, he quickly went along the trench. In the spacious dugout of the regiment commander, you can't turn around. Everyone smokes. There is smoke, there is nothing to breathe. Everyone is moving forward, pushing each other. Andrew announced loudly. Commander of the 1st Battalion. By your order. And to whom he reports, he did not see. I heard the voice of Divisional Commander Dobrynin. Over here, Verigin. Nearer. Andrei guessed the battalion commanders of his regiment, saw the youthful face and grey head of political officer Zablin and an unfamiliar major with black artilleryman collars. Here. Dobrynin repeated. Colonel Krutoy and Dobrynin were sitting at the table, and when Captain Verigin squeezed through, he stepped up close, amazed, perhaps even frightened. Everything was the same as then, in March of last year. And faces, and voices, and even a fur-padded jacket on the regiment commander. Only then there were moments of crisis in the defensive battle, and now the 6th Army is in its last breath. Everyone showed up. Asked the regimental commander and raised his head. Captain Verigin saw a clean-shaven face and calm eyes. Nobody answered the cool one, they just huddled together, crowded closer together. Someone eagerly finished smoking a cigarette and looked around, looking for where to throw a cigarette but, all. Krutoy asked once more and nodded affirmatively to himself, Division Commander Colonel Dobrynin. He spoke and put these words calmly, weightily and firmly. There was a restrained, barely perceptible solemnity and readiness in his voice. Colonel Dobrynin put his big hands on the table, on the plan of the city, and raised his head. Captain Verigin saw a well-known face, eyebrows thickened at the bridge. They grew together, tied in a black tight knot, and to Captain Verigin, when he happened to look at the division commander, it always seemed as if difficult thoughts were locked in single combat, they could not reconcile and disperse, and stern eyes patiently wait, ready to seize, take away and immediately put into action the most important, the most necessary. Verigin, I remember, never saw the division commander smile. It seemed that his only concern was to understand, unravel and overcome. The purpose of life was to defeat the enemy. It seemed to Captain Verigin that if you put Dobrynin in civilian clothes, they would still guess that he was a military man. Colonel Krutoy is good, you can't say anything, but Captain Verigin wanted to be like Dobrynin. Ivan Stepanovich looked around at everyone and nodded to Captain Verigin. He didn't even nod, he just closed his eyes. But Captain Verigin drew himself up as if he were a cadet. It's not every day that you have to see the division commander, stand in front of him, not so many bitter and proud memories are associated with everyone. You know, Dobrynin uttered and paused. You know that the Don front is advancing. The enemy defenses in the western section of the pocket have been breached. The Dons are approaching us. Our division has been tasked with, Dobrynin raised and immediately lowered his large hand. Mentally pressed. But I didn't have time to finish the phrase, the door was dissolved, the door swung open. Everyone saw General Zerdin. He bent down, brought in a hat. He took it off, pulled off his glove, straightened up. And immediately it became somehow spacious, as if they were pressing on people with a heavy press in order to get them out of the way. To make it more spacious, it was more convenient for the general. Zerdin walked up to the table with a long stride and dropped his gloves. And Major Sobolevsky remained at the door. As if no one else would come in. Today he didn't want jokes. Krutoy and Dobrynin stood at attention. Everyone stood at attention. Captain Verigin's cheekbones ached painfully. This was before the attack. Now, I feel like. Did you explain the task of the division, the regiment? The commander asked. And without waiting for an answer, without pausing, he said, there are changes. Listen carefully. He uttered the last words, probably for completeness, for integrity, because it does not happen that a commander is listened to inattentively. Caught every word, face movement. It has always been so. And today, according to information that has just been received, the headquarters of the German 6th Army is located in the basement of a department store. Someone grunted softly. Whether delighted, or frightened, you will not understand. Zerdin looked angrily. The corners of the lips drooped, wrinkles appeared, now he will smile. But Zerdin did not smile. He looked at everyone with a hard, cold look. The task of the division remains the same, and put his palm on the edge, as if indicating the direction. The 313th Regiment is deploying its front to the square of the fallen fighters, and Zerdin, not looking at the table, at the city plan, moved his palm. To advance without delay, without stopping, he touched his chin, convinced himself of something. Raised his head higher. The commander of the 1st Battalion, Captain Verigin. Andrei stepped forward, the jersey was tightly belted, the pistol was in front. The eyes are dashing, they look cheerful and bold. Zerdin silently nodded. And it's like I forgot. Selective units have been pulled up to the department store, apparently they intend to defend themselves to the last, and again looked at Verigin. I especially hope for you, battalion commander. I remember from the Seversky Donets. Is that company commander who defended the house on the square still alive? Aha. Well, so. And tell him. Like, the commander hopes. General Zerdin suddenly lost his stern tone, lowered his shoulders, and looked around at the table. It looked like he was suddenly uncomfortable. General Paulus for us, not so hot, what a treasure. But we still have to take it. Continuing to look at the table, he asked in a low voice, Fyodor Fyodorovich, do you understand? Colonel Krutoy answered just as quietly. I understand everything, comrade commander. And Captain Verigin was still waiting for something. It seemed that there was nothing to wait for, but he was waiting. Whether words, sight. When they crowded in at the exit, Dobrynin and Krutoy looked at each other, asking each other what to do next. Should I suggest to the commander for breakfast? And Zerdin took off his hat and sat down. Wearily closed his eyes. Before the mind's eye stood the sons, big, tall, unlike. In soldiers' overcoats. Koka is wearing a soldier's, and Venushka is wearing a general's. And an overcoat, and stripes, and a hat. Now I thought, are you healthy? There have been no letters for a month now. I didn't know yet that on that day Koka and Venushka were standing in front of a strict officer in the political department of the army, asking to take them to the war as volunteers. General Zerdin did not yet know that on that day he would receive a telegram from his wife, and late in the evening he would talk on the radio with Moscow. He will approve the act of the sons and give his consent. This will be the last parent word. He did not know, and he will never know, that in the summer Nikolai would be killed in the very first battle, just on the day when he himself was killed, and Ivan would end the war as a senior lieutenant, study at the academy and become a general. But the mother does not know about it either. Everything will happen, it will happen later, and now decisive days were coming, the last battles in Stalingrad and also a difficult, unpleasant conversation with political officer Zabalin. For some reason, he shifted his hat from one end of the table to the other, smoothed his graying hair, and froze for a minute. He even closed his eyes, as if he did not want to, he was afraid to see Zabalin's face. Georgy Alexandrovich, Zerdin said quietly. He didn't open his eyes, didn't move, just coughed. How are you at home? He raised his head and saw the commissar's face. It seemed unfamiliar. That minute was silent, as if trying to understand, to think. Then, stuttering more than usual, he said. I actually don't have any home. That is, I have a K apartment in Moscow. And no S family. Zabalin uttered the last words quietly, muffled, as if the mere reminder plunged him into horror. That's how it is, said Zerdin. But no, he didn't say those words. He thought. I have a conversation with you, Georgy Alexandrovich. Let's go to me. And in his usual hard voice he said, so as not to interfere. And already at the door, crossing the threshold of the dugout, he turned to Dobrynin. How is your son getting better? Well. No words. Now I will order, so tell him, he grimaced angrily, pulled on a tight glove. He raised his hand, did not inform the hat. Ready in 2 hours. Major Sobolevsky let the commander and Zabalin through. He closed the door, hurried after him. Where the trench turned into the open, Zerdin stopped. Without turning around, without looking at the commissar, he spoke. The voice sounded almost unfamiliar. Maybe because the words were terrible, Nina is seriously injured. She wants to see her husband. She considers him her husband. It turns out that there never was anything, only absurdity, only a mistake. He insulted, discredited. She did not make excuses. Then I decided, out of guilt. And Nina was not to blame for anything. She accepted the accusation proudly and silently, only she was horrified, only she did not want to speak any more. Moved to another city. General Zerdin saw that Zabalin was agitated, unable to find words. But maybe the wound is not so dangerous. Why did he say that there was no family? As if trying to justify himself, Zabalin asked. What's the F surname? What F surname does he wear? Earth's explosion. Are you unwell? The front commander reported, Nina Alexandrovna Zabalina, Major of the Medical Service. Forgot your last name? By the way, here's a note from your wife. How is it that there is no family? You must leave immediately. Zabalin took the note. His hands were trembling. The letters are uneven and large. But Nina wrote. She wrote it, she. George, I have always loved only you. One of you. Zabalin heard Zerdin's voice. Go. The release certificate is prepared, the car is filled. Zabalin raised his head, looked at the general directly and unseeingly. If she dies, I won't survive. He spoke quietly, as if he had promised himself. Zerdin looked angrily at Zabalin. What is that? I ask, what is it? The unmarried Captain Verigin suddenly had a wife, and he writes reports, asking to go to the left bank. The regimental commissar's wife is wounded, and he declares. I ask, what is this? Zerdin suddenly saw Colonel Zabalin's pale face, a bewildered look, beads of sweat on his forehead, and restless hands. Excuse me, Georgy Alexandrovich, I must not know everything. Yes, yes, Zabalin said hastily. I'll tell you everything. I'll come back and tell you. Now, I'm sorry, I can't. And they went. The place was open, and the trench was shallow. But no one ducked. Because the commander walked without bending down. Chapter 18. There were those moments when there was no one and nothing, there was no yourself, but there was only the enemy, only the Germans, and you had to reach for hand-to-hand combat. There are no thoughts about life or death, no home, no family, no friends. Only someone's blood-drenched face, someone's dying scream, saturated with horror, swearing and groaning. And someone else's machine gun. The line is iron, relentless, long. Death is over your head. Black sky and black snow. A red veil before the eyes and someone's mouth spread out with a cry. In Atakuyu. Someone's ferocious eyes, a torn short fur coat, shiny, polished soles of boots, hysterical heavy breathing. Go ahead. But an unknown force, which has no name, hits the ground. And the sky is black, and snow. Everything is distant and everything is alien. Because there is nothing to breathe. Only his hands, red with blood. Your own blood, someone else's. But it was already like this, I could not make out whose blood. Only when was it, near Kharkov, on the Don, in Stalingrad? Flashed, burned, Stalingrad. This is his, Mishkin, city. The Germans clung to the last stones. They die. And they kill. Bastards. And everything is gone, there is no black, no red, no heavy machine gun fire. Only the determination to run. Go ahead. The bear sees the soles of the boots flicker. It seems to him that the main thing is to catch up with the fighter. We'll definitely catch up. Only there is no longer a fighter, no boots. The soles do not flicker. He himself lies. Mishka hears how German machine guns work overlapping, as if from stones, from a basement window, a quivering blue fire bursts. Right in front of him he sees a face covered in blood. Comrade Senior Lieutenant. The soldier's helmet is pierced, blood is rushing, dripping from his chin. Comrade Senior Lieutenant, the documents are in the left pocket. The head dropped. The fighter twitched awkwardly, as if he wanted to lie down more comfortably, and fell silent. And it was going well, thought Agarkov. Walked well. I thought coldly and soberly. It was a pity that the soles of the boots stopped flashing. Mikhail did not guess the fighter, did not know who was alive and who was no longer there, this or the next minute will fall by itself. And he didn't care now. Maybe the habit of seeing death made him insensitive, stern, fearless, but Senior Lieutenant Agarkov only thought that they wouldn't reach him again, and again the battalion commander Verigin would look at him point blank. And he would report for the third time. The square, here it is. Through the ruins Mishka sees the oval facade of a huge building. Store. The very center, whatever it is a penny. Look, you bastards. If Paulus had not occupied the best building in the city, it seems that Mishka would not have become furious like that. In this store, he bought himself a shirt exactly a month before the war. Creamy, striped. Great shirt. Just didn't have to wear it. Worn only once. And now the Germans. Someone pulls Mishka by the sleeve. Comrade Senior Lieutenant. It is ordered to gain a foothold on this line. There is a regimental commander and a divisional commander. Comrade Senior Lieutenant. Agarkov hears the German machine guns distinctly, clearly, they are in a hurry, in a hurry. Out dead and out dead. Lie him, Mikhail Agarkov, fighters. And they tell him to stop. The mines were torn, puffed rarely, and the machine guns slashed, burned without stopping. They either ran away, swept with lead sweepingly and widely, then directed fire in one place, at him, Mikhail. There were moments, it seemed, in him. The bullets hit right next to the ear, short and deadly, not letting me move. Flat fire pressed the company to the ground. The whole battalion. He, Senior Lieutenant Agarkov, should stop at this line. And what is this line? Back to original. Leave the wounded, the dead and withdraw. Put the people and withdraw. Comrade Senior Lieutenant, ordered. Michael waved his hand, got up. Listen to my command. A wounded man is crawling past. Close, stretch out his hand. Mikhail saw a wet face. Either tears or sweat. Grishka. After all, this is Captain Verygin's messenger. Semen Grishka. He has large, terribly frightened eyes, tears trembling in them. Well, yes, a face wet with tears. He grabs with his mouth wide open, probably wounded in the chest, and he has nothing to breathe. But then Grishka raised his head higher and said in an unexpectedly clear and calm voice. Comrade Senior Lieutenant. They killed me, and he dropped his head. He slowly extended his arms and felt the snow. As if he didn't believe it yet, as if he wanted to make sure. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov got up. Our company. It took a second to kill him, so that Mikhail Agarkov was gone. It didn't take time. In all likelihood, he should have been killed. But fate again smiled at Mishka. I'll spare his courage. For me, he didn't care whether they killed him or not. He saw only the ruins, the stones seemed dagger-sharp, they stuck out intimidatingly and gloomily. There was machine gun fire. The bear was running straight at him. And suddenly my throat caught, my breath stopped. From a run, from all over he fell. But no, he threw a grenade and fell. He crawled, choking with impotence. He shook his head and froze, quieted down. But those were short seconds. Mishka heard his machine guns, saw again the soles of his boots. These were already different soles. They covered everything. Mishka stopped seeing even the fire of a machine gun, and there is no longer a machine gun. Likarev grins right in the face. Ovcharenko is not a fighter, a pregnant woman in a helmet. Earthen floor, stone walls, window openings. We didn't get there, we stopped. Koblov is bandaging his leg. Near the groin. If in the pulp, nothing. Automatic skirmish, machine gun bursts fell to the side. The window openings were gray, muddy. Someone was silently covered with a cape. Mikhail was shoved a cigarette. Come on, smoke, Likarev. Michael looks and does not guess. Once, another took a sip of tobacco smoke. Here, it's easier. His eyes are red again. He waved his hand, well, yes, blood. Didn't come. Machine guns fired from the right, and from the left, and somewhere above. Machine guns, like sewing machines, tapped out briefly, evenly, in a hurry either to catch up or stop, collided in a fluent conversation, choked to death. And what about Ovcharenko? Michael asked, but Likarev was no longer around. And Koblov disappeared somewhere. Fiery trails, reddish, it seemed to Mikhail, with a haze, rushed, strung gray squares of windows, did not let him lean out. And to meet them, rarely. And the tracks are light, bluish, fearless. What are these tracks for the Germans? The bear rises and falls again, right next to the wall, near the gap. Fiery fireflies overhead. A machine gun is knocking nearby, a machine gun is choking, someone is shouting in an unfamiliar voice. Come on tape. Someone strangled swears, feebly, wistfully groans. The package. In the pocket. The viscous fiery trails stick to each other from one side and the other, a sparkling cracker took up before my eyes, you can't squeeze through it, or break through. To the square of the fallen fighters, to the department store is very close. Still, it's better to stick around. At night he will let scouts in, and in the morning. Mikhail Agarkov has experience. It is necessary to gain a foothold, to suppress the fire. However, experience and skill mean nothing. Because there is a battalion commander Verigin and there is an order. The battalion commander Verigin also has experience, and so does the regiment commander. But it's also an order. The thing is that the order can be executed in different ways. The one who rises first tries to find, even unconsciously, the safest solution. However, this decision is not always correct. The one who orders from afar cannot reach each person individually. If his decision is also correct within the framework of the task set, it entails such losses that happen to be immeasurably more expensive than the goal achieved, and therefore is also wrong. There are no scales on which to weigh actions in battle. There is a task and a combat order. They begin to reason later, when nothing can be corrected, when there is no need to look for the guilty and the right. Because everyone was right. Only the dead remain indisputably right. Forward. I order, go ahead. It was like being hit on the head. Forward. The bloody veil before my eyes disappeared. Close, up close, I saw Captain Verigin. Fight. Go ahead. Then, 15 minutes later, Senior Lieutenant Agarkov, no matter how hard he tried, could not remember anything that followed this order. He only saw the gun in front of his eyes. Why did you stop? The bear rushed to Verigin. Stop. Then he couldn't believe himself. Trying to remember, he could not admit that he ordered the battalion commander to stop. I'll put the whole company. And the gun looked cold and gloomy into his eyes. And no one knew what was right and what was wrong. But battalion commander Verigin has the right and power. Mikhail Agarkov must obey. And die. Fight. Captain Verigin rose to his full height. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov jumped up. The earth and sky are gone, everything is gone. There was no stone wall, no breach, no lead blizzard. He didn't care if he lived or died. Only Captain Verigin remained. And if at that moment they asked whether he, Mikhail Agarkov, or Captain Verigin should live, he would answer without hesitation, Captain Verigin. But no one asked. And there were no thoughts. Arrote! He shouted, gave a command with all the strength of his mighty lungs, covered and seemed to muffle for a moment the fractional pace of machine guns. He stepped into the gap, towards the fiery trails, and, as if he stumbled, as if he fell off a steep yar, flew headfirst. He did not remember, did not know where he was running, where and why he was crawling. There were no Germans, life or death. He only wanted to catch up with Captain Verigin. I saw trampled blue snow and clods of black earth, jumped over, stumbled over people. These people did not move, they must have been dead. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov fell, grabbed snow and earth with his mouth, and jumped up again, got up in a crazy, thoughtless rage. And on the legs, like a huge club, and there is no human strength to resist. No more strength left. Forward. Shouted or just thought. Maybe someone else gave the command. But, all the same, there are no forces. And it would be nice to lie still. 1 minute. Until there is a command. And who should be in command? Mikhail understands that he must command himself. However, there is no power. Or maybe there was no one left, everyone was laid down. Captain Verigin, where? Senior Lieutenant Agarkov raised his head, saw the same trampled snow, the same fiery trails, stone ruins. It is from there, from these ruins, the Germans are sweeping with machine guns. How far to them? 100 meters, no more. A fighter crawls nearby. Where? Michael screams. He does not answer, only mumbles. Face covered in blood. And out there, Senior Lieutenant Agarkov understands that the attack has bogged down, it is necessary to retreat. He does not want, he cannot put up with it and is waiting for something. Another one is crawling, light and dexterous, like a lizard. Anisimov, Comrade Senior Lieutenant. Order, Regimental Commander. Anisimov speaks breathlessly, he does not have enough air. Ordered to leave. And, as if frightened by a single word, he hurried. He ordered for sure to return to the starting point. There is a cold draft in my head, it's over. Battalion Commander Verigin is alive. I don't know, Anisimov answered at once. Savchenko and Malakhanov were killed for sure. Before my eyes. Politruk Koblov is alive. Did he go too? And how? Anisimov was surprised. For sure. We have scraped together, which means that the regiment commander is there. Me, then, back. For sure, it means looking for you. Like, return to the original. The battle subsided, covered the night. Only from the German side, a large caliber machine gun was beating, as if stunned, and could not stop. Arrived, mine exploded. Then it became quiet, even the machine gun fell silent. Rare, uncompromising rifle shots thumped. As if they could not calm down completely, as if they wanted to return and prove. They didn't even give me a cigarette, Anisimov complained. Michael didn't understand. Who didn't? Yes, all the commander of the regiment. It seems that only now Mikhail Agarkov came to his senses. He saw the evening sky and someone's overcoat thrown by someone. I watched the rocket take off. It flew to the very top, dropped a drop, another. And went out. As it was not. Michael crawled. The box from which the last attack was launched turns out to be nearby. I don't even believe it. They laid them down like they were cute. And now I have to report. Quiet in the stone box. It begins to seem to Mikhail that there is no one, that only he and Anisimov remained in the company. And they don't shoot anywhere. Not a single shot. Mikhail looked around, it was dark and quiet. Cigarettes gleam, soldiers smoke in silence. It is understandable. Nearby they clicked a lighter. It flared up, a fire lit up. And Michael saw the eyes. He saw not hands, not a cigarette, eyes. Captain Verigin. A dark, bloody stitch from under the helmet all the way to the chin. And crazy eyes. Michael leaned forward. Comrade Battalion Commander. Maybe wrong. Maybe not Verigin. Comrade Battalion Commander, Mikhail called again. Is that you, Misha? Verigin replied. The voice is muffled, icy, alien. As if seized, bound the chest with a severe frost. Is that you, Misha? Asked Captain Verigin, exhausted and indifferent. And I was afraid. I thought, no. I saw Koblov, but not you. It turns out, we'll live, and wrapped up a long curse. It flew into the gap, the wind rushed in, through dry prickly snow, blew in the very ear. Whoa! Nothing, said Mishka, we'll show Emin's mother in the morning. The voices of the fighters were heard, someone dropped, rattled a bowler hat, someone laughed nervously, as if justifying himself, or trying to expose. And Shorin's voice. Will they give us something to eat today or won't they? Anisimov, you know for sure whether they will give you or not. And immediately everything returned to its original place. You just need to go around the location of the company, make contact, start reconnaissance. Maybe no Paulus. In the morning they said, Paulus is sitting. And now, maybe not anymore. Next they said. Paulus is not Paulus, you need to finish it off. A grave voice replied. As for me, I wouldn't wallow. It is necessary, guys, to catch up with the main war, these will die themselves. Michael asked. Grishka is yours, you know. Captain Verigin sucked in the air noisily. I know. A fighter came up, breathed a shag fumes. Comrade Battalion Commander, the regiment commander requires you. And Senior Lieutenant Agarkov. Captain Verigin sniffed the air again, but now in a different, wary way. Misha, do you understand? Now there will be a blast. So to speak, at the scene. What is an incident? Michael snapped. It's just a war. You see, the war is not over yet. Ha! It was not visible in the darkness, but Mikhail vividly imagined how Verigin grinned. Now you will announce this to Colonel Kool. Explain in a popular way. What do you think? I'm scared. I know you won't be afraid. That's what we'll get for now. He got up and asked into the darkness, where is he? Commander of the regiment? Yes, it's waiting in the basement. What basement? Yes, here. The Germans made a bunker right in the box. Colonel Krutoy was sitting in an overcoat, in a hat, frowning and strict. The light from a kerosene lamp flickered on his clean face. Did you force it? He asked, without changing his posture, without changing his facial expression. And he answered himself, they pushed it. It seemed to Mikhail Agarkov that even his lips did not move. I'm asking. Agarkov and Verigin stood at attention. I'm asking. Repeated Colonel Krutoy. Captain Verigin stepped forward. We stopped forcing even near Kharkov, comrade of the guard colonel. Kool's face didn't move. Only the fingers that lay on the wooden table hurried, drummed in a nervous haste. And they stopped. It looked like Colonel Krutoy had tripped over something. How much did you lose? He asked. I don't know, said Captain Verigin. The company commander doesn't know either. I know. Kool said loudly and harshly. When you think little, you lose a lot. On the attack, on the dagger fire of machine guns, in height. This requires courage, you can't say anything. But in addition to courage, there must also be reasonableness. And you have it like in a movie, a wounded political instructor does not leave the battlefield, inspires the fighters with his example. The battalion commander rises first. He repeated irritably, cinema. If they show it like this in a movie, then they show it correctly. Who is this, Koblov? Well, yes, Koblov. Sits in a corner, in the shade, stretched out his wounded leg. Sitting sideways, awkward. You see, the wound pesters. And the voice is still the same, does not change, does not bend. Movie. Colonel Krutoy did not seem to hear Semyon Koblov. I'm asking, all three of you. Verigin felt fury rising under his Adam's apple. Had the attack not choked, overcome the defense, he probably wouldn't have asked. Everyone would be right, everyone would be great. And now you have to answer. Mikhail Agarkov imperceptibly pushed with his elbow, you answer. And Captain Verigin pushed Mishka, I know without you. The battalion carried out your order. Captain Verigin uttered these words in a low voice, wearily, and from that it seemed indifferent. No, he does not intend to reproach or denounce. He just answers the question. And Colonel Krutoy tossed his head. As if from a blow. I ordered, to go to the department store. Captain Verigin suddenly saw wrinkles on Colonel Krutoy's face, blue arches under his eyes, and gray hair at the temples. First time I saw gray hair. The face is tired, and as if guilty. And now there is no guilt. Eyebrows are furrowed, eyes are stern. But Captain Verigin is also not affectionate. He stepped forward and rested on the edge of the table. He repeated with quiet fury. There was an order. Say, Paulus. Could not resist the great temptation. We saw that the firing points were not suppressed, we had to withdraw. And you, as tall as machine guns. Because, Paulus. I didn't care about him. It's clear. I do not intend to sacrifice people so that an hour earlier. In the soul of Captain Verigin, pain and annoyance rose and reared up. Did he think about Paulus when he went on the attack? Didn't remember. I just didn't want to give in, I didn't want to leave my fighters in the snow. And there was an order. Comrade Guards Colonel. Kool shook his head. Verigin. You are my dear. There were in these words love, and reproach, and great apprehension. I understood that Captain Verigin could not do otherwise. And I would like to reprimand him now, to exact, words do not go. And hand is not raised. He nodded and pointed to the bench. Sit down, he paused, then coughed, that's it, that means. Distribute vodka to the soldiers, feed them hot. All sleep. It's clear. Turned around, looked at Koblov, the wounded, to the rear. Immediately, Koblov said. Allow me to stay. And why is that? I promised the Red Army soldiers to talk to them after the battle. Koblov rose to his full height, stood with his head to the ceiling, in his shoulders, you can't grab it, with a hardened, unyielding face. The soldiers have expressed a desire to become communists, Colonel of the Guards. Shorin, Anisimov, Ovcharenko, Ignatiev. Frankly, it's a pity to pass statements to another. I will not forget my first party secretary until my death. The colonel shook his head in agreement. Me too. 25 years ago, and he turned to Mikhail Agarkov, where were you received? Mishka replied. At the school. Exactly 1 year ago. How old are you? The bear shifted from foot to foot. Almost 21, he lowered his head and added quietly, excuse me, Colonel of the Guards. Like it was my fault. They were silent. All right, said Colonel Cool and got up, until morning. Drawn a line. He hesitated at the door and turned around. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep. Reporters, different journalists poured in. The commander himself is now fighting them off. Captain Verigin said. We'll fix these. Colonel Krutoy pushed and opened the door. And at the same moment, as if they were just waiting for this outside, strangers poured into the bunker, closely and unceremoniously poured in, overcoats, quilted jackets, sheepskin coats. The front one, with an uncovered curly head, in an open soldier's quilted jacket, holding the camera in front of him, as if preparing to shoot, looking around with wild eyes, breathing noisily. Battalion Commander Captain Verigin. Where is Captain Verigin? Agarkov. Show Agarkov. All were in the ranks, and all excited, noisy. The front one was wiped off, pressed against the wall, and the young, bespectacled, with the rank of captain, climbed onto the shoulders of a hefty major, in a hurry, clicking the shutter of the camera, as if the outcome of the war depended on it. Magnesium flashed every minute. A young journalist with a notebook in his hand sat down next to Semyon Koblov, looking pleadingly into his eyes. Please, a few words. Captain Verigin shook his head. Agarkov. Yes, comrade battalion commander. Magnesium blinded his eyes. Andrei was stepped on, Anisimova and Shorin were attacked by a whole group, each tore at him. Delete everyone. Captain Verigin ordered. Mikhail Agarkov, big and heavy, turned sharply and resolutely. It rumbled, trembled, a fire darted in a kerosene lamp. To all outsiders. Clean up immediately. It was night, frosty, starry, wary. Only sometimes the wind broke, but then it calmed down, laid down, anointed itself among the stone ruins, so as not to disturb anyone. As if he himself wanted to listen to the unusual silence. No, no, the gun thumps. As if to remind you that it's not over. The rockets took off slowly, looked down incredulously, with a squint, and went out, not looking out for anything, not deciding anything. In the company of Agarkov, in the whole battalion, no one slept. A kerosene lamp was burning in the cramped basement, and the glass was clean, whole, not broken, and fresh, for yesterday, the newspaper, Pravda, went from hand to hand, and Semyon Koblov's razor is like hot cakes. Free vodka. However, no one will covet, they drank, who wanted to, and they would have been exactly forgotten. And they didn't finish the borscht with meat. Only Shorin is working, the second bowler is finishing off. Anisimov laughs. Have a conscience. Shorin dismisses. I was hungry in the hospital. Eat, eat, Semyon Koblov urges smilingly. We work out our grubs. The fighters have just been handed party cards. Maybe that's why it's so light and festive in the basement. Ovcharenko sews on a breast pocket with a button, in order, therefore, to keep the red book more reliably, and Captain Verigin laid out all the letters that he had not sent to Nura, openly rereading them. He moves his lips, smiles, and the fighters, it seems, for the first time saw that he was still quite young, untouched, kind. Probably, and the girl is his first. Anisimov managed to write home, they say, so and so, they recognized him and Shorin as communists, and now it's not far from victory. And it must be that everything will be written in the newspaper, because everyone was photographed and recorded. Ignatiev sits apart, clean-shaven, all kind of renewed, his eyes are joyfully mischievous. He still does not believe. But just do not believe, how? He holds the party ticket in his hand, he does not know where to put it. Not to believe, how? The division commander himself gave a recommendation, a brave, loyal, steadfast fighter. Recommendations were read out, these words are still in Ignatiev's ears. How now to live, to fight? Ignatiev does not think about what he has already proved and justified. He believes that everything will start from today. That is why it is pounding in the chest, drunkenly joyfully in the soul. And he doesn't know where to put his party card. In the basement, kerosene and tobacco fumes, you can't breathe. The heavy door, made of a large slab, is wide open, but still the room does not have time to erode. Semyon Koblov looks at his comrades, his soul is good. And a bit sad. Because you have to go to the rear. And back, in this part, you see, will not return. It rarely happens that this is how Ovcharenko or Shorin. But it's still good. Here, in Stalingrad, they did their job. He looks at Captain Verigin, watches how he reads his own letters, and thinks that the battalion commander is still a boy. Wow, fluff on the lip. And the company commander is even younger. Politruk Semyon Koblov shakes his head. It turns out reproachfully, kids. And in the stern eyes, joy, here they are, our children. He raises his head, mentally threatens someone with a big, heavy fist, look. It doesn't threaten the Fritz, it doesn't warn them. Fritz, what? They already know. Let others see. That night, everything was unusual, surprising, new, faces, words, and journalists. They climbed up the surviving concrete stairs, taking turns looking towards the central square. The Nazis sat quietly. But there was still the headquarters of the 6th German Army. Paulus was. The dilapidated building of the city's main department store looked like a giant crypt, in which half-crazy people swarm. Last refuge and last hope. Here is the commandant's office, here is the commander himself. Maybe they will give you a piece of bread. Or at least a cup of boiling water. Soldiers from different units and divisions sat, stood, lay in the corridors and on the stairs. And in the basement, fenced off from everyone by personal guards, was the commander. The chief of staff, the first adjutant, came in. But Paulus did not talk to anyone. As if he didn't see anyone, didn't notice. He was informed that the Russians were storming the last strongholds. Paulus was silent. He just bowed his head, he would lead the game to the end. He sat on a bed covered with a gray soldier's blanket, a candle burned on the table. What time is it now? He asked in a barely audible voice. They answered him. Exactly 12. Write down a radiogram. Berlin, Supreme Commander. The face remained motionless. Only her lips moved slightly. The 6th Army, true to the oath of Germany, aware of its important task, to the last man and to the last cartridge holds positions for the Führer and the fatherland. A pistol shot rang out behind the door. Paulus slowly raised his head. And froze. It was like they were shooting at him. The adjutant came out and immediately returned. Captain Schultz. Paulus screwed up his eyes. No, they won't let him. They will receive this radiogram, evaluate it and not allow it. They can't equate him to soldiers. He did everything that was demanded, he has the right to hope. We'll wait until morning. Paulus lay down and carefully laid himself on the hard bed. Everything will pay off with honors and glory. He will exit the plane to the sounds of an oncoming march. From the ladder to the car, a carpet strip. Honorary escort of motorcyclists and enthusiastic cries of people. Hitler rises from the table, goes towards. No, Hitler meets him at the airport. Gives a hand, then hugs. Congratulations, Field Marshal, on a great victory. But is it Hitler? So small, just a boy. He stands and cries, wiping his eyes with his fists. How can it be, after all, Hitler? No, my God. This is the grandson. Grandfather, the boy says through tears, why did you kill so many people? And he took it, pulled it by the hand, why? Mr. General, a response radiogram. Paula sees a concrete ceiling. There is a piano against the wall. Why did they bring the piano in here? He got up and put his feet on the floor. A candle is burning, a candle is burning, the chief of staff is standing nearby. Signal light support? Paulus asked. General Schmidt did not answer, his lips curled into a bitter smile. Well, yes, Schmidt no longer hopes. Reply radio message, he repeated. And held out a white sheet. Paulus moved closer to the candle. My Colonel General Paulus. Even now, the entire German people is looking at this city with deep emotion. As always in world history, this sacrifice will not be in vain. Clausewitz's commandment will be fulfilled. Only now is the German nation beginning to realize the gravity of this struggle and will make the gravest sacrifices. Mentally always with you and your soldiers. Your Adolf Hitler. Paulus screwed up his eyes. He held the paper for another minute. Then he dropped his hand, there would be no plane. He put the radiogram on the table, waved his weak hand and ordered everyone to leave. There will be no plane. They made him a pawn in a big game. He did not deserve to stay alive. He must shoot himself. This is required. His death will feed the German propaganda. That's how. He took out a small, toy-like pistol from his pocket. He stared at it for a long time. This is quite enough. To share the fate of their soldiers. Paulus chuckled and put the pistol under his pillow. And lay down. He lay, looked at the ceiling, quite reliably. You can wait a few more days. Russian reinforced concrete. Only for some reason you can see the sky, starry, iridescent, amazing. But is there a rainbow at night? It happens, said a familiar voice. I warned you. Rainbow across the sky, rainbow crosswise. Why crosswise? But no, it's not a rainbow at all, a dark, sinister one. The shadow of a grave cross rose into the sky. I warned you, General von Wittersheim. This is his voice. Paulus woke up, looked around, Jesus and Mary. The candle burned out, the flame floating in liquid stearin. Here it goes out. An adjutant was sleeping on a bunk nearby. Jesus and Mary. How much is left? The thought broke off, to death or to captivity. He put his hand under the pillow, the gun was in place. And the pillow is gray, almost black. Like a soldier's blanket. It's him, Colonel General Paulus. Field Marshal Paulus. Oh yes, in a dream. And does it matter? Doomed to death. Paulus covered his face with his hands. I heard that they were calling to him, but I did not want to take my hands away, I did not want to raise my head. Congratulations. What nonsense. The last radio message. We congratulate you. Paulus got up, ran his eyes over the lines. A. Field Marshal. Produced. They invite to shoot themselves. At the end of the play, the field marshal commits suicide. They hit the door with a butt. The Russians are attacking. Paulus bowed his head slightly. Oh sure. Either he answered the one who was shouting from behind the door, or he answered his own thoughts. Captain Veregin's battalion, embracing the large, heavy building of the department store in a semicircle, approached in short dashes. German machine guns flogged a muddy early, in a feverish haste tried to stop. The Red Army soldiers went light, they left their duffel bags so that nothing would interfere. Captain Verigin, in chevron boots, with a pistol in his hand. Go ahead. He rises, jumps up easily, freely, fearlessly, there is so much strength in him. And confidence. With amazing clarity, I saw the gambling face of Mikhail Agarkov, the twisted mouth of Likarev, the large hands of Ignatiev. I saw how hard, clumsily Shorin was running. He was overtaken by a young fighter. Andrei did not miss it. He noticed the excessively wide tops of tarpaulin boots, a patch on a jersey and a dent in his helmet. I even noticed that the patch was sewn on with white thread, roughly, clumsily, and decided that the boy was going to the first battle. Well done goes. I noticed a frozen puddle of blood that had remained from yesterday, a broken, abandoned machine gun. I saw a German machine gun in front and helmets crouched against it. Andrei ran straight at him, into a cold, hasty fire. Most likely, it is this machine gun that will kill him, stop him. However, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. He only wants for the Red Army to see him. And for the Germans to see. Let everyone see that he, Captain Verigin, is not afraid. He wanted to spit. Let the Nazis see how Soviet soldiers go on the attack. Captain Verigin had never experienced this. He feels the weight of the helmet, it seems he feels every vein, tender, alive and quivering. Captain Verigin ran into machine gun fire, and his soul was overwhelmed. He did not let go of delight, as if a minute later, right now, a great miracle would happen, he would choke on joy and happiness. He would fall shot through, pierced so as not to get up, to die, and yet he would not. A person is happier than him. Because he lived gloriously and died gloriously, in public, in plain sight, in an unstoppable fire attack. He suddenly wanted every fighter to feel the same way, to be seen and glorified. Yes, no, no. In these short minutes, Captain Verigin did not think about glory. He never thought about it. And I did not think about death, neither about my own, nor about someone else's. He only wanted to be handsome and his soldiers to be handsome. He raised his pistol hand. And even paused. There was a moment, I saw machine guns, helmets, faces. Don't lie down. Shouted loudly and loudly. Don't lie down. There is a stern determination on the faces of the fighters, as if they were going to carry out the long-awaited sentence. So or not. At that moment, when I saw Mikhail Agarkov, Shorin, Ignatiev, it seemed that everything was exactly like that, they were like him. They are all so easy and not afraid. A thought flickered, pricked in the very heart, what is it with him? And from the consciousness that strange, almost unbelievable things were going on in him, from superstition or from premonition, he suddenly became ill. As if he understood the deception. But still. He didn't care anymore. Just to prolong the amazing delight. Again I saw the fighter's back, a patch sewn with white thread, black stones, other people's helmets, eyes wide with horror, heard a death cry and a non-Russian word. Captain Verigin jumped over someone. It became unexpectedly spacious and light. I saw pure snow and heavy round columns. Oval facade and window failures. Close, close. Here it is. On the run, he pulled himself up, as if rising on his toes, threw his hand forward. Hooray! He didn't shout, he spoke out clearly, sternly, as ordered in the war. He heard his own voice and was surprised to remember that he had never uttered this word before. He commanded, called and shouted. But he did not utter this word, so distinctly and clearly. Maybe it happened. But I just didn't remember, because everything was like in delirium, like in a nightmare. And today, clearly and clearly. In the whole body, unprecedented strength, in the soul, joyfully and lightly. Captain Verigin walked sideways, so as to see his soldiers. They poured into the square as if they had been thrown out of the black ruins. Captain Verigin's chest struck loudly and painfully. And it stopped. Now he wanted only one thing, to prolong this minute as long as possible. And nothing more is needed from life. And let the enemy see and know how Soviet commanders go on the attack. Let. Gray columns, gray steps, a black submachine gun in the snow. Rifle shots rumble far and rarely, useless to no one, scary to no one. More shots, hurried and as if frightened. Here they are, the Germans. A tall man in an officer's cap raised his hand. The shot hit him in the face. A thin sting pierced through, and suddenly there were no stone walls, no solid underfoot, no wondrous delight. Only Nura. Large, tear-filled eyes. Tears tremble, lips tremble. Andriashenka, Andrei. Why is she crying, why are her lips trembling so? From afar came an unfamiliar voice. Captain Verigin. Who called it? And who is Captain Verigin? But no one explained. And nothing is heard, no voices, not a single sound. No fear, no excitement, nothing. It lit up, burned with a cold light. Misha. Where are you, Misha? It's like he's got his last hope. Senior Lieutenant Agarkov kicked open the door, a big and scary one burst in. They pushed him from behind. They breathed heavily and furiously. Mikhail saw a light on the table and a man. This man sat on the bed, narrow-shouldered, with a thin, haggard face. This dead man. And they were still sitting. Everyone looked at him. Michael. These stepped forward. Soviet commanders are in front of you. Get up. A thin, emaciated man got up heavily, like an old man. Straightened up. He put the pistol on the table, and the others put it down. Paula said quietly. Su Yend, end. Nobody heard him. Thank you for downloading the book from the free electronic library royalib.com, https://royalib.com. Leave a review about the book, https://royalib.com/comments/Sielzy_Piotr/Eugen_crest.html. All books by the author, https://royalib.com/author/Sielzy_Piotr.html. Notes. Notes. 1. Headquarters of the Supreme High Command of the Wehrmacht. 2. Selected infantry units. 3. Zouaves are French African soldiers. 4. Alfred Schlieffen, German Field Marshal, the author of the theory of encircling the enemy with the aim of complete destruction. Died in 1913. 5. Hitler General. Scout. Now he lives in Germany, heads the so-called Jelena Department. 6. Headquarters of the High Command of the German Land Forces. 7. Medical General.